Welcome. We are going to call to order the City Council meeting for the afternoon of October 24th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Torres,
Present.
Cohen, Ortiz,
Present. Present.
Davis, Dwan,
Present.
Candelas,
Here.
Foley, here, Batra,
Present.
Kamei, here, Mayhem.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you are able, please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. So today's invocation will be given by the Gunderson High School Band, and Councilmember Foley will tell us more.
Gunderson High School's rock band, you are in for a treat today. For today's invocation, I have invited the Gunderson High School Band under the direction of Jordy Smith. While Gunderson is actually While Gunderson is technically in District 2 with Councilmember Jimenez, many of these students reside in my district, District 9. Each year, District 9 hosts Music in the Valley. This coming year will be our third year, and they were proudly presented here a few months ago. Music in the Valley is an event that is designed to highlight the incredible talent of our students by showcasing the various bands and choirs in our district. This past April, Gunderson's band performed at this event, and I'll tell you, it was really exciting. They have, well, you'll hear them shortly. They made everybody, their heads were bobbing, they were dancing, the other directors were listening closely. They were awesome, and I know that you'll find that they are a fabulous band as well. Without further delay, I pass the microphone over to Jordy to have his band deliver this afternoon's invocation.
Wow. Thank you, Councilwoman Foley. This is exciting and definitely nerve-wracking and fantastic. We just came off of our Halloween show, so we're basically plugged into a Halloween vibe, and we're going to show you some stuff right now. Please enjoy it. skyscrapers down to the submarines. Birds and berries, sanctuaries, the top of the rolling hills. There's words, sledgehammers of truth that pound the iron artisan. Bloody smiling, vandalizing, all my dreams are drying up. Walking on air, up from the wheelchair, I'll find my paradise that I deserve. Walking on sand, forgetting where I am, but it's so comfortable here in the sun. Where's my rainbow? Where's my halo? There's my halo. Thank you very much for having us, everybody. Thank you for enjoying us.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Foley, and thank you to the Gunderson High School Band. I think it's safe to say we are all now awake and ready to take on this full agenda today. Let's jump into ceremonial items. Councilmember Davis, if you would navigate around the band and join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Lights On After School Day.
growth and mentorship, and provides a hub of engaging activities within our schools and community centers. On the City Council, of course, we understand the importance of providing safe, nurturing, and educational environments that extend beyond the regular school day. And by the way, research supports all of that. As a testament to this commitment, our city staff is currently working on the Children and Youth Services Master Plan. This plan, among other things, will guide us in implementing best practices to support after-school programs and services that aid children and youth on their journey from cradle to career. Lights On After School serves as an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the significant impact our after-school programs have on working families and the children and youth they serve. Today, I welcome the Assistant Director of PRNS, Neil Rufino, to accept this proclamation and share a few words.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Neil Rufino, Assistant Director. I want to thank Councilmember Davis, the mayor, and all the city council members for this proclamation. I was kind of hoping the band would stay and walk us out with our theme music. But Lights On, what we're celebrating today, is a nationwide celebration talking about the importance of after-school programming. After-school programs ensure working parents continue supporting their families by knowing that their most important resource stays safe, which is their children. We all saw the importance of these programs during the COVID-19 shutdowns, in which our staff, who are represented here, had to open up a lot of programs for our families in the community. Our after-school rock programs are celebrating over 15 years of dedicated program, and today, almost 1,000 students served every day at our programs, Monday through Friday. Our rock programs and after-school programs give kids safe places to finish their homework, learn cooperation, and access healthy activities, and most importantly, give them the time for play and the ability to enjoy being a child. One of the pillars of the department's strategic plan is equity and access, and we've continued to push the need for supporting scholarships for children to participate in our programs. This year, we've distributed over $1 million in scholarships to our families. And with this, I'd like to thank our over 100 rec leaders, who looks like most of them are here today for us. Our Deputy Director, Maria De Leon, Division Manager, Hal Spangenberg, and our leads for this event, Nick Gorjoff and Lauren Hawkins. And with that, we have a short video that our team has put together for you.
All right, Councilmember Ortiz is joining us online as we recognize and proclaim Mental Health Awareness Month. Councilmember? Do we have the
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. It's with a reflective spirit that I proclaim October as Mental Health Awareness Month. Every day, millions face the reality of living with a mental health condition. And likewise, friends and family of those with a condition see as their loved one perseveres through challenges. In many instances, the condition is so crushing that it tragically ends in suicide. Because mental health is often invisible, it's important that we raise the topic and normalize conversations about the topic. Doing so clears misconceptions, stigma, and highlights the need for comprehensive education and investment in programs that aid those living with a condition. This month of awareness is near to home for me, as I suffer from anxiety, which at times and without the proper support can be a major concern in my life. It's critical that we as a city develop our stance as one of support and advocate for access to mental health as a human right. With that being said, I'm excited to present today's proclamation to Kim Artman and the team with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. As lead organizer for the South Bay Out of the Darkness Walk, the AFSP has been working around the clock to ensure that mental health and suicide awareness are positioned as mainstream topics, as that our community can engage in critical dialogue. The walks give people the courage to open about their own connections to the cause and a platform to create a culture that's smarter about mental health. This year's walk will take place on October 28th at Arena Green West Park. The walk will serve as a journey of remembrance, hope, and support for people affected by suicide and mental health conditions. I hope you'll join us. Before I kindly ask Mayor Mahan to present the proclamation to Kim and invite her to share a few words, I wanted to ask if in my absence, my council colleagues can join alongside Mayor Mahan for the photo. Thank you all for the solidarity.
Councilmember Ortiz, thank you. I sure was not expecting that. My name is Kim Artman, along with my co-chairs, Veronica Guzman, Marilee Kimsey. We thank you so very much for giving us the opportunity to be here today. This day is very important to us. Collectively, thank you, the three of us represent 10 lives, our loved ones that have been lost to suicide. On behalf of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, my co-chairs, our committee members, our volunteers, and all who have been affected by suicide, we would like to thank you for proclaiming October as Suicide Prevention Month. The AFSP's mission is to save lives and bring hope to all who've been impacted by suicide or mental health challenges. We fund research to improve interventions, train clinicians in suicide prevention, and advocate for policies that will save lives. We continually work to find better ways to reach those who suffer. We encourage schools, workplaces, and our community to make mental health a priority. In 2014, the AFSP launched Project 25. We are committed to reducing the annual suicide rate 20% by the year 2025. This is not possible without your support, your involvement, resources, and new policies. We know we can do this if we work together. Again, we thank you for this opportunity that you have given us today. If you would like more information about the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, please go to our website, afsp.org. If you want to know more about our South Bay chapter, afsp.org/South Bay. Thank you again.
And on to our final ceremonial item. Vice Mayor Kamei and I are here today to proclaim October as Digital Inclusion Month. I'd like to invite our Jill Bourne and the public library staff and partners down to the podium area here. Nationally, digital inclusion gets 1 week, which is recognized October 2nd through 6th. But in San Jose, we have so much happening, and the work is so important that our team decided to keep the celebration going for a whole month. The city's digital inclusion journey began after the realization in 2016 that San Jose lagged peer cities in creating an enabling environment for all residents to benefit from the opportunities of the modern digital economy. At that time, approximately 90,000 San Jose households were unconnected with no internet access at home. Even more were underconnected and struggling to access or afford internet access at high speed on a suitable device and with the digital literacy skills that are necessary to support homework, personal and household needs, and accessing career resources, healthcare, and other digital services that improve quality of life. Today, the data tells us that there are approximately 40,000 households that are either or under connected. So in 5 years, we have closed the divide by more than 50%, which is pretty incredible. Can we give our team here a big round of applause for that? This remarkable progress, we're not done yet, but this progress didn't happen by accident or alone. We've improved permit processes, built community Wi-Fi networks, and added access to thousands of devices through the library. But one of the most visible actions that we took to close this digital divide was to create the Digital Inclusion Grant Program. This grant program, which is managed through the San Jose Public Library and its foundation as a fiscal agent, funds community nonprofits to connect families to the internet, help them get a device, and provide them with digital skills trainings so they can be safe online. We have some of our grantee organizations here today. The grant program has issued 4 rounds of grants totaling $1.5 million in grants to organizations, and those grants have resulted in over 5,000 households getting online at home. We expect that another 1,100 households will get connected through this year's grants, and our staff team is committed to supporting this program to ensure its success. Digital Inclusion Month has already included over 50 events, from training classes to affordable connectivity plan sign-up events, just like the one last week at the Biblioteca Latinoamericana branch library. We still have a few days left. You can visit sjpl.org to find the community calendar of events. But for today, we are thrilled to recognize the progress, the successes, and commit to the work that is still needed to reach those who remain on the wrong side of our digital divide. Now, our city librarian, Jill Bourne, will talk a bit about the work of the grantees and how to sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Jill?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As our mayor said, we all deeply understand the importance of closing the digital divide and why it is so critical for learning, for our connectedness to one another, and also for telehealth, for access to the global economy, and so much more. So in honor of the work that's been done here with me today, I am thrilled to have representatives from the nonprofit organizations who are funded by grants from the city's Digital Inclusion Fund to connect residents to the internet, to enhance their digital skills, and to help them access devices. Here with us today are Catholic Charities, you can just wave, the International Rescue Committee, Sacred Heart Community Services, Step Up and Do Something, the Tech Exchange, and Vivo. And we are also fortunate to have support and partnership from our own San Jose Public Library Foundation, are also here today. So let's give our deepest thanks to all these amazing partners. All of these partners, along with our internet service providers, plan the events that our mayor just spoke about throughout this month. More than 50 events aimed at getting people connected to the internet to support their skill development so that they can use technology tools effectively and safely. You can learn more on our website and search for Digital Inclusion Month, and you'll find that as well. I also want to thank our library team. We have Ann Grabowski, Abby Scholl, Yadira Orozco, Samantha Kramer, Carla Alvarez, and more. And this truly is a citywide initiative, and so we're so lucky to have partnerships with our city manager's office, our IT department, our Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services team, and many, many more. And then finally, I just want to thank our city leadership, Mayor Mahan's office, all of the city council members, and our city manager for your commitment and continued investment in digital equity for our residents. Thank you, and please check out Digital Inclusion Month online. Thanks.
All right, we are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda?
I do, Mayor.
All
Councilor
right,
Ward, please.
council member, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 10.1B for discussion and action.
Great. Well, why don't we do that when we get to the land use consent calendar?
Oh,
we'll just do it then. Any other changes to the printed agenda? Okay, then we will move on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Great, thank you, Nora. Okay, next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Not the land use consent, regular consent. Okay, see none. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Second.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Catherine?
I'm sorry, I was going to speak about something else.
Brian?
Hi, thank you. Just a question. On the large money that's on the consent calendar, like a 1.5 million and a couple of things, and I probably missed it. Those items are discussed in council earlier, right? There was like a dialogue and something. People aren't just, okay, let's just hand this money out, hand this money out. When you do the consent calendar in general, this is like the final agree with it, right? Am I sort of correct? Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, my comments are regarding the amendment to the electrical vehicle infrastructure. There seems to be an exploitation of the poverty in certain neighborhoods. And what I mean by that is that you are applying for grants and using the poverty in those neighborhoods in order to supply an infrastructure for citizens that are not going to be able to even afford those vehicles. I mean, you're building an infrastructure for a community that is not going to be using that equipment because the citizen that's in there today is vulnerable. Within 5 years, that citizen is not going to be able to remain in that community. But yet you're using and exploiting their conditions right now in order to extract money from them. I mean, there's some ethical issues at stake here that need to be discussed. We can't normalize the exploitation of the poor And we all know that generationally, that poverty has been maintained through systemic racism and segregation. So the government, the city of San Jose, the government is responsible for the maintenance of these segregated neighborhoods and the poverty that is associated with it. And then now, when you guys want to build an infrastructure, you're exploiting that poverty in order to get money to build an infrastructure that the citizens in those communities are not going to benefit from, because they're not even going to be viable citizens in those communities in the next 5 years. So, no, you don't get to normalize that, or you don't.
Before you return back to council, can council please confirm who the first and seconder was of the motion?
I heard Councilmember Davis, and the second
I was the second.
was Councilmember Jimenez.
Back to
Okay,
council.
I don't have any hands. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Present.
Torres,
Or
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Cohen, Ortiz,
Aye, sorry.
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Doan,
Aye.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
Kamei,
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, we are on to land use consent, and I have the note that Councilmember Candelas would like to pull item 10-1A. Councilmember Ortiz would like to pull item 10-1B. Any other notes before we?
I have a point of order.
Sure.
We need Ortiz to say with his first vote that who is with him in the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Ortiz, can you include the remote disclosure?
Sure. I am alone in my house.
And you don't have to say that unless that status changes. So.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, so let's just go in order here. Why don't we go to Councilmember Candelas? Do you want to speak on 10-1A?
I do, Mayor. I just have a couple questions for staff. If staff wants to come down. And while he's coming down, I want to. The question pertains to the traffic impact funds collected, and specifically, before this change, are the funds going to be staying in District 8 and/or Evergreen? Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager of Planning, Policy, and Sustainability for the DOT. All funds from the TIF will continue to be in the TIF and will continue to improve the same 20 intersections that were originally identified in the original TIF program. Simple as that.
Okay, perfect. And I think it's important to recognize that moving forward with this change in the action today, it's going to allow us to comply with state law. So as we align our transportation analysis policy from LOS or level of service to VMT, this is going to help us get there. And although this is a policy that will be retired for new projects, those existing and ongoing projects in the current policy will still apply for the sake of continuity, correct?
That's correct. So the projects that are in the TIF now they've been changed a little bit. They're in the same locations, but they're kind of more aligned with city's current policies around transportation.
Okay.
And future projects would then have to go under a VMT analysis.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And then I guess my next question pertains to engagement. What kind of community outreach did we as a city do for this change?
Yeah, hi. Just got back from my parent-teacher conference.
Welcome back.
Jumping in. So the outreach that was done for this item was done as part of the 4-year review of the general plan process. So the council, when they effectively have already retired this policy in the general plan, and that decision was made as part of the 4-year review of the general plan process that went to council in 2021. So as part of that process, both staff from planning and DOT met on a number of occasions. I think it was in person, but also on Zoom. I remember Zoom, but I think they met in person. With the District 8 leadership group, or is it called the Round Table? I'm not sure, but that group of people in District 8 to talk about the new VMT policy and how that would be applied into the Evergreen area, and how that policy essentially would provide the same sort of the same sort of restrictions on development or the same sort of approach to how development would occur as the Evergreen ADP, and that staff was going to recommend, or was recommending as part of the 4-year review process, to replace the Evergreen ADP with the VMT policy that's being applied citywide. And so as really part of that process, we had discussions and outreach in terms of that approach. And the feedback we heard in the end was positive, and that item went to council, and it was not controversial, and it was passed unanimously.
Excellent. And, I guess it was the sense that I just want to make sure that we did engage the community and we were responsive and we did communicate this change and this update to our residents. And with that, I just wanted to put that out there so folks knew in my community that we did engage the residents. And with that, I have no further comments or questions.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Councilmember Ortiz, did you want to speak to item 10.1b?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted in my memo, many school superintendents reached out to my office with concerns over the noticing of this item and the implications of rezoning their school sites. I worked quickly to convene planning staff and our local superintendents for a dialogue, but there remain pending questions and concerns that have not been resolved just yet. I understand that currently staff's focus is completing the housing element, and I and many of us here recognize the intense pressure that is placed on staff to tidy up and complete this work. So to that end, a January 30th deferment gives ample breathing room for staff to provide clarity, ease concerns, and truly handle this conversation with the time and care it deserves. Likewise, I've also confirmed that there are no negative impacts to deferring in terms of SB 330 or SB 1333. Before I move my memo, I just wanted to provide one amendment. Instead of an ad hoc committee meeting, which I understand would be more onerous, I'd like to instead request formal stakeholder meetings with school district leadership. Thank you for the consideration, and with that, I'd like to move my memo.
Second.
Okay, thanks. And since we have a motion specifically on 10.1b, I'd like to take that item separately. I think we'll have a separate vote on that, and then I suspect someone will be willing to make a motion on the rest of the land use consent calendar. I have a hand up also on 10.1b, and if anyone else wants to jump in, please raise your hand now. Councilor Cohen, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to ask some questions of the planning staff on this item. And I know we've had throughout the, last couple years, these regular items that you're bringing forward as we clean up our zoning and make, due to state law, align our land use designations with the general plan. So that's really what this is about, is just another one of these routine actions. I guess my first question is, there were some school properties, I think in the Oak Grove School District, on this particular list that caused some confusion in that area. Are there any zoning, is this action at all changing the potential, obviously current uses wouldn't be changed. There's a school on a property, it's going to remain a school. Are there any changes here that would affect a school district's ability to use a property in a way that they would like to in the future any differently than they would have had, or cause them to have a different process than they would have had to follow under the previous designations?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. So as you stated, this is a fairly regular process we've been going through. We're actually currently rezoning 13,000 properties throughout the city where we have inconsistency between our general plan and zoning districts. It's really the general plan that sets the tone for future development on these sites. And that's why it's a matter of bringing it into conformance with that. There have obviously been a number of conversations around the future use of school sites and PQP lands more broadly. And I think that conversation is ongoing. Obviously, the state has passed law that will allow schools to build teacher housing, bypassing a significant amount of process. Last year, we changed the PQP designation to allow more uses alongside permanent supportive housing for affordable housing. Oh, it's due to come in this next set. But the question really comes about when people are looking to do changes for, whether it's market rate housing or other uses. And so in that instance, it pretty much follows the same process you would through any other site in the city, where if you're inconsistent with the underlying general plan designation, you would need to go through a process to adjust that to then build that future use.
So a school district that was looking to reuse their property would have to come through a process that would eventually come to council for that change, regardless of this action. That was true before, that's true now.
That's correct.
And obviously, current uses are all exempt from any of these changes because current uses are always continued to be allowed, no matter, not just for these school properties, but for all properties on this list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then are there any specific school sites, and I think this is the one that people get hung up on, are there any specific school sites on this list? And I admit I didn't go through the list and look at what all the properties are. Are there any specific sites that are, after this change, not designated PQP?
No.
So these changes are basically for this particular list of Oak Grove school sites, and I know we're going to have others in the future from other school districts, but these particular ones are designating the school properties as school properties.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I just my preference is that we proceed and let your office, proceed to the next batch of properties in order to get into alignment, and also just kind of remind people that this is bringing us in alignment with a general plan that was passed by this council. I can't remember when it was.
2011.
13 years ago, or 12 years ago, and that was sort of the time at which any school district or any other property owner should be advocating for making sure that their properties are designated appropriately for what they want to use them for. And this time is just a conformance action that is routine. So that's my view on this item.
Maybe we'll have a little more discussion, but I appreciate that point, Councilmember, and generally agree as well, and I'll offer a few comments in a moment. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree with much of what Councilmember Cohen said. I guess what I'm curious about, I didn't go through, I know that I was approached by the superintendent of Oak Grove School District, who I know he and other superintendents wrote a letter. Not all of these properties on this batch of properties are school districts, correct? Or are they all school districts? Because I didn't go through and look at all the APNs and...
No, so I mean, this batch includes, some of them are school districts, but they're not all school districts. Okay. Matter of fact, there's one rezoning on one, I don't remember the property, but they have a development application that needs it to go forward. And so what we're doing is we're going to pull that one out and let that go forward at a different council action coming up soon so it can move forward with development proposal. Because
I was just thinking, I mean, what if we say, hey, approve, C20, I'm just reading at the subject line of the memo, but, these particular properties, but the ones related to schools, put them on the shelves, have these discussions. Is that an option that we can, so that way it doesn't hold up any of this, the whole batch, if you will? Does that make sense? Or do we?
Yeah, I think we have to change a lot of the paperwork, resolution, all that kind of stuff. So I think, the whole item would need to be deferred. Most of the other ones are frankly routine. There's not pending development applications. The one where there is sort of someone trying to move forward, we are taking that one out and going to bring that back, attach it to the next batch of items coming to council I believe it's by the end of this year. So.
Yeah, okay. The only other thing I would mention is that I haven't, in the letter that I saw, the discussion I had with the superintendent, I asked very directly, do you have an interest in redeveloping one of these properties? Is that why you're sort of taking issue with it? Or, and the answer was no, none of that's on the table. They're not considering that. But in my mind, what this seems to be tied around is just purely educational and then outreach. And what I mean by educational is that, we see these consistently. There's a lot of, folks that understand land use. This is complicated stuff. And I would say that for school districts, superintendents, specifically in some cases, they don't know the ins and outs or even what the implications are on some of this, and they're not tracking it. I'll give you an example of how it happened as it relates to the notification to the Oak Grove School District. The notification went to the principal of the school at the property. He didn't hear about it till later, right? Sort of, I think, the last day before school ended or something, did he catch wind of what was happening. And so I think that they just want an opportunity to be heard and actually have an opportunity to better understand what the implications are to the property. I don't disagree with the comments that Councilmember Cohen made as it relates to what my understanding is as it relates to the implications, but I don't think they fully understand. And so I think that's where, in my mind, the spirit of the memo from Ortiz, Councilmember Ortiz, came from. The other thing that it brought to mind is, do we, and I don't track this very closely, and I'm not sure what's come of it, but don't we have a school-city collaborative? Yeah. Does that still exist? And if so, okay, well, good. So if so, it seems to me that might be an appropriate place to raise some of these before they even come to us, so that way some of the folks there can understand, you can sort of educate a broader audience of folks that may be touched by this. So just wanted to put that
I think it's very reasonable to say that that's a good dissemination point. I also think the city website is a good place for people to get information. I do want to go back, though, to something that came up in Councilmember Cohen's question here. We are simply bringing these properties in line. We're bringing the zoning in line with the general plan as per state law, as we've been doing for multiple years now for 13,000 plus properties. We will always get questions and confusion. We will never be able to proactively go reach out to all of those 13,000 property owners and explain to them what changed at the state that is having us change some colors on a map. The bottom line is, it's a routine process we must do to be in compliance with state law. It doesn't change the current use of the properties, and it doesn't change the process they have to follow in the future if they want to have a different use for it. So this is about as kind of standard process. I think that Councilmember Ortiz is the heart of the memo, as I took it, was we need to communicate and make sure we're answering questions and concerns as people have them. I would also, though, be very concerned about any direction we might give staff that would imply that we somehow have to proactively go identify every property owner whenever we're conforming with state law, or that we need to set up an ad hoc committee to go to. I wouldn't delay staff in the important work that they're doing when we have a housing element that still isn't wrapped up, when we have urban villages we want to pre-plan, when we've got a huge, frankly, bottleneck around a ton of planning work we want to see done in the city. So I'm a little nervous about, I see the spirit of it, to your point, Councilman.
Yeah, and I understand that it's unreasonable for us to think that you're going to notify. I mean, I think all the property owners actually receive some sort of just boilerplate paper saying, hey, this is happening, there's a hearing taking place. And that's fine, I understand that, because we can't go to every property owner and have an individual meeting, but in my mind, school district properties, school districts as entities should be sort of held up maybe at a different standard. They serve our children. They have different, assets there in their respective, under their ownership. And I think I just view them as uniquely different. And so, anyway, I'll stop talking. I'll wait to see what other folks say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. I know that this can be confusing. Out of the 13,000 parcels that we need to bring up to compliance, how many have we done? Approximately.
That's a good question, and the answer's in the audience, so I'll wait till they text me.
Okay. This type of item has come to us multiple times in terms of every batch. It is not going to change for the school district. I think that most people, when I come across a question about, well, what are you doing? What are you changing? How's it happening? Is really because we're trying to align the general plan and the zoning. It is something that we have to do because of state law. And in this case for the school districts, it doesn't change anything. If in the future a school district wanted to sell their property, do whatever it is to, on their property, they'd have to do a general plan amendment, have to go through the process and all of that. They would have to do it even if we didn't do this today for these properties. So this is part of a batch of routine changes that need to be made. And I know that every time it comes up, residents in my district have also asked, what are you doing? There's 75 properties that are going to be changed. Well, it's just to align the two. And so I think that if we want to have a conversation, whether it's through the Cities and Schools Collaborative or anything like that, we could give a lot more detail if the superintendents would like. I don't think that adding another I mean, there's nothing that really prevents us from bringing together stakeholders, in that forum. So I think that we should actually move forward, and because we're going to have more of these. That's why I asked how many have we done, because 13,000 is a lot of parcels.
Yeah, so we've done approximately 6,300, so about half of them.
So more are going to be coming. There are going to be more questions, and I think that just on this item, we need to keep rolling forward.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Agreed. And we'll have daycare centers, hospitals, retirement homes, and on and on and on. Okay, let's go on to Councilmember Condelis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for staff. So with the deferment of this item, is it going to change our schedule with what we're bringing back next month, or what you're planning to bring back to, bring new parcels into alignment next month or the following month?
Well, I mean, so generally the answer is no. I mean, I think it would, the staff team that's working on this item, it would take some of their efforts away from moving other zonings forward to actually do this outreach. So I don't have an exact, okay, this is what it would do, but I anticipate it would refocus some of their time towards this effort. So
got it. So I think to Councilmember Jimenez's point, I think it's worth, the extra effort, especially given, I know I received some of those emails from superintendents in my district as well, and so there was real concern, and a lot of it has to do with, lack of information, quite frankly, and so not only I think is an opportunity for us to, continue to, yes, the school site collaborative is one thing, but build, positive relationships with entities like our school district. So, that's. I wanted to clarify that this is, yes, it's going to take more engagement, but more engagement is not necessarily a bad thing if we have a better understanding of what we're doing. As mundane and as bureaucratic as this sounds, to relay to our partners in the school system. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra?
I want to know from the staff, we've been doing this for a long time. 6,300 of these changes have been done, but we generally have never received that many emails telling us that, hey, we need more time to study this thing. What's different about this one? For 6,300, we didn't receive anything like this one. Can you figure out what is different about it? Why we're getting so many emails? Because I even got it too.
Yeah, Councilmember, it's a good question. So this has been going on for some time, and we have covered a lot of property. And early on, we did receive some feedback just on the information that was being received by property owners. Typically, when we do land use projects, there's a postcard that goes out that details the project. And so we actually changed our process to send out more information in a letter format that was easier for people to understand, with more opportunities for language access as well. I think what's different here, and Councilmember Jimenez alluded to this, is there is a process step or a technical sort of process step that kind of occurs with schools. So the way we work as we notice projects of any type is we base it geographically. We look at the properties around us, and then we use the county assessor's tax information to find out who the property owners are and then send the mailers. Obviously, schools don't pay tax, but they do appear on the roll, but they appear as the individual school, not as the school district. So as the council member stated, those letters, the notification went out to the individual schools rather than the district. I think that's definitely something that we're taking back to sort of look at our process and see how we can better coordinate that and identify other opportunities. But again, that information is going out there, it's just not necessarily reaching the right people in this instance.
And you also mentioned that if we defer this thing, it doesn't negatively affect us in any form in terms of being able to get our rest of the alignment achieved, except it gives us a chance to respond to the people who have approached the city asking for extra time, that they feel that their request was honored.
So For the most part, it does not. I think the one thing that we are carefully balancing, again, there's been a considerable amount of change that's occurred in state law over the last sort of several years. And what state law now states is that we can't downzone property for residential. We have to maintain a current level. And so whenever we're doing rezonings, we're constantly looking at that balancing act of where we're removing or adding residential zoning. So, so part of the work across all 13,000 is ensuring that we're maintaining that balancing act, and this is obviously a part of that. So breaking it apart, certainly that would create a lot of additional issues that we'd have to work through and kind of figure out. As far as just straight delaying this batch, then I think we would be okay with that. There's one property we want to pull out just because it's a pending development application that's waiting for that rezoning to occur.
Okay, I understand the little bit of extra work it will cause. My inclination would be to support the request which we have received because it doesn't seem to cause us that much of a trouble. Yes, we have to align it, but I think we have to be responsive to the residents and constituents.
Okay, Councilor Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. One just comment, and then I'm going to offer a substitute motion.
Well, I also had my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before, David.
Okay. If you want to call on him, well, it's up to you. I'll finish.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Cohen. I'll come back to you, Councilor Ortiz.
So
I think you're both second commenters. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just want to remind also, remember the last time we had one of these actions, we had two people come to this room, stood up in front of us and yelled about they didn't know and their properties are now going to be unable to be done with what they want to do. And we reassured them at the time that none of these actions change what current uses, current plans, or proposals that have been put forward. This happens every time we bring these forward, so I think it's important just to remember this happened last month, I remember when it was, 6 weeks ago or something as well. I want to make a substitute motion that combines kind of the two requests here. My motion would be to approve the item 10.1B and then direct staff to convene, rather than an ad hoc committee, convene a meeting, bringing together public entities who own or manage land within the city to better explain implications of these actions and give space for questions and answers. So item 2 on Councilmember Ortiz's memo with just a one-word change, because I think it's important that we do have that discussion and meeting to explain to districts and other entities what these will mean. Delaying this one item doesn't really fix anything, because next time you bring one of these forward in a month from now, it's likely to have some school properties on it as well, and we'll be having the same conversation. So this meeting should happen, but I think we should proceed with the rezoning as on the timeline that we brought forward. So that's my motion.
Second.
Great. And I appreciate the substitute, and there is a second. I'll come to you in one moment, Councilman Ortiz. And just to be clear, having those conversations, well, it's important that we communicate effectively and share why we have to do this. This is a state mandate. We're not going to negotiate. There's no change that's going to happen because we communicate what we're doing and why. This is something we have to do, and the state prescribes that we have to do it on a certain timeline. So there's no negotiation going on here. We just need to make sure we proactively communicate with public agencies what's happening and why. Okay, I appreciate the substitute, and we'll be supporting it. Councilmember Ortiz?
I just want to mention, because some of my colleagues said this, about the potential impact to the housing element. We've been talking with staff, and they have been supportive and even mentioned that they want to defer this item as well to make sure that there's not any confusion with our local government partners, and said that a deferment until January made a lot of sense, where hopefully the housing element would already be finished. And second, already during my speak, when my talking points when I introduced the item, already changed the language from an ad hoc committee to stakeholder meetings. So I appreciate the amendment, but it never really was needed, because I already essentially amended it when I introduced the memo here.
I apologize for missing that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries, David. You know, at the end of the day, these aren't individual property owners. These aren't individual homeowners. These are our local government partners who educate our children, who for the most part are with our children in much more hours than some of our parents, right? I thought least we could do is have a more organized stakeholder approach to meeting with them. And some of us say this isn't a big deal. I know it's not a big deal, but we don't decide what is a big deal for the public. We don't decide as council members what our community thinks is a big issue for them, right? So what I feel we're doing right now is like, oh, silly you, we're wagging our fingers at them saying, this isn't a big deal. Stop making this a big deal. We say what is a big deal or not. So my colleagues can vote for whatever they like, but myself, I respect public education, and I want to have a good relationship with our government partners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to be clear. I don't think anyone's dismissing the questions or confusion that's out there. The truth is, we've done 6,000 of these properties, including for schools. We always get questions. I think it's the Rec 2 is modified is a great suggestion from Councilmember Ortiz to make sure we're being proactive and engaging. That being said, we often reflexively add a lot of additional process and requirements on staff, and it ends up being part of the reason that we are slow and don't follow through on many things that we hope to do, because we keep loading staff up with more and more direction. So I think we found a happy medium here. Hopefully it's relatively efficient, allows us to continue complying with state law, and we'll do a little bit better job of communicating the changes that we are mandated to make by the state. I do want to just clarify, staff stands by its recommendation, or is staff requesting a deferral? Just want to make sure we're clear about that.
I mean, I think we're standing by a recommendation. It's just that I think we feel we're comfortable taking the time to meet with them.
Great.
If, either if the council wants to defer the vote, we're happy to meet with them. We think we do need to meet with them. So we're okay with that approach. If you want to approve it today, we understand. I think what's really important to us is just we reach out to them and really explain the process and make sure they have a clear understanding of what we're doing. So we're comfortable either way.
Good. So with the substitute motion, you still have that direction to reach out proactively to all public agencies and make sure their questions are answered about how we're conforming with the state law. Great. Okay, let's vote.
We need to take public comment for this
Oh,
item.
thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Brian?
Thank you. First of all, I agree that the driving force should be concerns of constituents, but I also see that these are complicated issues from federal, state, and local. The more efficient you can make it. I appreciate also the fact that you're giving us 2 minutes on these other projects, the other discussions, and the 1 minute on the thing that's coming up. Thank you.
Paul? Paul? Nick? Back to the committee. Back to the council.
Great. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
No.
Torres?
No.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
No.
Davis?
Yes.
Dewan?
Yes.
Candelas?
No.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Yes.
Kamei? Yes. Mahan?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-4.
Great. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to item 8.1, approval of...
We need to take a vote on
Mayor, I'll move 10.1A.
Oh, you're right.
Second.
Rest of the consent calendar.
Thank you for the second, Pam.
Thank you.
We also have a speaker card for 10.1A.
Okay, and I don't see any other hands from colleagues on the rest of the consent calendar. So land use consent, we'll go to our public comment.
Rigo?
Rigo?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I know this is just a rezoning meeting, but I'm here to talk about, I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance that concerns not just city's economic development, but also moral compass. It is called to action, a plea to uphold the values we hold dear and ensure the progress does not come at the expense of human dignity and fairness. Developers with their grand visions often seek opportunities in our city, and while they promise growth and prosperity, we must not look the other way when they exploit workers by paying substandard wages. This is a grave injustice that cannot be tolerated in our community. To address this issue, I propose the implementation of area labor standards that will set precedent for ethical development. These standards should encompass key elements such as access to healthcare, accredited apprenticeship programs that serve as escalators to the middle class, a livable wage, a commitment to hiring local labor. First and foremost, access to healthcare is a fundamental human right. No worker should have to choose between their health and their livelihood by requiring developers to provide healthcare benefits to their employees. We ensure that our city's workforce remains healthy and productive. Accredited apprenticeship programs are essential in providing pathways to the middle class. By offering skill opportunities for skill development and career advancement, we empower our residents to build a better future for themselves and their families. Let's make it a requirement that developers invest in these programs. A livable wage is not a luxury but a necessity. Our workers deserve fair compensation for their hard work and dedication. By setting a standard, we guarantee that no one in San Jose is left struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, promoting local hire is not just an economic choice, but a commitment, a choice, but a community building one. It fosters a sense of belonging and ensures that our residents benefit directly from our development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move online. Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Question of clarification. Have you taken consent calendar, the regular consent calendar question, a public agenda yet? Public comment?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Paul?
Yes, I'd like to thank the previous speaker for what he was saying. We're 50 years beyond what had happened at Center for Performing Arts, and the exact same issues that he's raising right now were raised 50 years ago. So there's a consistent thread of exploitation of the land and the contracts that are given out by developers. Now, Jim Cohen has got a lock on the labor. And what that means is that there is not going to be any strikes because all of these nonprofits have the workers in check. And the strike should always be on the table. It should always be on the table as a means, as an alternative to show that if you don't do what it is that we need you to do, that would mean implementing the policies that were suggested by the previous speaker. That the strike happens and it will bring the developers to the table quick, very, very quick. If Huelga was good enough for 50 years ago, the Huelga is good enough for contemporary society. Because what I see is this, is whenever I see the worker out there working on the construction site, I actually see him digging his grave because he's not going to become a viable citizen in the community for very long, because after his labor is used on those developments, he's not going to be able to afford to continue to live there because of the market rate housing that goes up. It's almost like a contradiction.
Catherine?
Hi, I'd like to support the previous speaker, and I completely hear what Councilmember Ortiz was saying about, the council doesn't decide what's important to the public decides what's important to them, and the council should follow. I'm paraphrasing very badly. And I really didn't like the dismissive tone that the mayor is taking to him and the council members. That's just not professional. Thank you very much.
Back to the council.
We also didn't catch the motion and seconder. It was very quiet.
I think it was Councilmember Condelas with a second from Foley. And I'd like to ask the maker of the motion and the seconder if they would just note for the record that we are closing the hearing on the general plan.
Third cycle of the general plan.
Third cycle of the general plan.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Great. I don't see any other hands, so let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Dewan,
Yes.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
Kamei,
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Passes 11-0.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're on to, thank you, staff. Now we're on to item 8.1, approval of the issuance of multifamily housing revenue notes. We have a short presentation. All right, would staff like to jump into the presentation, or are we still waiting on the slides? There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kemet Mawakana. I am the Division Manager in the Residential Development Division of the Housing Department. And we're here today to request approval for the bond issuance for the Dry Creek Crossing Affordable Housing Development. This development will provide 63 units of affordable housing, providing opportunities for a range of income levels from extremely low to moderate income households. This development provides housing for families. It includes a majority of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. This development is a partnership between CRP Affordable Housing and Community Development and Pacific Southwest Community Development Corporation. It is located in an affordable housing expansion area, providing access to quality jobs and schools to the low-income families that will be making Dry Creek Crossing their future home. The project was awarded as part of the Housing Department's 2021 NOFA process. The financing for Dry Creek Crossing is made up of private funds, including a bank loan, developer contribution, and equity. The city is the one public funder providing $9.45 million in funds. The city is also providing acquisition funding of $5.2 million to purchase the land. Now I'd like to pass it to my colleague, Chin-Yu Sun.
Thank you, Chen-Yu Sun, Deputy Director of Finance for Debt and Treasury Management, and I'm here to discuss the bond issuance for this affordable housing project. The total bond issuance is made up 2 pieces for this project. One piece is a tax exempt. The majority for the series is 2023 E1, and the amount of the tax exempt piece is about $31.2 million. The smaller piece, the second piece is a small taxable piece. It's 2023 E2 series, and the dollar amount for the taxable piece is about $8.8 million. So I here would like to talk about why the city issued debt, it issued bonds for this project. As you just heard, the biggest portion of the debt issuance is tax exempt. Tax exempt bonds can only be issued by government agencies like the city or state, and we issue tax exempt debt on behalf of the developer to lower the cost of the construction of this whole project. the debt to the city is a conduit debt, so the city's taxing power and then credits are not pledged for the note payment. The city, as the committee just mentioned, provides some financing, additional financial aid in the form of a loan to the developer. When the city issues a debt, in addition to the loan provision, we can provide a stipulation, we can add stipulation in our loan financing document to protect the city's interest. Also, by issuing debt, we can collect some sort of issuance and annual fees to cover some of the staffing costs. By no means the fees we collected will cover 100% of the cost. The actual cost for the city is way higher than the fees we're able to collect. By issuing those taxable and tax expense notes, the borrower, also known as the developer, is required to pay the debt payment and fulfill all the compliance responsibilities as stated in the bond documents. Like most of the multiple housing projects, we're going to finance the Dry Creek Crossing in a private placement. We also call this a back-to-back structure. In this structure, the city will borrow from a financial institution such as a bank to obtain the loan proceeds, and we will turn around to loan it to the borrower. And then when the project is completed, construction all leased up, and the borrower will pay back the loan with the proceeds from the tenant payment in the form of rent. Also, they will receive tax credit investment from investors. So they will turn around to provide those payment to the financial institution as a debt payment. So that's a summary of the debt issuance for the Dry Creek project. And with that, we're asking the council to approve the bond issuance for this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go to public comment.
Brian?
Thank you. Anytime there's a housing, anytime there's housing for folks, that's important. They're starting to look better too, the designs I'm seeing. And the way that you're restructuring the debt really does, it shows a lot of creativity, a lot more than I would have. I fully supported this. Thank you.
Catherine?
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for proposing to approve more affordable housing. I haven't had an opportunity to review the project. I certainly hope that they can have the lowest affordability level possible. As we know, the rents on these tax credit buildings are indexed to the area median income, which means that people who are truly poor cannot actually afford them, people who are on disability income or Social Security. And also, I hope that instead of just going strictly by ADA, that they will incorporate universal design standards as articulated by the Kelsey in their whole building. Thank you very much.
Paul?
Yes, one of the things that was excluded from the session is how much equity, because the city is going to be the landowner, you're going to be accumulating equity on that property per year, especially considering its location. So when you look at the equity in those homes and just the spaces, the properties in Bascom Avenue, Dry Creek area, that was not factored into this discussion, and I'd like that to be factored in so that we can get a more comprehensive view of just how the city is going to benefit from that, rather than, because I think that's one piece. The other piece is that it's disgustingly low. You got 63 units for ELI and BLI. That's it, 63. it's almost like embarrassing, because you all are going to congratulate yourselves on being responsible for building this housing, but when you measure it in terms of the need and how much that need is going to accelerate over just the next 3 years, then you will see that it is embarrassingly low, and that you really need to start possibly borrowing against the equity that can be projected from the land that you're going to acquire, that you could borrow against that in order to increase the capacity of these housing units. I mean, we really need to start getting that creative. And so looking forward to hearing what my vice mayor.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. This is another affordable housing project in District 9. I'm really happy to see it come forward. It's desperately needed. We're using, or some of the funding packages coming from the Measure E funds that we set aside in the budget earlier this year, so I'm happy to see that come to fruition. This is a small parcel. It's 6/10 of an acre, making it a size of a property that you can't get too many units out of it. So 64 units, one's a manager's unit with the 63 affordable housing units in various levels of affordability. I do have a couple of questions. There was a reference to a food distribution program available to the residents. Can someone give me some more information about what that is?
I believe we have a representative from the developer here who can speak to the food distribution plan.
Great. I'd love to hear.
Hi, council members. This is Jack Burleson with CRP.
Go ahead. Did you want to answer the council member's question?
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So we've been in talks with various Meals on Wheels and other food distribution partners. So far, we've been unable to secure a commitment just because construction completion is not anticipated until 2 years from now. However, we will continue talks with them to ensure that all of our tenants have ample food access. In addition, another possible solution in the event that food cannot be distributed directly onto the property for food safety concerns, it's possible that we could arrange transportation to the local food bank, which all of our tenants would have access to, and is, I think, approximately 1 mile away from the site.
Okay, great. That's really good foresight for you to actually think about how your residents are going to be obtaining food and providing it on site, or traveling to a food distribution center is great. I look forward to seeing how that plays out, and let us know at the council office if you need any help or any information or assistance from us. I do, so thank you. I have some questions regarding the finance piece. So the developer is purchasing this property, and then they're deeding it to the city. Is that correct?
The city is going to purchase.
Sorry, go ahead.
The city ultimately purchases the property, right?
Yes. The developer will be assigning the right to purchase to the city.
Okay. But the developer is obtaining the financing from the city that we're getting ready to approve today. I'm just trying to understand it. This is really complicated. If the developer is unable to pay back the loan, what's our recourse? What's our risk and liability, or is there any?
So the city's loan for the project will be secured by a subordinate leasehold deed of trust. That's our security. The way that the city's loan, the way that you know that it's underwritten is for these projects, you typically have a debt service coverage of 1.15, meaning that the rents will support the senior loan payment plus. So the city's loan is a residual receipts loan, and it is paid below the line after the expenses and the senior loan is paid over a period of time. Our term, I believe, is 55 years. Right.
So the payback period is a 55-year payback period. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, it's 55 years.
And that coincides with the deed restriction of the tenancy as well, right? The property is deed restricted for affordable housing units for 55 years? Is that, am I
It's
understanding
actually at least that. It's 55 years from either the notice of completion or 60 years from the recording. So it's there's a buffer.
that? Great. Thank you for explaining that to me. It's a complicated finance package, and it was a little difficult for me to understand because of its complexity, but that's why I wanted to ask the couple of questions that I had. I'm very happy that this is coming into District 9, and so I move item 8.1.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. Pausing to see if we have any other hands. Okay, Tony, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Ortiz,
Aye.
Davis, Dewan,
Yes.
Candelas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Batra,
Aye.
Kamei, Aye. Mahan,
Aye.
Davis. 11-0, thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're on to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am pleased to share that Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 645 into law last week, allowing the City of San Jose and 6 other California cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, Long Beach, and Glendale, to pilot automated speed enforcement. Speeding is the #1 factor leading to traffic fatalities and serious injuries in San Jose. This bill aims to change that and will bolster existing efforts to reduce dangerous speeding behavior through the smart and thoughtful use of technology. This legislation also contributes to the increasing community safety City Council focus area and will advance the city's Vision Zero goals. City teams played a pivotal role in successful passage of this bill by building and executing a comprehensive advocacy strategy and developing a robust coalition. They will now focus on implementing automated speed enforcement, a significant step towards a safer San Jose. Assembly Bill 645 would not be possible without collaboration between the City Manager's Office of Administration Policy and Intergovernmental Relations, the San Jose Police Department, and the Department of Transportation, with considerable support from the Mayor's Office and various City Council offices who wrote letters of support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. That is an exciting milestone and a tool that's going to be very helpful in achieving our Vision Zero goals. Awesome. Okay. We are on to item 3.3. This is the interim audit report for the Office of Retirement Services. We have a brief staff presentation. Joe, whenever you're ready, feel free to jump in.
Just waiting for the presentation. Good afternoon, Joe Roy, City Auditor. I'm here with Allison Pauley and Maria Valle to present our interim audit report on the alignment of controls between the City Administration and the Office of Retirement Services. Also in the box is Barbara Heyman from the Office of Retirement Services. Roberto Pena from the Office of Retirement Services is here on Zoom, as well as Michael O'Connell from my office is also here via Zoom. To start, I'd like to begin with a little background. The City of San Jose offers 2 defined benefit retirement plans to city employees: the Police and Fire Retirement Plan for qualifying members of the Police and Fire Sworn Services, and the Federated Employees Retirement System for qualifying employees not covered by the police and fire plan. The plans are overseen by 2 independent boards who have fiduciary responsibility for investment of monies and administration of the plans, including defraying reasonable expenses of administering the plans. This authority is defined in both the California State Constitution and the City Charter, which was most recently updated with Measure G in 2014. Among other elements of Measure G, it granted the authority to the boards of hiring an at-will Chief Executive Officer and a Chief Investment Officer, granted the Chief Executive Officer the authority to hire and terminate retirement services employees, and required that the boards administer the plans in accordance with the fiduciary duties and obligations established by law, the City Charter, and as further prescribed by ordinance. Measure G also stipulated that the City Council retains the authority to approve the aggregate expense of administering the retirement plans. The Office of Retirement Services, or ORS, administers the retirement benefits provided by the city's to the city's employees and retirees. Despite being overseen by the retirement boards, Retirement Services is a city department and is staffed by city employees. The city is the plan sponsor for the 2 plans. Both the city and its employees make ongoing contributions to the plans for future benefits. In fiscal year 21-22, the city contributed $475 million to the 2 plans for pension and retiree health benefits. City employees contributed another $81 million. On August 9th, 2023, based on a memo from the Mayor and Council members Davis and Foley, the Rules and Open Government Committee directed my office to conduct an audit of the Office of Retirement Services, in particular to identify internal process controls for financial activities such as accounting, purchasing, and contracting, identify policies and procedures around information systems and security, compliance with city policies for financial activities, information systems and security, and other relevant administrative functions, and a comparison of the governance structures of other pension plans, including board oversight of management's administrative functions and responsibilities. This is an interim audit report covering portions of items 1, 2, and 4. We're issuing this interim report because of the nature of the findings, which I'll discuss next. We felt it was prudent to publish this interim report to expedite any actions on the part of Retirement Services to address the recommendation. We've begun planning out the remaining work and we'll be reporting on that work at a future date. We had just one finding, and that is the alignment of ORS and city policies, which strengthen internal controls over ORS operations. As noted previously, Retirement Services staff are city employees, and in addition, Retirement Services relies on city resources and support services in its operations, including information systems such as the city's financial management, payroll, email, and other productivity tools managed by the Information Technology Department, human resources services, including orientation of new employees, provision of employee benefits and payroll. In addition, the Finance Department processed over 1,000 invoices for Retirement Services in fiscal year 21-22 and processes bi-weekly payroll transactions for retirement staff. However, there is not clear agreement between the city administration and Retirement Services on whether all city administrative policies and procedures are relevant for ORS. For example, the administration expects that retirement staff will follow city policy and procedures as city employees. Retirement Services management has noted staff should follow most city policies, and management has acknowledged that clarity on any exceptions is necessary. Retirement Board's outside legal counsel has stated that retirement staff have followed city procedures in the past out of habit, not out of because of any requirement. It should also be noted that as part of the city's performance appraisal process, retirement staff sign a document acknowledging knowledge of city policies and saying that they will adhere to and abide by the terms and conditions set forth in the city policy manual. And the retirement boards themselves have adopted the city's code of ethics, which notes that city officials and employees should comply with federal, state, local laws, and city policies. Despite this, clarity is still necessary. We do note that Retirement Services has some internal procedures related to administrative processes, but many date back to the 1990s or early 2000s, and staff in some cases were unaware of them. In addition, Retirement Services staff has expressed confusion about what policies they are expected to follow. Not having clear direction or up-to-date procedures is an internal control weakness that can lead to practical difficulties in routine operations and could expose the retirement system and the city to unnecessary risks. At a minimum, it can lead to inefficient operations, but it can also expose the retirement plans and the city to the risk of fraud or susceptibility to cybersecurity incidents. Other retirement systems in California are similarly staffed by employees of the plan sponsor, and in those jurisdictions, staff generally follow the administrative policies of their sponsor or their own stricter policies. We had just one recommendation, and that is to strengthen The Internal Control System, ORS, and the retirement boards should work with the city to either adopt city policies and procedures related to information technology, procurement, and other administrative functions, or develop a set of internal policies and procedures that are aligned with the cities in these areas. As I said, we had one recommendation. We'd like to thank the Office of Retirement Services, the City Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, the Information Technology Department, Finance Department, the Office of Employee Relations for their time and insight during the audit process. We're happy to answer any questions. I'll now turn it over to Barbara Heyman from Retirement Services for their response. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate your audit. I'm Barbara Heyman, the Office of Retirement Services. I have no prepared comments, but Roberto Pena is with me today via remote.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Distinguished Mayor and Council members, this is Roberto Pena with the Office of Retirement Services. I am actually at a location where Wi-Fi is a little spotty, so I don't have my video, but I hope you can hear me. We would like to start by thanking the City Auditor's Office for the audit of the Office of Retirement Services. I think we wholeheartedly, generally speaking, agree with the findings and recommendations by the City Auditor's Office. Our office has a unique hybrid arrangement of work into place with the city, where our office actually uses many of the services provided by the city. We stand ready to work with the city on any gaps that have been identified, and we are actually already working with a governing consultant for the board so they can help us work through our policies and procedures to make sure that we have identified those areas where we want to strengthen those controls. And once that's completed and is presented to the boards, we're certainly stand ready to work with the city to work through these policies and procedures to make sure that either they adhere to the current policies and procedures required by the city, or at least those that we think are necessary to strengthen the controls of the Office of Retirement Services, at the same time as providing the ability to the retirement boards to discharge their fiduciary duties over the plan administration of both plans. I also wanted to share with you that Fiduciary Council, Mayta Sheen, is there this afternoon at the council meeting, and I believe she actually has requested a chance to make some comments to the City Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you. Is that request for now? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, is this under, did you file for public comment? Did you submit a card?
I also submitted a card as well. I wasn't
Okay.
sure that you were going to be calling the Office of Retirement Services to come and speak. So if you would like me to speak in the public comment section, or if you would like me to address it now, I'm happy to.
Why don't we take your comment during public comment, and then if colleagues have questions, we'll call you back up
Okay,
to answer
sure,
questions.
no problem.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, does that conclude the presentation? Okay, great. Go ahead. Why don't you lead off? Apologies. Go ahead and lead off public comment.
No, it's okay. I appreciate it, and I, want to be here to answer any questions. So I'm here as fiduciary counsel to the two public retirement plans, and my job is to ensure that they meet their fiduciary duties and discharge them, and also maintain the tax qualified status of the two retirement plans. First off, I want to thank the city auditor for a very thorough audit report, and I agree with much of the report as stated. As the city auditor noted, the plans are overseen by two independent boards with fiduciary duties, and we delegate authority down to ORS as a city department to help us discharge those duties on a day-to-day operation for the administration of the plan. As fiduciary counsel, I acknowledge that ORS relies on several city processes, including information systems and support systems, and I also agree that ORS should have clear direction with up-to-date policies and procedures for its internal practices. Now, we take this matter seriously, And as Mr. Pena has mentioned, we have already begun the process of drafting our own contract and procurement policies for review with our governance committee. So that is currently underway. So that's following up on finding number 1. We are working on that front. I do want to note for the City Council and the Mayor that the board's authority is enshrined both in the California Constitution as well in the IRS tax laws that govern us, in addition to the city charter and the San Jose Municipal Code. And part of that, under the California Constitution and the IRS, it provides that the board has independence to a certain degree from the city's control because you are the plan sponsor. So that because we are fiduciary over the pension fund, we need to maintain that separation in our administration for our tax qualified status plan. So one question I did have for the mayor is when I was looking at the memorandum, and I understand this is not, the memo is not subject to any council action or approval, but I did have 2 points of clarification just for the benefit.
Thank you. We'll go online. You can take a seat at the reserved seating in case they have questions. Brian?
Okay, thank you. Just a quick request, and I know the staff's really busy and stuff. These things are really complicated. I'll be the first one to admit that I get lost in the discussions, the different writing. If somebody went at each of these offices that deals with fiduciary issues, could take a 5-minute video that's accessible online that explains what the lady that was just speaking tried to explain. Trying to get that, one, you can't really ask questions during the public comment because of maybe that you can, but to get a more clear picture so that we can make informed decisions. I'll admit, I get lost in this kind of stuff. Thank you. Just a suggestion. Have a good day.
Back to the council.
Great, thank you. Why don't we do this, just out of respect, why don't you go, we don't usually respond to questions in public comment. I'll go ahead and ask you, sorry, I forgot your name, Council Maytak. If you'd like to just pose the question, I'll at least reflect on it. I'm not sure if I'll have an answer. Then I will turn to some colleagues, but if you want to go ahead and just conclude with your questions, and then we're going to move along.
Sure. So one of the recommendations in the memo, recommendation number 1, requests that the board comes back within 45 days with the informational memo detailing the changes or adoptions of the city policies. And it states in the first sentence that the retirement boards are to follow all city policies. We would request that if the mayor would so incline, if we could kick that date out, considering the Thanksgiving holidays to 90 days under consideration. And another thing too is for recommendation number 2, we would respectfully request that the mayor also include the city attorney to work collaboratively with plan council so we can ensure the tax qualified status of the plan, as well as meeting our fiduciary duties.
Thanks. Could you just repeat the second one? I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow the second request.
Sure. For the second recommendation here, it states for the city attorney to bring forward a number of changes to the municipal code. We respectfully request that the mayor's memo also includes direction to work collaboratively with the plan's fiduciary council to make sure that we maintain the tax qualified status of the plan and meet our fiduciary duties.
Okay. On the first item, my inclination is to keep it at 45 days because the information memo can be a status update detailing the changes or adoption and where you are, and I think it could indicate what remains to be done, ideally with a timeline. Of course, this could be brought back to council for further direction, but I think we'd like a status report between Thanksgiving and the holiday season, which is, I think we have a concern about kicking this to the next calendar year. At least that's my own view. I'll see what colleagues have to say. On the second item, I'm going to just turn to Nora and ask if that's amenable to you. Nora, do you have any concerns with that modification?
Thank you, Mayor. We don't, but I do want to point out that currently there's a provision in the Muni Code that the boards get to review changes to the Muni Code before they're brought forward. They get to review and comment on them, so I don't know that it's necessary to change anything, Mayor, in your memo.
Okay, so it sounds like that will be our process will be to bring potential Muni Code changes.
Right, prior to the
Prior
adoption of
to their
any
adoption
ordinance
to the
amending the
board.
Federated City Employees Retirement System, a copy of the proposed ordinance shall be provided to the board for the board's review and recommendation.
Great.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, don't go too far away. We may have follow-up questions. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Joe, for the interim audit. Combined, the Office of Retirement Services manages over about $8 billion in assets from both the Federated Board and the Police and Fire Retirement Board. Councilmember Davis is the liaison to the Federated Board, and I'm the liaison to the Police and Fire Retirement Board. Our employees and our retirees depend on careful and responsible stewardship of these assets to deliver their promised benefits of retirements. Additionally, our residents depend on the health of these retirement plans because the unfunded personal liability pension liability directly impacts our ability to deliver services to our residents through the general fund. So the unfunded liability has to be paid by the city, and the city takes it out of our general fund, which affects the services that we're able to offer to the public. Right now, the combined unfunded actuarial liability for both plans is over $3 billion, which needs to be covered by our general fund and additional contributions from our employees. This is why it's critical that the Office of Retirement Services has robust internal controls, policies, and procedures that protect these assets. The city, employees, retirees, and residents are all exposed to considerable risk when best practices around internal control and cybersecurity are not followed. This is why this audit was so critical. The Retirement Board, and this is just the interim audit, the retirement boards are to a certain extent independent from the city, and that is necessary and proper. The trustees have a fiduciary responsibility to their plan members. However, staff at ORS are city employees. ORS uses city IT services. Payments are processed through the city's finance department, and an email from ORS cannot even be sent without the city's support. It's undoubtedly true that ORS is inextricably linked to the city, and so it makes sense that the staff at ORS should follow the city's policies and procedures. So with that, I'm going to move the mayor's memo and ask for a second on it.
Second.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions for you, Joe. What type of risk is there to the city when best practices for internal controls are not practiced by ORS?
Well, as I described in the comments, at a minimum, it's inefficiencies, and inefficiencies can lead to greater cost. It can lead to confusion. It can lead to different sorts of issues on a day-to-day basis for staff as they're trying to do their work. It can also lead to greater risks, and I mentioned, fraud, and even though, obviously we weren't doing detailed testing looking for fraud in this, but that is something that could occur in a weak internal control structure. You mentioned information systems and security. Susceptibility to a cybersecurity incident is a risk area in that area, which would have a profound effect on obviously retirement services, but considering the retirement services linked to the city, it could have implications for the city as well. So there's a range of risks, everything, like I said, from inefficiencies to something as drastic as cybersecurity incident.
Great, thank you. I want to just mention cybersecurity briefly, and that is that I request a briefing on cybersecurity in closed session in relation to ORS and the cybersecurity issues, and that we not further discuss it here publicly, but thank you. The other thing I'd like to ask, Joe, is what's the downside of ORS adopting the city's policies and procedures? Is there one?
I don't necessarily see one. Ultimately, as I said, the procedures that the city has are robust in these administrative areas. I do want to note that when we're talking about these administrative processes, we're not necessarily talking about investments and things of that nature, because that's a different, they have an investment policy, they follow those.
Right.
Potential downside is one thing, we did do some benchmarking, and what we saw with other California jurisdictions that have are non-CalPERS systems, they basically had adopted most of their plan sponsors' policies, except for instances where they wanted to go further. So if Office of Retirement Services wanted to go further and have a stricter set of controls around X, Y, or Z, that could be a downside if they were kept from doing that. So that would be one potential downside if retirement wanted to go further than what the city has in name the policy.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And with that, I conclude my comments and ask my fellow colleagues to vote in support of the motion.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. Appreciate your motion and questions. Councilor Davis.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Joe, for your report, and Councilmember Foley for all your comments. My main concern also is about cybersecurity, so I appreciate you asking for a closed session briefing on that item. I just have one question. I've gotten a full briefing and had a discussion about this already, but I have one question, and I think if Roberto's still on, or Barbara, if you want to talk about one of the things the board was talking about last week was the travel policy and procedures and wanting to maybe deviate from that. What has been the issue with that in terms of the city policies?
Yeah, Councilmember Davis, this is Roberto. I'm still on the meeting, yes. I think where we have had some situations have to do mostly with our investment staff, where it's not as easy sometimes to plan ahead for investment-related travel, and our staff is dispersed across the Bay Area, and there's a requirement that when there's traveling at the city, issue staff from the city of San Jose Airport. And so unless of course there's a situation where it's more economical to fly to another place. And so I think at times it has been found to be challenging to deal with that issue in terms of maybe $10, $20 difference vis-a-vis having the efficiency to travel closer from home. And the second one is, I believe there have been situations where I can't speak in detail because I don't remember the specifics, but I do remember a couple of times where our CIO was traveling and there were some issues related to where he was staying in terms of the hotel cost. Barbara, if you remember the specifics, please join in, but something to do with he wasn't allowed to change hotels, even though the hotel that he was looking for was actually less expensive than the original hotel that he was booked at, because there was not an actual prior approval. Again, don't quote me on that one, but it's somewhat similar or something along those lines. So we have found that to be a big concern. But I do have to say, Councilmember Davis, that for the most part, except for those specific issues, we understand the need for the travel policy, and I think we are here to, for the most part. And in fact, when we have travel outside the city of San Jose Airport, I have reached out to the finance director in the past and requested approval, and it has been provided. Sometimes that approval, we have difficulty getting it quickly because, as I said, we cannot sometimes plan those trips with plenty of time ahead. So those are the kind of issues that we're referring to. But I think for the most part, we are in agreement with the most of the travel policy. Barbara, I don't know if I explained it correctly or you have any other comments.
No, I think you did, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't seem like a big deal to me. I guess I don't have any additional qualms about the memo. I think it's important for city employees to all have very clear job descriptions, and for policies to be clear across the city departments whether or not they're part of retirement services. And I am very sensitive to the fact that the policies that the Office of Retirement Services has in place or not will impact us as a plan sponsor and also all of the employees that contribute to the plans. So I want to thank you, Mayor, for your memo, and I will be supporting the motion.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Batra?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask the question which Councilmember Foley asked, but I want to ask a different person. She asked the auditor who provided good reasons why we should have consistent policies. I want to know from the council, why do you think we should not have those policies if that's what you're advocating?
Sure. So I'm not advocating that we don't follow any of the city's policies. That's not what I'm advocating for. The California Constitution provides the boards sole and exclusive authority over certain things. For example, investments, actuarial services, delivery of benefits. Those are things that we cannot negotiate with because they're granted under the California Constitution. And so, for example, if we had a contract that we needed for a pension administration system that went beyond the city's purview of procurement or contracting policies, that's something that we would hold dear, and we need to have the authority to go ahead and enter that contract. Another example would be actuarial services. Again, because the actual valuation then sets the contribution rates so that we can meet those target liabilities in the future. That's something we need to maintain our independence on. So there are specific areas under the California Constitution where we need to maintain our independence, and so we can't just wholeheartedly adopt all the city policies. We do need to go through line by line to figure out which ones fit where, and so we can accord and fit with all the laws, the city charter, the San Jose Municipal Code, tax law, our constitutional fiduciary duties.
So, Joe, is that differential requires us to, are we not able to handle those exceptions the way our policies are defined, and when the exceptions have to be made? Those are part of the policies as well, right? How to make the exceptions.
So that's a good question. So there's, if I just kind of think about it in a couple of different buckets. So the investment side of things. So we weren't really talking about the investment side of things because they have an investment policy as the Fiduciary Council described. It's a different body of work than what we're talking about here. On the benefit side, it's a similar function. We weren't really looking at benefit payments and calculation for retirees and beneficiaries. That's a different bucket of work. We're talking about the administrative policies related to procurement, invoice processing, accounting, the day-to-day functions of any department, and in this case, retirement services that are relying on support services across the city. So it's a piece of a larger bucket of work that retirement services does. We're looking at, again, these basic administrative functions, the day-to-day functioning, paying the bills and procurement, things like that. So hopefully that's clear.
So it could be clearly stated that the policy scope which they need to adopt is whatever is within the scope of the city employees, which we do. And then those additional things which they need to do about investment management and all that, those policies we're not going to be dictating, city is not going to be dictating, we won't have any to dictate. So I think their general acceptance of what Mayor is recommending should not hamper council your operations, right? It does not take away your independence for those items and doesn't hamper your operation. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So if you look at the city auditor's report, I believe it's either on page 16 or page 18, it identifies, for example, the San Jose Municipal Code requires all contracts be entered in the names of the board, not the city. And if we do not follow the city's policies for submitting invoices within a certain amount of time or meeting the city's requirements, they won't pay those invoices. So when they don't pay those invoices, where does the contractual liability go? To the boards. And so because there's that dynamic where the city controls the purse and we are the parties to the contract, we need to have some alignment there. And so that's one example that's illustrated in the city auditor's report of the potential conflict or areas we need to sort out.
Can I jump in, because I'm not sure I agree with the characterization of what's in the audit report, and just quickly I'm going to read what we wrote. Finance staff requires certain documentation to be submitted with request to pay an invoice, or as staff are expected to provide that documentation. I think what Fiduciary Council is describing goes a little further than what we're describing, because we were just talking about at the basic level to pay an invoice, finances requires certain documentation that comes through, and there were instances, potentially instances, as were identified by the internal auditor, that wasn't always the case. And so I think the Fiduciary Council is describing something that might have a bit more detail than what we were describing in the audit report. So I just want to be clear about what we were reporting. And one other comment, going back to your general question about what are we talking about, I want to be clear, the recommendation is about adopting city policies and procedures related to information technology, procurement, and other administrative functions. So we are segregating it down to that type of work.
Okay. That's what I thought you were doing, and that Council, you want to comment? I see. Okay.
Just to be clear, I'd rather we not carry out a debate here. If you have a question for the council, go ahead and direct a question. Otherwise, I'd like to move along.
Well, okay.
And I can answer
it's pretty
very
simple
quickly.
to ask that question. Right. What you heard from the auditor, how does that hamper, if it does hamper your thing, and the last statement which was made that it does not do it, do you agree or do you disagree?
And I'll be very brief. So with the city auditor's report and its recommendations, we agree with the findings. However, the mayor's letter in recommendation number 1 goes beyond that. So that's why I'm here today to seek clarification.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you. And that's my set of questions.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I guess this is more directed towards Roberto, since I'm fairly new here. One of your in your response to the auditor, you acknowledge that the plans do use services like human resources, IT infrastructure, risk management, premises, et cetera. Many, has already been said that that your employees are city employees. But you go further to say that the boards may exercise its judgment to utilize city processes. And I guess I'm more interested in understanding the risk management part of that. If something were to, say happen, whatever that may be, and the liability then will not go to you, it would expose the city. That's my understanding. So do you have additional insurance, or do you have other services that are provided to you that are independent that would take care of the risk management?
Yes, so a couple of things. The first one is, and I can't emphasize this enough, and I know Joe opened his comments with this statement, is that but most of the time, and by and large, we do follow and implement and work throughout the city policies and procedures. I just wanted to make that point first. I think in reference to your specific question, what I can offer is the following. Well, first of all, we do have, the boards and the office does have not only fiduciary insurance, but also commercial liability insurance. So we do have, that's for the boards and the plans, not away from the city or aside from the city. I think in this, the word made in this particular response is we want to make sure that we work and strengthen whatever internal controls are necessary to be strengthened. We want to make sure that we are efficient in our operations, but we want to reserve the right in any particular situation where we may have a difference of opinion with the city. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but in the event that that will occur, we want to have the opportunity to work through it, not only with the city, but also with our consultants to make sure that, we actually implement the control that we believe better support the operations and discharge the duties of the boards in terms of administering the plan. So I don't personally expect to have a challenging situation in these issues, but since we really haven't completed all the work, we wanted to leave that door open to make sure that in the event that will occur, we have the ability to make a determination, and obviously we'll be in discussions with the city, and we want to make sure that whatever we end up implementing is something that is workable, and obviously that not only works for the city, but it works for the retirement office, which ultimately is responsible for the operations of the plan. Understanding, as you said, and we remember that every day, is that we are part of the city structure, and we want to make sure that we continue working in a very satisfactory manner with the rest of our departments and the rest of the city administration. They have supported us over the years, and we strongly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Appreciate all the discussion, great questions and comments from colleagues. Look, as I read the administration's response, in this case, ORS's response to the audit, I found the responses to be lacking, frankly. And I personally think, as I think has been expressed by Council members Foley and Davis very articulately, that when it comes to core procedures, processes, standards related to what city employees are doing, including human resource considerations, finance and procurement, information technology, protection from fraud risk, cybersecurity risk. There can't be any of this the board may choose to approve or we may follow. I think we need clarity. I think it's pretty black and white. I fully respect the important work the Office of Retirement Services performs to ensure that we have funded retirement plans for our retirees. And there is no intention here, nor would there ever be, for there to be any interference in the board's ability to carry out its fiduciary responsibility related to investments. And that's why that's very clearly not mentioned here. But I don't think we should confuse the two. And when it comes to things like cybersecurity, we simply, as a city, can't take the risk of that being in some gray area where ORS may or may not follow city best practices. So I'm seeking that level of clarity. That's what the memo's about. And assuming it passes, look forward to an ongoing collaborative dialogue between city attorney and city administration, as HR, et cetera, finance, and ORS and the boards. But we'll really be looking in 45 days to understand where we are in that process of getting into alignment around core processes and practices where there just can't be any gray area about what our responsibilities and standards are and what processes we follow. It's unacceptable, in my opinion at least, for us to expose the public to the risk of not complying with our best practices in those areas. So, appreciate the motion on the floor. Obviously, I'll be supporting it. Thanks again to everyone, all colleagues who spoke and asked questions. Thank you to council for being here. Joe, thank you for this preliminary audit. I know we're going to continue the conversation in the months ahead. I don't see any other hands, so Tony, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dewan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all again. We're on to item 3.4, actions related to the purchase orders with Rosendin Electric and Sprague Electric Company for electric maintenance and repair services. We will start with public comment on item 3.4.
There are no hands.
No hands. Back to the council. Do we have any?
Move approval.
Second.
Great. Seeing no other hands, let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dewan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes 11-0.
Thank you. Great. Okay. Okay, we are now on to item 3.5, which is a resolution affirming support of the transgender and broader LGBTQ plus communities. Before we go to public comment, I want to note a couple of things. Number one, public comment will be, the Rules Committee has decided to limit it to 30 minutes with 1 minute per speaker. I want to remind everyone to stay on topic. If you are off topic, you will get one warning, and then we will move on to the next speaker. And comments that are disruptive and cause a commotion here and prevent us from carrying out our city business, we will also move on from. You will be cut off, but otherwise we are here to listen to public comment and want to remind folks that we encourage everyone to have a respectful and inclusive tone as you express your opinions. Okay, Tony, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so we're going to call our first speaker. We're going to call 3 names.
Ken, Frederick, Anna.
And the 30 minutes will start now, so it's 3:42. So we will take comments until 4:12. So the first speaker come down to the podium, and the security will tell the other speakers where to go.
This is not the first time that the Christian right has tried to take over San Jose and Santa Clara County. It happened almost 43 years ago when a crusade called Save the Children swept into town and dominated local politics. It too used children as a pawn to further their ultra-conservative agenda. But we fought back. Our community began strategizing and creating organizations like BAMEC and the Billy DeFrank Center. It took many years, but we were able to defeat hard-right candidates and create a political culture that was accepting of everyone. And we are not going to give that up for the likes of the Informed Parents of Silicon Valley or the Values Advocacy Council. Our coalition to fight such bigotry is as strong as ever, but we must stay vigilant. That's why it is so important that we speak out in a unified voice and call on all our elected officials and community leaders to loudly express support for our queer, transgender, and questioning youth.
Thank you. Next speaker, Roma. If you can make your way down.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Frederick Ferrer, the CEO of Child Advocates of Silicon Valley. And today I also speak as the longest-serving out gay CEO of a nonprofit in our community. I've faced homophobia my whole career. Having served as the chair of the San Jose Charter Review Commission, members of the public came to know me. On Sunday, while I was hosting a fundraiser to support our foster children, a member of the public who recognized me from my service on the commission yelled homophobic slurs at me in front of my donor guests at the Blanco venue at San Pedro Square. Serving the disproportionate number of LGBTQ youth in foster care, I cannot be silent when such blatant hate is spewed. When these new homophobic organizations hide behind veils of fear and attempt to scare parents, I say, hate is hate is hate. Please send a clear message that we want all youth to feel.
Thank you. Next speaker, Josh, if you can make your way down.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Phillips, and I am a proud member of the LGBTQIA+ community. I am speaking here today because of my amazing partner, who is an active member of the San Jose community. The rhetoric and actions perpetrated by groups such as Informed Parents of Silicon Valley actively harm people in our community, and this kind of rhetoric could very easily have killed my partner. It is with this that I therefore support Councilmember Foley's and Councilmember Torres's resolution that reinforces the city's commitment to inclusion, acceptance, and unity. Discrimination by such groups knows no boundaries, and it's crucial that we stand together in solidarity to build a more inclusive and just future for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie and Allie, if you can make your way down, please.
Apologies, it took some time to get here. I'm speaking only as a District 1 resident today, not representing any commission or advocacy group. I wanted to come down in person because I wanted to look Councilmember Foley and Councilmember Torres in the eye and tell you that I went to my first council meeting in 1982, and I have never been prouder of two council members and their actions. And, you know, Gandhi said that society should be judged by how we treat our most vulnerable. I think city council members should be judged by how you treat our most vulnerable residents. I grew up in a small town in East Texas 77 years ago with signs that said, the blackest land, the whitest people. I don't think I need to say anything else about how I grew up. And I thank God every day my parents had the courage to move me to not a perfect place, but a better place. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, council members. I'm Josh Sello, CEO of Bill Wilson Center. In San Jose, under the guise of parents' rights, the inclusion of LGBTQ+ stories in school curricula and libraries is being blamed for failing state test scores. But parents' rights here is an attempt to delegitimize, disenfranchise, and destroy. Make no mistake, it is an act of hate. LGBTQ+ folks make up about 9.5% of the population, but up to 40% of youth experiencing homelessness. Because all too often, when a young person comes out, they are kicked out by their parents or caregivers, out of their homes, out of their systems of support. School might be the only safe place for them, and now we see an attempt to take that away too. We need that declaration. We need to show our kids we respect their rights. We welcome them as they are, and they are valued members of the San Jose diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Lizaria, if you can please make your way down.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am here today to speak to you about my support for the resolution that Torres and Foley have promoted. I'm a retired teacher, 30 years educating in the Franklin McKinley School District. I also was a very proud teacher when I was asked by two different parents to help their child transition from one gender to the next. Never did I try to groom anyone, never did I force any ideology. I was asked by the parents and the child, and it was my proud privilege to do that. Yesterday, I was at a local park. I walked into the bathroom, and there on the back of the bathroom, spread across the entire wall, was a homophobic hate speech towards Democrats who apparently love the LGBTQ community.
Time. Thank you. Next speaker. Maricon, if you can please make your way down.
Hi, everyone. My name is Allie Hughes, and I'm speaking here today as a board member for BAMEC and a lifelong resident of the city of San Jose. As a proud queer woman, I'm here to speak in support of Councilmember Torres and Foley's resolution that reinforces our city's commitment to inclusion, acceptance, and unity. We want to live in a city where tolerance, diversity, and vibrancy prevail and deserve elected officials who uphold these values and recognize the need for gender and racial equity in our city and work to address the specific and unique challenges that face the LGBTQ+ community and communities of color. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community, I know firsthand the need and importance of having leaders who stand up for our rights and equality. Speaking personally, I came out in my early 20s because growing up, I was scared to own who I truly was because of the peers at my school. They would often throw out homophobic slurs and hatred and bluntly.
Time. Thank you. Next speaker. Sean, if you can make your way down, please.
Thank you. My name is Lisaria Kursavi. I am a proud out trans woman and a 13-year member of the IBEW. And I transitioned on the job. I transitioned with the fear of a lot of the kind of hate that these groups spread. And that fear almost cost me my life. Some of the words that kept me here today, some of the hard things to hear were the words from my sister saying, "Don't you fucking leave me." Without those words, I might not be here today. And I'm asking you to please support this resolution so we have kids and teens who don't have to have that fear, who know that at least their city is on their side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Ryan, if you can make your way down, please.
Good afternoon, San Jose City Council. My name is Maripaz Berlin. I am a first and second grade teacher and also the president of the Oak Grove Educators Association. I stand in support of this resolution affirming support of the transgender and broader LGBTQ+ communities. Our chapter's equity team, along with our 2 school board members, Jorge Pacheco Jr. and board president Carla Hernandez, co-authored the Oak Grove LGBTQ+ resolution. We stand with the LGBTQ+ community, which includes our students, families, and staff. We need to create and maintain safe spaces for our students, staffs, and families, spaces where they are recognized and feel a sense of belonging. We must turn against hate, racism, and bigotry because that is not what helps our communities thrive and endure. Those things weaken us and are destructive. Please accept, those do.
Time, thank you. Next speaker, Maylene, if you can please make your way down.
I could not be happier to be here today, to stand with my LGBTQ friends and be an ally. And I tell people all the time how there is an overabundance of queer folks who are in the camps. And there are specific camps that are almost entirely queer folks. And there's not enough shelters for them, and there's not enough help. But hopefully today, having the city of San Jose stand up and support them will give them a little extra oomph and support, and maybe the next kid won't get thrown out. So what you're doing today means a lot. It means a lot to folks who have been thrown out, and maybe the folks who are thinking about telling their parents, hey, I'm queer too. And, you know, in all honesty, well, I've got 17 seconds, you could be doing a lot more to the folks who are in those camps right now, who are in these predominantly queer camps. They could really, really use a lot more help. There needs to be more outreach. But please, today is great, and I think...
Time, thank you. Next speaker, Gabby Chavez, if you can please make your way down.
Hi, hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Misraim Mendoza, and I'm a gay, brown, and proud member of District 7 in this beautiful city of San Jose. I work with Amigos de Guadalupe, and as so said, but I commend Juan Foley and Omar Torres for doing this resolution, but as so said, in 2023, we still have to do this type of stuff. You know, we need a strong leadership that can rise up against forces like this that just create hate and division in our community. Like I say, I support these actions from Pam Foley and Omar Torres, and we will protect our LGBT community and our families from this clear attack. If you don't respect our existence, expect our resistance. Thank you very much.
Jeffrey, Betsy, and Victor, please make your way down. I also called Gabby Chavez and Maylene.
Hi, my name is Betsy Hammer-Carr. I live in D6, and I'm a longtime activist in our city. I'm also Susan Hammer's niece, and I promise you that if Mayor Hammer knew that her beloved council was still spending time fighting homophobia, she'd roll over in her grave. In 1979, when your predecessors on the council fought to ban discrimination based on sexual orientation, they modeled what it meant to be fearless in the face of bigotry. When it comes to fighting homophobia, Our council should blaze trails. Bravery is your legacy. Show it today and show it every time homophobia or racism.
Time, thank you. Next speaker, I'm also going to call down Luis, Melinda, and Joe.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Victor Sin, Chair of the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the ACLU of Northern California. The ACLU is in support of City Council's resolution affirming support of the transgender and broader LGBTQ+ communities. We applaud City Council's commitment to stand by LGBTQ+ community members. Our communities are safer and freer when lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people can live freely, openly, without discrimination, and enjoy equal rights, personal autonomy, and freedom of expression and association. This resolution is particularly critical for LGBTQ+ youth and students who are entitled to an accurate and inclusive education. When youth can be their authentic selves, it improves their well-being and academic conditions. Thank you for your support on this critical issue.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'm also going to call down Ruby.
Hello, council members. My name is Joe Thompson. I'm a 20-year-old college student. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm also on the board of BAMEC. I wanted to stand in solidarity with the LGBT community and every child and person in the community who believes in the power of education and acceptance. I'm here to support Councilmember Foley's and Councilmember Torres's resolution that reinforces San Jose's commitment to inclusion, exception, and unity. I believe that every child should have the right to be themselves, to get an education without fear, and thrive without discrimination. To me, this is just the values that I hold, and I know that as a council, you have the day to choose to do the right thing. And I want you to do that, to reinforce our commitment to supporting the LGBTQ community every single day. I also just want to say, I want to thank the South Bay Labor Council for organizing this and always standing in solidarity with the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'm also going to call down David, Poncho, and Anna.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruby Gutierrez. I am a patient organizer at Latinas Contra Cáncer and a member of the Real Coalition. And hey, I'm also gay. We strongly urge the mayor and city council to vote yes on the resolution drafted by council members Foley and Torres which affirms the city's support of the transgender and larger LGBTQ communities. Doing so will protect the dignity of long marginalized groups and help solidify the city's commitment to advancing social justice, equity, and inclusion. As an organization deeply committed to health and justice, we know that individuals who are discriminated against often experience multiple forms of oppression, which leads to worse outcomes for them and for the entire community. Hate is truly bad for our health, and we must push back on local organizations' efforts to oppose inclusion and deprive young people of their fundamental rights to live healthy, authentic lives.
Time, thank you. I'm going to call down Nicholas, Margaret, and Kira.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Poncho Guevara. I'm with Sacred Heart Community Service, and I'm a member of the Real Coalition. And I just want to share how deeply troubled I am by some local organizations' efforts to impose inclusion and developing this kind of depriving young people of their fundamental rights to be who they are. As a parent of two children who do not identify as straight, I've witnessed the challenges they confront on a daily basis and have seen the traumas that their queer and trans friends navigate with institutions or even their own families that do not embrace their full humanity. I strongly urge the mayor and council to vote yes on this resolution, and I appreciate the leadership of members Foley and Torres on this particular issue, because in doing so and standing up and speaking about this, we're creating a community that's really truly worthy of every child, and I think that's what we all want and desire. So thank you for this, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Wysocki, and I'm the president of United Teachers of Santa Clara. I'm here this afternoon to support the city's resolution supporting our LGBTQ plus families, students, and communities. All students deserve to receive a free and comprehensive education that teaches the whole child. As public school teachers, we teach all of our students, regardless of how or where they live. We teach them how to think broadly but act locally, how to think critically with their mind but act with their heart. We absolutely agree our parents, and I'm speaking about the parents of the children in our schools, are partners to the critical work we call education. Schools have never denied parental access to curriculum, and parents have had that access for decades through classroom newsletters, participation in school site councils, PTA, and being the parent voice on district committees.
Time, thank you. I'm also going to call down Kyra, Aracelis, and Rhonda.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Nicholas Hurley. I live and work in District 9. I'm a member of Stone Church of Willow Glen in District 6. I'm a parent of 2 children and the husband of a teacher, and I am here to speak strongly in favor of Councilmember Foley's and Councilmember Torres's resolution. I am also, in my role at church, I am also a seminarian, and I can tell you that these groups that work, that say they are fighting for Judeo-Christian values, hate is not a Judeo-Christian value. Love is a Judeo-Christian value, and this resolution shows love for our LGBTQ siblings, and I commend you all to vote for it. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and call next speakers, Maripaz, Cameron, and Todd.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Cameron Rivera, and I am a son, a brother, a nephew, an uncle, a friend, and I am a transgender male. I came out 5 years ago at the age of 13, and when you're 13, the world is scary. And when you discover this side of yourself, the world becomes even scarier. Without the safe spaces I've had in San Jose, from my brief time at Willow Glen High School to a local nonprofit LGBTQ+ center, my journey would not have been the same. Nobody told me what I had or what I should be. But instead, they let me grow and flourish and be on my own while giving me the space I needed. I urge you to remember that education is not indoctrination. Protect trans youth now and forever. Thank you.
I'm going to call down Angie and Sandra.
I'm Todd Davidson, District 9 resident and member of Stone Church of Willow Glen. I'm here to support the just, loving, inclusive community we must create and cultivate here in San Jose, and to support Council Members Foley and Torres's memo denouncing Informed Parents SV's hateful actions in our city. This group's divisive mission to eliminate critical education programs and spread misinformation and hateful messages against members of the LGBTQ plus community and racial minorities has no place here. My faith cannot abide any group or individual that hides behind morals and value statements to divide and exclude. I urge you all to both disavow this group and to fully support justice and love for all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call down Ali and Ha.
Hello, I'm Angie Davidson from San Jose. I'm here as a parent, a retired educator, and a person of faith. And I support Councilmember Foley's and Councilmember Torres's resolution reinforcing our city's commitment to inclusion, acceptance, and unity. I believe every child should have the right to be themselves, get an education without fear, and thrive without discrimination. And as a person of faith, I need to say emphatically that despite some groups' statement of Judeo-Christian values, there is no part of Jesus' message that promotes othering or ostracizing anyone. The clear message instead is to love the stranger, the person we don't know or understand very well, not demonize them. There is no room for demonizing children and no room for hate. A recent report by the Attorney General shows hate crimes increasing in our state against racial, gender, and sexual minorities, so we urgently need to promote inclusivity and fight discrimination. We need schools, communities, and our political leaders to celebrate our differences and strongly oppose those who propagate.
Time, thank you. Next speaker, I'm also going to call down Gabrielle.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council and community. My name is Sandra Rivera, and I am a local president for Elm Rock Educators Association, an early childhood educator, and a parent of a transgender son. I am here today because we need our schools to be and provide safe places for all of our students. I stand in support of a resolution affirming support of transgender and broader LGBTQ+ communities. As my son navigated whom he was, it was through educators here in San Jose and safe spaces created by them that helped him feel safe exploring his gender. Social justice issues are not new to our society. Groups such as Informed Parents of Silicon Valley are wolves in sheep's clothing, trying to justify hate. Just like in the 60s with Ruby Bridges, parents groups are trying to spread hate. These groups have just found a new target. As a mother...
Time, thank you. Next speaker, I'm also going to call down Ian, Elizabeth, and Alice.
Hi, my name is Ha Tran. I'm a concerned citizen parent with 2 kids living in San Jose. I oppose the resolution to condemn groups that promote parents' rights and protect children from groomers. Giving Booksmart to parents to let them know their rights to opt out of age-inappropriate curriculum does not equate to anti-LGBTQ+. Preventing age-inappropriate materials in the school libraries does not equate to anti-LGBTQ+. Thus, the resolution has false claims and should be discarded. These groups are there because schools are not doing their jobs. These schools are biased and promote LGBTQ+. And cause kids to be confused. City council members, do not make the same mistake like some schools do. You need to be strong and don't promote one group like LGBTQ+ above another group. We are all Americans and should be...
Time, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Antolovich. I'm the board president for the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ+ Community Center. We are the only minority that is actually rejected by our families. So your resolution, and you are our surrogate parents who are accepting and wanting to embrace us in your city. And that means a lot to me because my immigrant parents who had great ideas, like all immigrant parents, that I was supposed to be a doctor, never ever accepted me. And that was very painful for a very long time. So I really appreciate your resolution, parents.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Jackson. I'm a teacher in Santa Clara Unified, and I'm also the UTSC Vice President. The key word today is pride. I'm proud to be a teacher who works in a school district in neighboring Santa Clara that strives to create an inclusive environment for young people to safely be their authentic selves and be proud to do so. I'm proud that I get to teach books that present positive inclusivity and where students feel represented because the characters and stories mirror the diversity in the classroom around them. Finally, I am proud to support the resolution today that affirms San Jose's support for the LGBTQ+ community and condemns those outside entities that would seek to strip our students of their pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Alice Kaut. This is coming from a voter that is not Christian, who have hired and worked in harmony with people with all age group, all races, and different gender group. I am confused. What does it even mean for a city council to condemn private nonprofit organizations that seem to be doing the job that you're supposed to be doing but didn't do? It's your duty to inform your constituent that they have the right to opt out of curriculum that they don't agree with. Now you're upset that they did the job that you as an elected representative failed to do. I did a quick check. San Jose Crime Index is at 10 out of 100. What are you doing about it? If you want to be an activist, please go work for an NGO. Don't work for the city. You are elected to take care of the city.
Time, thank you. Next speaker. This will also be our final speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Elizabeth Barcelos. I'm a District 6 resident, the Vice President of Democrats for Public Education, and in my day job, I do social media for CTA, the California Teachers Association. My day job has exposed me to a small group of people across the state that have formed anti-student inclusion groups to challenge LGBTQ+ acceptance and inclusive curricula. They go by different names in different places, but here they call themselves the Informed Parents of Silicon Valley. I support the resolution by Council Members Foley and Torres affirming San Jose's support for the transgender and broader LGBTQ+ communities. And my voice is shaking because I'm asking you, in the spirit of this resolution, if hate ends up on the agenda of one of our school board meetings here in San Jose, and I have already seen it, please show up to defend our LGBTQ+ community. Your voices matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to the council.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all for coming out today to share your stories and your perspective. Really, really appreciate hearing such thoughtful public comment today. I want to turn it to the authors of the resolution before sharing any other reflections. I'll start with Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of you in the audience who are here to make public comments, and those that we didn't get to. I feel you, and I know you're here. Informed parents think they won, but they didn't. On September 1st, I want to tell you where this came from. On September 1st, I received a message from a parent at Bagby Elementary in my district that individuals associated with Informed Parents Silicon Valley were handing out literature to parents and kids trying to walk to school. I think it was the first day back at school. I've asked the clerk to project the two-sided pamphlets that were being passed out by these individuals at Bagby. Is it up there? You can see what it says. One says your children are at risk. Talks about teachers indoctrinating children. I was on the school board for 14 years. That isn't true. And to all the teachers in the room, I know that's not true. Schools are a safe place. I just want to leave this up here for a while so you can take a look at what hatred and misinformation is out there. We've been informed that similar canvassing has been occurring on or near school sites in various other school districts in San Jose, and in fact continues today. We received messages from a school that they were out at a school in West San Jose just this morning. These flyers contain misinformation and hateful dog whistles that target our LGBTQ community. Language such as pray and indoctrination perpetuate hateful and untrue myths about LGBTQ people. Not only that, but this is an attack on our teachers who are being accused of things in this pamphlet from Informed Parents Silicon Valley that range from misleading to entirely untrue fabrications. We must not let them win or even think they win. There has been a lot of misinformation about this topic, so let me set the record straight based on a 2022 survey. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. We acknowledged or proclaimed Suicide Awareness Month just earlier in this council meeting. So 45% of the LGBT plus community are in that population that we were talking about. LGBTQ youth who experienced anti-LGBTQ victimization reported more than twice the rate of attempting suicide in the past year compared to those who did not have any of these anti-LGBTQ experiences. But LGBT youth who found their school to be LGBT affirming reported lower rates of attempting suicide. LGBT youth who live in a community that is accepting of LGBTQ people reported significantly lower rates of attempting suicide rather than those who did not. So in other words, if your children are identifying as LGBT and they're at a school, they're going to find the love and support that they need, that they may not truthfully find at home, sadly. I'm proud to live in a community like San Jose where we celebrate and embrace our LGBTQ community. However, even here in our community, we are not immune to hate, prejudice, and bigotry. Certain groups have been pushing hateful anti-LGBTQ rhetoric in front of our community schools, upsetting children and parents just trying to get to class. And by the way, parents have always had an opportunity to opt out, so giving them the information in this vile method is inappropriate and totally unnecessary. This is part of a disturbing trend that we have seen both nationwide and locally to organize against our LGBTQ community members, especially transgender youth. And as a community leader and elected official, I cannot stand by silently while members of our community are marginalized and attacked. In our community and our classrooms, we need to be teaching understanding, not ignorance, inclusivity, not divisiveness, and acceptance, not hatred. Education regarding LGBTQ issues increase understanding, acceptance, and respect for our LGBTQ children and youth, helping them live their authentic selves. This is critically important because a lack of awareness about the issues LGBTQ children, youth, and families face to contribute to feelings of isolation, depression, and suicidal ideation. This is also an attack on our hard-working teachers. There is dangerous misinformation being spread about the integrity of our children, of our teachers, and the quality of education that is being provided at our schools. I know our teachers work diligently to foster an environment where everyone can be accepted for who they are. That is why Councilmember Torres and I introduced this resolution, to clearly state that in San Jose, we do not tolerate efforts to marginalize and attack our LGBTQ neighbors, that San Jose is a welcoming place, and that families should not be confronted with this type of hateful language when they're simply trying to get to school. I'd also like to sincerely thank Councilmember Torres for his inspiration and support in this, and my council colleagues who are members of my Brown Act, for co-authoring this resolution with me and for being a champion to the LGBTQ community. I ask my council colleagues to support the resolution to stand with our LGBTQ community, unequivocally condemning efforts that seek to marginalize them. I have previously stated that I dedicate my life to the support of our LGBT community. It's not just personal for me, it's the right thing to do. With that, I move the resolution affirming support of the transgender and broader LGBTQ plus communities.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Torres?
Thank you, Mayor, and trying to regain my composure. So, thank you, Pam. If you can come back.
You want to take a second? Sure.
Yeah.
Of course. Absolutely. Thanks, council member. We'll go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Pam Foley, and thank you, Councilmember Omar Torres, for putting this resolution. Support for the equality of our LGBTQ+ family, neighbors, and friends is a priority for me and for our city. Let me state very clearly and very empathically that I support the LGBTQ+ community. I have families, I have friends, I have neighbors who identify themselves as LGBTQ+. And any hatred, prejudice, bigotry direct toward them is unwarranted and unacceptable. I am very grateful for the support of Gabrielle Alovich, president of the Bill DeFrank Center, for all the contribution she has made to our amazing city and its residents. I thank our parents and community members in attendance tonight who have opinion about this issue. It is my hope that the intention of this resolution is to share the love and the support for the LGBTQ+ community, and to additionally create a safe space so that all community members can come together and freely discuss the importance of education in all our children's lives. As a parent, I support this resolution. And as a firefighter for 27 years, I serve humankind. And as your council member, I serve humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Cohen? Unless Councilmember Torres, should we give you another minute? Yeah, Councilmember Cohen?
Okay. Well, I can't possibly speak to this issue more eloquently than any of the people who came to this meeting today, or my colleagues who have already spoken, and I'm sure than Councilmember Torres, who will. As one commenter said, it's sad that we're having this conversation in 2023, especially here in the Bay Area. But unfortunately, we have seen hate spreading across the country and infiltrating our community, more and more so recently. Groups like Informed Parents of Silicon Valley will claim that they are inclusive and don't hate anyone. However, their message is that their children need to be protected from learning that there are people who are different than they are, implying that there is a risk that their children might grow up accepting everyone. The practical effect of this is to isolate and ostracize members of our community, including many of our friends and family members, including one of my own children. I find that message hateful. And as a city that prides itself on being safe, respectful, and inclusive environment for everyone, I believe it is important for this council to make a powerful statement that divisiveness we are seeing across the country has no place in our community. I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Foley and Torres, for their leadership introducing this resolution, and I am saddened that you have had to experience the negative reaction, hateful residents that have contacted you since you did so. I wish throughout this process that I could better stand by your side and support. I want to thank teachers also specifically from Santa Clara Unified for being here today. People don't realize this, but the area of North San Jose I represent is served by Santa Clara Unified School District. And I received reports at the very start of this school year that Informed Parents the group Informed Parents of Silicon Valley, were targeting the Santa Clara school in my district. I was proud of the quick and firm reaction and response of the Santa Clara Unified School Board, standing up for their students and against the message on the flyer that Councilmember Foley shared with you earlier. So I just want to thank everyone who came here today, and I am very proud of all the love I feel in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. We're going to go to Councilwoman Deb Davis.
Thank you. I want to thank all the public commenters who commented in support of this resolution, and also, of course, Councilmember Torres and Foley for their leadership on this issue, and my colleagues who have spoken in support already. I don't really have a ton to say. I've been happy to be the one leading the charge to raise the Pride flag in June every year, and it's awesome now to have 2 other council members to co-sponsor that with me every June. We will continue to reaffirm our support for the LGBTQ plus community every June and every August in this city. I know beyond the time that I'm on council, but probably for all eternity. Unfortunately, it's still needed, which is why I'm very happy to have this resolution to support today. And I sort of ditto what Councilmember Cohen said. I can't say it as well as you have already said. It does sadden me that we continue to have this conversation. And I am particularly saddened by the kids of the members of Informed Parents who are LGBTQ and who are having to remain in the closet or having to face potentially being kicked out of their own family. That's devastating. And that's one of the reasons why we as a city continue to support the Bill Wilson Center and continue to support the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ plus Community Center, to put our money where our mouth is in terms of supporting the community. And we will continue to do that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Torres?
Great. Thank you. I've regathered my my thoughts here because this is truly emotional day for our LGBTQ community. And so thank you to the mayor and my colleagues and folks in this room for giving me the space to be my authentic self. And I hurt because we have reached an era, unfortunately, where our youth, our community, can't be their authentic self. We are now back living in fear of who we are and who we love. And as a gay brown male, I've experienced the struggle of trying to be proud of who I am in the face of adversity. It's a journey that has been without its trials, and it's a journey that mirrors the experience of many in our community. And I stand here crying, not only as a council member, but as someone who has been, but as a human who has been the target of hate solely because of my sexual orientation. Right-wing individuals and organizations have made it clear to me, to our transgender community, to our LGBTQ community, that we should be retreating back into the closet to hide our true selves and to conform to a version of society that denies me to be my true authentic self. According to the CDC, in 2021, 69% of LGBT youth reported feeling sad and hopeless, a figure that is only 35% for our heterosexual youth. And that during the pandemic, LGBTQ high school students were about 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their heterosexual peers. And I, to this day, will never, ever forget the call that a friend of mine killed himself, jumped off the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge because he couldn't come out to his conservative family members. These stats represent real people, real stories, real struggles, and aspirations. So let us affirm the importance of creating an inclusive and accepting environment for our youth, acknowledging their real struggles. I went on the Informed Parents of Silicon Valley website, and they actually have questionable books by renowned authors like Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, and Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner. This shows that they do not want our youth to comprehend beautifully written books. We need to condemn these efforts of supporting anti-transgender, and anti-LGBTQ activities in our local schools and attempts to ban these schools. And just like educators supported me, we must always support our educators, always. I really want to thank Councilmember Foley for being a true ally during this process where we have received death threats and hate mail because of this resolution. We all deserve to feel safe, whether we agree politically or not. Our children are watching, and so is the world. Let us unite supporting our transgender and broader LGBTQ+ community. Let us send a clear message that we will not be silenced and will not be driven back into the closet. And again, thank you for my colleagues for allowing me to be Queen of the Night from time to time. So please support this resolution.
Thanks so much, Councilmember. Thank you. Do we have, does Councilmember Ortiz, I'm not on Zoom, does Councilmember Ortiz have his hand up by any chance? Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to thank everyone who came in to provide public comment in support of the memo and for sharing their truth. And I also want to thank my, good friend, brother, Omar Torres, for showing courage and sharing his truth as well, which I know can be difficult at times, and as well as my colleague Pam Foley for also co-authoring the resolution. In the last few years, many states, fueled by bigotry, homophobia, and transphobia, have advanced a record number of bills that deliberately attack LGBTQ rights, especially transgender youth. More than a dozen of these laws have passed, and they are truly as low as they can be, often targeting transgender children, seeking to prevent them from receiving the appropriate medical care or using the bathroom that they feel safest at. To the reality, I say that solidarity and allyship is more than just a word. It's an action that is captured in everything that we do. It's important that we stand with the LGBTQ+ community against all forms of rhetoric, violence, and wrongdoing, because it's easy for them to find rejection in their very own home. As a city, we should strive to be their rock. We should serve as a shoulder for them to cry on. Though beyond that, we should provide them the spaces, resources, and support needed to thrive. Our LGBTQ+ community deserves to be heard on this dais in their authentic self. And I know that many of us made a commitment when we ran for office. I made a commitment to the residents of East San Jose and our entire community to put them first when representing them as a council member. I've done that and will continue to do so unapologetically and without fear of retribution from these fringe groups and essentially bigots that we see showing up to these meetings and terrorizing our children and of course our teachers. I especially want to thank our teachers who made time today, who may have called in sick or took a day off to make sure that their voices were heard. These attacks on our public education do not go unnoticed, and we will stand with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. I don't see any other hands, and we're going to vote momentarily. I just wanted to also offer a reflection on, I know we all have, I think we've probably all had stories and experiences. I wanted to just reflect for a moment on the importance of the resolution that Council Members Foley and Torres are bringing forward as it pertains to our schools in particular. You know, and I know Councilor Cohen and others commented in different variants on this, but you know, there's a lot of talk of the vulnerability of our children, and to me, the greatest risk, the greatest harm we can do is to make a child feel like somehow there's something wrong with them or like they don't belong. And it's something that throughout my education I saw when friends who weren't out yet were mercilessly bullied at an all-boys Catholic school, or again on my college campus as we fought to get the first gender-neutral bathroom created. And then again as a public school teacher, when I was teaching middle school out in Alum Rock at Joseph George Middle School, you know, many of my kids, many of my students who struggled the most were those grappling with these fundamental questions of identity, who were made to feel by others, either on campus or in their home life, like somehow they were just wrong. There was something wrong or bad or incorrect about just who they were. And those were the kids who would stick around in my classroom after school and just were seeking love. I heard a couple commenters talk about the Judeo-Christian faith, and fundamentally it's about love. I think that's really what all faith traditions at their core, that's the fundamental insight. And so I appreciate, while this should be redundant, while this should be unnecessary, I think it is important for us to reaffirm our values, whether that's through the flag raisings or the resolutions or other practices we have, that we kind of get back to foundational principles of love and inclusion. I think San Jose is a special city for its diversity. At a moment like this where the world seems to be on fire with violence and hatred, it's all the more important that we reaffirm that we're going to be a beacon of hope for a beautifully diverse community, that we're going to be an inclusive place where everyone can proudly be who they are and can grow and thrive and take full advantage of the immense opportunity that is available in our society. So I appreciate my colleagues at this moment coming forward with a resolution and putting clearly and in writing where we stand as a city, and really appreciate all the comments from all of my colleagues, and I'm proud to serve with all of you. And Councilmember Torres, really appreciate your sharing of what I know is a painful and obviously a lot of challenges, but I hope you see how much support and love there is here, both on the dais and in the community. So with that, I think we're ready to vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Dewan?
Absolutely yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Yes.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Yes.
Mahan?
Aye.
Passes 11-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, I'm going to invite members of SJPD down to the box for item 4.1. We have actions related to the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program. We have a presentation from a couple of our officers. Welcome. Welcome. I don't know who's kicking us off, but feel free to jump in. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Lieutenant Brent McKim with SJPD, and I'm in charge of the Financial Crimes Unit, which covers fraud and property crimes. I'm here to discuss the grant we received from the Board of State and Community Corrections, or BSCC, to address organized retail theft. With me is Sergeant Michael Drago, also from the Financial Crimes Unit. He was in charge of the grant application and will be responsible for getting the project off the ground. And I've got Deputy Chief Jaime Jimenez here as well. Before we get started on the specifics, I wanted to take a moment to provide a little background about how we were awarded the grant. First, what is organized retail theft? According to California Penal Code 490.4, organized retail theft occurs when two or more people are acting in concert to steal merchandise with the intent to sell, exchange, or return the merchandise for value. As we've seen over the last couple of years, organized retail theft has become a huge concern nationwide. Every night in the news, there are stories and videos of suspects threatening store personnel and shoppers and making off with as many items as they can carry. Retailers across the country have suffered over $125 billion in losses and over $39 billion in lost wages. Even more troubling is an upward trend in violence accompanying this type of theft. 8 out of 10 retailers reported increased incidents of violence and aggression this past year. California has also been hit hard, with retailers suffering $19 billion in losses. Many retailers and malls have been closing in some of the major cities around the Bay Area, including Saks Fifth Avenue, Nordstrom, Target, and Walgreens, to name a few, in large part because of the rise in theft. And while San Jose doesn't break out organized retail theft versus other retail theft, anecdotally, we've seen organized retail theft increase, especially at Oak Ridge and Valley Fair. Overall, retail theft cases increased 25% from over 4,600 reported cases in 2021 to over 5,700 reported cases in 2022. To reverse this trend, last year, the state legislature passed Senate Bill 154, the Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program, which allowed law enforcement agencies and DA's offices throughout California to apply for grants to prevent and prosecute organized retail theft. On July 7th, Sergeant Drago from Financial Crimes and the San Jose Police Grant Team in Fiscal submitted a grant proposal for $8.49 million, which would run from October 2023 through December 2026. Our department was one of 114 agencies that submitted proposals. On September 14th, the BSCC notified us that our proposal was one of 38 grants that had been approved. Now I'd like to take you through some of the specifics regarding our proposed project. The goals of our project cover 3 key areas. Our primary goal is to reduce retail theft in San Jose. We're also going to work with the DA's office, who also received a grant, to increase successful criminal prosecutions for these crimes. To do this will require collaboration with allied agencies, whether they've received grant money or not, and retail partners, because the criminals perpetrating these crimes typically commit the same crimes in other cities in the Bay Area, and many of these criminals come to San Jose from other cities. The project is broken into 3 resource buckets: investigative resources, field resources, and technology resources. I'll talk about those more specifically in a minute. But first, I wanted to review overall spending areas for the project. As you can see, salaries and benefits and overtime are the largest portion at approximately $4.2 million over 3 years. Technology and equipment is the other large chunk at $3.6 million, and training and supplies and services to support the personnel and technology is another smaller portion. As you can see, the funding increases slightly over 3 years, but it is still fairly evenly split. So let's look at some project details. We'll start with the investigative resources. Within the Financial Crimes Unit, we're going to create an organized retail theft detail. This detail will consist of 1 full-time forensic analyst and 4 part-time investigator analysts. The ORT detail will be in charge of investigating cases, gathering intel, providing outreach and training to retail partners. They'll track crime statistics and patterns, identify hotspots, and identify and document best practices. They will also work with the DA's office for prosecution and provide training and intel to patrol and loss prevention. The other portion of investigative resources will be for detectives in the Financial Crimes Unit to work with the ORT detail on specific cases where a sworn officer is needed. Things like the apprehension and arrest of suspects, writing search warrants, and conducting suspect interviews. This will be on an overtime basis and will not affect the detectives' normal caseloads. Moving on to the field resources portion of the project. There are 2 components, overtime for patrol officers and overtime for community service officers. One of our primary project constraints was to have 0 impact on current patrol resources, so we are using overtime to focus field resources on organized retail theft. We'll have a team consisting of a sergeant and officers working on overtime to proactively patrol malls and other retail hotspot locations to provide a visible patrol presence. They will be able to respond to critical, active, organized retail theft events. However, their primary role is deterrence and prevention. We'll also deploy CSOs on a weekly overtime basis to respond to incidents where a suspect is no longer present. They'll be initiating a thorough investigation in conjunction with the loss prevention officers on scene. As this will be their primary role, they should be able to respond in a more timely manner, as they'll not be delayed by other calls for service. Their primary function will be documentation and investigation. The final portion of our grant project is dedicated to technology. Our largest purchase here will be 300 automated license plate readers. These cameras will assist in the identification of vehicles and suspects and faster apprehension after a crime has been committed. These cameras will be specifically deployed for retail theft prevention, same-day apprehension, and prosecution. There's some other smaller items in the technology bucket that will assist in investigations, like an additional workstation for processing fingerprints and forensic software and workstations, along with additional equipment necessary for the new ORT detail. We're excited about this opportunity and looking forward to getting started. This concludes the presentation. I'd like to open it up to questions.
Great. Thank you very much. And I want to commend our department for being proactive, putting together what was obviously a very successful grant application and outcompeting many other cities in the state. So well done to the department. We're going to actually go to public comment first, and then we'll come back for council deliberation.
Paul?
Yes, I think that the department has found a way to exploit what the community is experiencing by using it as a means to collect overtime pay. And so whoever said that crime doesn't pay, I think the San Jose Police Department has proven otherwise. I think it does pay. In fact, it pays overtime. According to this description, there's a problem with that, because this is a normal function of the department. This isn't something new or special. It is a normal function that you get paid to do. That's your job. And to exploit this and use it as an opportunity, exploiting the public's fear, exploiting the system itself and people's emotional reactions to it when they're watching it on the news, in order to fortify the department with more money, I think is exploitative and in need of some closer examination, because you were hired to do that job. You don't get points for doing what it is that you were compelled to do. This is just very basic. It's not rocket science. It's not something that requires a whole lot of in-depth thinking. But I really hope, but I'll probably be disappointed, that somebody would put a check on that overtime pay, because that's one of the primary issues that have been raised in the PISPIS meetings is overtime. Thank you.
Oh, Brian?
Thank you. I sort of agree with what Paul said, and not about necessarily the overtime with officers, because there's not enough officers to do it straight. But back during the pandemic, when I was at the mobile home park, there were thieves going on all over the place. You know, people breaking in, people stealing things. I had bikes stolen. Somebody tried to break in the house. Even getting a police report was pretty much impossible, to be honest with you. And it was made fairly clear that you shouldn't bother the police with, you know, this is like someone's actually breaking into your house. And I'm not faulting the police as much as I am just, you know, this retail stuff happened because there was a big vacuum left. And everybody said COVID this and COVID that, and we've let it happen. And retail stores are very apprehensive about their employees. Because when you see it, like you see the car break-ins, like in San Francisco, somebody's carrying a gun. And just a side note, it was made really clear, at least in my opinion, that our district attorney will maybe charge someone who's guilty of this. But if you defend yourself, absolutely, you're going to go to jail. It's absolutely, you have to let, or even help the person commit the crime against you in order to not be arrested. That is a very over-exaggerated statement to make you understand this is how people feel about this. It's just really frustrating to watch, you know, when most people, you know, would walk a mile just to return a pen. You know, it's frustrating for us too, but I'm glad that hopefully this helps out. Thank you.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. This is some of the exact same things we're working on in San Diego at this time. San Diego wants 500 new ALPRs, not 300. They're working with a company called Ubiqua and Flock to do this. The program costs at least $11 million over 5 years or so. Can you talk about cost of this project? Can you talk about, will this be contracted out to some sort of data collection agency that will be in charge of the ALPRs? And how we're working in San Diego, as many do want the new 500 number, there's simply ways to work that we can parse this out over a several-year plan and work in towards of a financing plan that much helps budget issues. You can do the same exact work with 50 new ALPRs a year over the next several years compared to getting 300 new ones at once. If you notice, we had, you know, this issue first came up at the end of 2022, and a real big, you know, issue was made of it. We got to do something about it. As anecdotal advice, it was my feeling and understanding, since that time, you've really worked on the issue, and you've taken a lot of strides to develop and help it. So we don't really need all that much new technology. We have a lot of technology in place doing the job already. And if you notice, violent crime levels are really down. Statistics are very much reduced. You guys really consider this and think of only like 50 a year compared to 500, 300 a year. That's a bit insane, guys. Really think about the ideas of accountability and what I've been addressing for years now. It can really help. Minimal practices really do work. Talk to Victor Sin, who was here earlier at public comment time. He knows best about these subjects in San Jose. I hope other people in San Jose are really working on this. Thank you. Good luck to really address responsible practices, not this way.
Back to council.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we will kick off with Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report and the recommendation. I have a few questions. I know that the DA is involved and the task force to accomplish some of the goals, but how do we accomplish this under the Proposition 47?
So since Prop 47 came into existence, we've seen a rise in retail theft, and we really haven't devoted the resources required to tackle it, and that's essentially what the state is trying to do, is really address that with additional, overtime resources and technology. And then we are going to partner with the district attorney to make sure that we are prosecuting the people who are the repeat offenders and who are doing the, as we described with organized retail theft, working in conjunction with each other, and really the worst offenders of this. So that's really the goal. Keeping in mind Prop 47, the intent from the voters was to not necessarily punish the first-time offenders and the run-in-the-mill shoplifters who maybe have done it once or twice. So we're really going to be focusing in conjunction with the DA on the repeat offenders and the people who provide the most danger to shoppers and our citizens.
Can you go into a little bit more detail regarding how the task force will run the operation with the San Jose PD and the DA?
Well, at this point, we haven't had an official task force. We've had a couple of early meetings because we weren't sure who was going to be getting the grants. So typically, like we've done for other areas of crime, whether it's robbery or burglary, we will have meetings, working group meetings, with the DA's office and with the other local agencies, and perhaps even more regional meetings to share information about strings that we're seeing, criminals, where they're coming from, where the goods are being moved, and potentially, hopefully, intelligence so that we can anticipate where these folks are going to hit next. So we are just in the early stages. We've met with the folks from the South Bay plus the DA's office initially. And remember, we just got the grant and we just met with the state last week. We were in 6 hours of meetings. So we're just in the process of kicking this off. So we're still working on how that's going to look and how we're going to move forward efficiently.
Thank you. And how many of these license plate reader again? I'm sorry.
We will have 300. We're going to implement 300 additional new ALPRs.
That's incredible. Can you tell me how effective these license plate readers are?
Well, so far they've been very effective in solving a number of different types of crimes, including robberies and stolen vehicles and even homicides, because we can tell the vehicles that folks are using, which directions they're going, and often that kicks off an investigation where we can then write search warrants to find additional information to solve those crimes.
And not only theft, have we also solved homicide with the license plate reader too, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And, do nothing in this situation is not an option. We as a city, we're doing something about it. And I applaud that you went out and got the grant, and we're going to do something about it. And we want to let people know that the city of San Jose is a safe place to be here, to visit, to shop, to live, and to let the criminal knows that we're going to prosecute him. And I just want to thank you for the good work.
Thanks, Councilmember. Did you want to move the staff rec?
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Great. Second from Batra. It sounds like Councilmember Batra.
Well, thank you for making the proposal to get the grant. You obviously had to do a lot of work because this was competitive grants. They had to see that your present proposal is worthy of funding. And so I'm glad that you did all that work. Give me a little emphasis on prevention versus having the theft occurred. Are you going to be able to do something based on prior knowledge, or do you have to catch the people in act? Can you catch them with their previous history and all that? Because as you said, we have lost about $19 billion in state of California, and I'm sure San Jose lost its share of that money too. So there is a track record of theft which has occurred. You're going to be able to use any of that information to go after those people to prevent things from happening, or you're going to have new thefts occur before you're able to do anything?
Well, so currently we investigate retail theft. It's our department works on strings and things like that. But you are exactly right. It is a two-pronged approach. There's prevention and then the investigation. And from a prevention standpoint, that's where we're using some targeted patrol officer resources on overtime to provide a presence at some of the hotspot locations. Also, we're hoping that a greater number of prosecutions will lead to preventions, because we believe that if we do this right, potentially some of these organized retail theft rings will avoid San Jose, knowing that we're going to catch them and prosecute them. So that's another aspect of prevention. Also, simply working together with our loss prevention partners and educating them on best practices, we're hoping that that will make them more effective. So one of the big aspects of this is sharing of knowledge and best practices. And so if somebody hits a Walmart, then we can, and we know that, then we can alert the target down the street that they might be hit as well. So we're hoping that that will be a large portion of the prevention. As far as the investigation, now that we'll have a dedicated group to investigate these and share information and provide the additional resources with the organized theft detail in the financial crimes unit that Sergeant Drago is bringing up to speed, we believe that from an investigative standpoint will really bear fruit as far as catching these folks, and that will in turn feed prevention. Also, successful prosecutions. Also, once word gets out, I think that will assist in our prevention efforts, and that's where working with the DA's office is going to be so important. So I think you nailed it exactly. It's a two-pronged approach. It's prevention and then investigation, and I think the money in this grant will help us attack from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. When do you think your license readers, are you just going to be able to get wherever you get current one and same ones, and you're going to be able to move forward with that, or there's a lot of research to be done when to get this stuff?
Well, so that's a great question. So the plan is, right now we're working with our crime analysis unit to determine not only where the hot spots are, where the major organized retail theft locations exist. In fact, we can all probably here have an idea of where those are, but also the secondary resource, the secondary organized retail theft locations. So we're in the process of identifying those. Then the next thing we've started doing, Sergeant Drago has started doing, is getting input from the police captains, special ops, community leaders, and our retail partners to add that into the knowledge base to determine where those need to go. So right now we're in that part of the process in determining the specific locations. Obviously, we also need to take into account where we currently have cameras so that we're not duplicating the efforts. And so that's our kind of our rollout plan. After that, we need to make sure that everything with fiscal is okay for the purchase, right? Make sure that's all set, and then we will be working with Flock to roll those out. We're hoping that within 3 to 6 months, we'll see most or all of them implemented by then. That's the plan.
Okay. And when would we get some kind of a report on the success of our program?
Well, we will be running that data on an ongoing basis. So what we may see initially is we may see a slight rise because of reported cases, right? So our reported cases may go up as we're more diligent in working with our retail partners. I've talked to a number of loss prevention folks who said a lot of times they don't even report the theft But as we're going to be in a more cohesive partnership with them, they're more likely to report everything, right? Which is a good thing, right? We'll be able to catch more folks, and then we'll also be able to measure the success. So we will be running statistics probably monthly to see how it's going. But again, we may see a slight rise. And so what I reported in my statistics earlier were reported cases. So we may see a slight rise, and then hopefully we'll see a long taper over the next couple of years. And we should be able to have those numbers quarterly for sure.
If I could interject, Council Member.
Sure.
I think it'd be appropriate to bring back updates as the police department feels is the appropriate interval through the PISFIS bi-monthly operation reports. So
Okay.
that'd be a great, because that's where they do those type of updates, and I think that would be a great venue for that. Got that, Lee? For the work plan.
Okay. That's perfectly fine because I sit on that committee as well. so that would be first place I'll get to see the data. No, thank you very much for laying out that plan. And I do expect that the numbers will go up initially. It should go up because that would be an indicator of success actually. And we'll also get a feeling from the people when we go and meet with the managers of these businesses who have been complaining a lot. Hopefully their complaints should start coming down, so we'll be able to corroborate that information. And thank you very much, and wish you good luck in getting this thing done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Council Member. Appreciate it. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And congratulations on getting the grant. I think that it's a wonderful wonderful thing that, you know, it was competitive and you were able to come on top. So congratulations for that. I just wanted a clarification. As I was reading the staff report, one of the things that it does say is that the funds will be used for salaries, benefits, and overtime. And then you go further on to say that the program will fund temporary staffing, and that's the staff that you had on the presentation. So if that's temporary staffing, I mean, I thought that we were going to try to sort of ramp up and have more staffing. So if it's temporary, it's just only for the next 3 years. And if you, according to your presentation, it looked like the dollars were only going to be used for overtime in both the detective category and the other categories. And so I'm a little bit sort of like wanting clarification if it's going to be used for salaries, benefits, and overtime. Are you saying only for overtime? Is that why it's emphasized in the presentation?
No. So just a quick clarification. So because we are understaffed both on patrol and in the Bureau,
yes,
we wanted to make sure that we did not use any sworn staffing from the patrol structure or from the Bureau structure. Okay. So all we have, so if we're going to use patrol resources or sworn resources, whether it's detectives or sworn officers on patrol, that is only an overtime basis, right? Okay. Because we can't dedicate the resources. For the organized retail theft detail, so because we can't use patrol officers or investigators, we wanted investigators that had obviously investigative experience. To do that, we are looking at hiring retired police officers who have the investigative experience. Now, if they've been employed by San Jose before and retired from San Jose, they can't work full time.
Right, that's why you have them part-time.
So that's why they're part-time.
Okay,
so that's the distinction.
That makes a little bit more sense to me, because I thought you were just gonna like use this for only overtime, but in fact it's because of the situation. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, that's very helpful. Again, congratulations, and I look forward to your outcomes in this, because I think that yes, in fact, it has been a huge problem. I know retail centers that I represent in District 1, are gearing up, and it looks like you'll gear up in time for the holidays, and that's very promising. So, again, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your comments, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Torres.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation, and congratulations on obtaining the grant. It's important. So just a couple of quick questions, and I think the second question is based. I'll ask it if I hear, I guess, the right answer on question number one. Are there allocated funds or strategies within the project budget that directly target crime reduction and prevention in our particular neighborhood business districts?
So again, back to where we're using crime analysis to determine where the hotspots are with respect to organized retail theft. What we've seen initially is this happens throughout the city. So my understanding is that yes, there will be funds that we will be using all of this, and that will cover your specific district as well.
Okay, great. So with question number two is, since this is happening and it's and unfortunately happening in some of our neighborhood business districts, are we involving our Office of Economic Development and, of course, other stakeholders for their insights, concerns, or suggestions in their particular neighborhood?
So we have just begun the process of soliciting input at this time. Again, we just received the grant. We didn't want to jump the gun on anything, and of course then have everyone disappointed that we didn't get the grant. So now that we've gotten the grant and we're going to start ramping up, we are looking for input from from all the stakeholders, including the stakeholders that you mentioned.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Looks like that has exhausted our hands. Once again, I'll just say I'm really grateful to the department for the great
Mayor,
work.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. If the clerk can flag that for me, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Council Member.
Thank you, Mayor. No worries. No, you're running a meeting. Crime, burglary, robbery, vandalism, shoplifting, that's something that particularly impacts East San Jose small businesses on the daily. And for that reason, during the budget cycle, I brought forward power washing and a camera pilot system in the Alum Rock Village area, looking to create a more beautiful space for commerce and provide a material way to capture and report crimes that occurred in the area. Though even then, a transited, monitored, beautiful business corridor is not the be-it, end-all for crime, as we've seen with visuals from smash and grabs at La Placita by Sorian King and other shopping malls throughout really the country. And I also want to acknowledge if there are, of course, some news out there that are sensationalizing this. You see on Fox News, they report it all the time. But honestly, there is crime that is going on in my district, and I know this because I talk daily with small business leaders who are being robbed, who are being vandalized, and being burglarized. We know that it's devastating our small businesses on the east side who lose both customers and employees when people fear coming to certain neighborhoods because they feel like it's crime-ridden. And once small businesses become victims of crimes, they often respond in different ways that essentially impact their business. Some adjust their operating hours. They don't open up their business at night, while others may raise their prices to cover their losses. Some opt to move outside of the community altogether. They leave the east side altogether because they're sick of the issues and of operating in the district. And what I've seen specifically in Alum Rock is they're starting to lock their doors to protect them from potential robberies or shoplifting, which gives the impression to the public that the business one isn't open, but it creates an unwelcoming shopping experience in our shopping centers. Some small businesses play a critical role in the economy as they often serve as the primary source of income for their families, of course, their staff as well, providing food and support for their students as they go through education. It's not a surprise when my staff and myself walk along the Allen Rock corridor or the Story Road corridor and talk to businesses and realize that safety is always the number one concern for the merchants. Therefore, this grant to combat organized retail theft in San Jose, I believe, is a step in the right direction. We'll see how it goes, as it offers much needed support to small businesses that have been severely impacted by theft and these other financial losses. That being said, I do have just a couple of questions. Regarding the $3.1 million towards automated license plate readers to be strategically deployed in the community, how many automated license plate readers would be purchased with this set amount?
300.
Oh, okay. What does the community outreach and feedback look like when cameras are determined to be placed in, whether it's a shopping center or a community corridor? What does that feedback and outreach look like?
Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Jaime Jimenez, Deputy Chief. That feedback looks like a couple things. One is that we put out a press release that's coordinated with the CMO and making sure that our residents know that cameras are coming and generally the locations that they're coming to. We also attend community meetings and business meetings to make sure that the community members and the business owners know what it's about. We make sure that they know about our portals and our transparency portals and how we report out, and we inform them about ALPRs in general and answer any questions. That's essentially how outreach looks. We're doing that now for another set of cameras that we are currently pushing out to the city. There's 72 of them coming out shortly. But if you have any more questions, I can answer them. But that, in general, looks like what outreach will look like.
Sure. And if there are cameras placed in our district, will council members be privy to that information? Is that public? How is that communicated?
Yeah, we can do that. And I actually spoke with some staff earlier in some council member districts and said, hey, listen, we're willing to collaborate and bring you along with us. There's no secrets here. We want to make sure that everybody's comfortable. And if council members want to send staff with us, we can do that in conjunction with you all so that everybody's clear about what we're doing and how it looks.
Right. Now, thank you. I appreciate this. These robberies are serious. They aren't, petty crimes. I've, talked to people who have been tied up and robbed, and, that those cases are still open. So it's important to know that our immigrant business owners have their city willing to advocate for them and stand up for their rights. So, and thank you to the police department and the leadership for obtaining the grant and pursuing it in the first place. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. And once again, just want to echo my thanks for the work you guys do every day and the successful application. I'm really glad that you're taking such a thoughtful approach to coordinating with the DA. I think we know affecting the arrest is only so good if we, it doesn't do us much good if we don't have real coordination and commitment from our partners on the DA side. So glad that we're going to have a coordinated strategy rolling out in time for the holidays. Thanks once again. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Let's vote.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Torres.
Aye.
Cohen. Ortiz.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Dewan.
Yes.
Candelas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Batra.
Aye.
Kamei.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Okay, we passes 10-0 and one absent with Cohen.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to item 6.2, Climate Smart San Jose Plan Semi-Annual Report. We do have a staff presentation. Carrie, feel free to jump in as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services. I'm joined by Julie Benavente, our ESD Climate Smart Deputy Director, and Kate, who I don't know her title, with Community Energy Senior Environmental Program Manager, and Ramses Division Manager with Department of Transportation. This is our twice annual Climate Smart update, and as I say, I feel like twice a year, I'm so proud of the efforts of every department, and you can see the diversity of departments each time we come to you and how we sort of collaborate to work together to move the ball forward and to create an even greater impact in partnership with our community. I think as we've all noticed, climate change is not moving in the right direction. But I think the work that we're doing here as an organization, and again in partnership with our community, is making a really great impact. And so today we're going to report on our collective progress between March through August 2023. And hopefully you guys saw the press release we issued last week, just highlighting that San Jose was recognized as the 6th top sustainable city in the United States. And that's really in recognition, again, of the work everyone in San Jose is doing, and hopefully serves as motivation to very quickly get to the top of the list as we move towards our carbon neutral by 2030 goals. And I think you'll hear from us today that we're all committed to doing everything we can to move the needle in that direction. The things that we'll cover in our update is a little bit of background, talk to you about our updates, what we've done during the reporting period, the core activities, community engagements, programs, and policies. And again, because as the framing of Climate Smart is that this is not work that can be done just in City Hall by city staff alone, funded by general fund or special fund dollars. This is something that really the community needs to participate in, and our intent, as outlined in Climate Smart, is to make everyone's lives better through the Good Life 2.0 and moving towards something rather than running away from something. And then we'll look forward to all the great things that the team has on the horizon for the next reporting period and forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Carrie. So I feel like you guys probably know this by now, but Climate Smart Plan was approved in 2018. We also adopted our carbon neutrality by 2030 goal in 2021. But it's important to remember that goal led us to 4 key strategies, which are zero emission vehicles, reduced vehicle miles traveled by 20%, switch our appliances from fossil fuel to electric, and also to pursue carbon neutral electricity. So environmental services staff lead, facilitate, and support the climate mitigation initiatives across departments citywide. We're all in this together, and we need all of our support to be able to make this happen. In terms of some of our core activities, we'd like to talk a little bit about some of the funding that we've been receiving, over $6.4 million in funding in 2022-23 through that fiscal year, as well as $4.4 million in the March through August reporting period that we are reporting on today. And city staff applied for an additional $5.6 million in external funding in this reporting period. So we're waiting on some notices and are also planning to submit applications for over $25 million in funding in the next reporting period. So we're always looking for external funding to help our efforts move forward more quickly. Some of the other core activities that happened during this reporting period were council establishing the City Advisory Commission, which will be co-led by ESD as well as the Community Energy Department, and ESD's execution of a master agreement with Ramey and Associates in order to do an administrative update of the Climate Smart Plan itself, and our completion of our community-wide greenhouse gas inventory. On the inventory, and this is where a lot of our data comes in. We've used the latest data available, so there is a time lag with that, but it is 2021 data, and we published that report on the Climate Smart dashboard. It showed a 10% reduction from the last inventory, which was the 2019 inventory. As in previous years, the majority of our community-wide emissions are from transportation, for about 49%, and energy use in buildings, which is 33% of our total emissions. 20% of those building emissions are coming from natural gas, which the city is helping to our community to electrify buildings. And 13% is from electricity emissions through the Climate Smart Plan. City Council has already set a goal for San Jose Clean Energy to provide carbon neutral base power by 2021, and San Jose Clean Energy is continuing to work on achieving that important goal. As you can see on the graph, which provides a comparison between the Climate Smart emissions reduction pathway as well as our carbon neutrality goal and our progress so far, we are on track currently to meet the Climate Smart greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals, but you can see we're also slightly higher than those required to stay on the pathway to carbon neutrality, and you can see a very sharp curve downwards after that, and so we know there's a lot more that we need to do to accelerate our emissions reduction efforts and meet our city goal. For community outreach and engagement, which is a very core activity within Climate Smart in our departments, ESD recognized 6 Climate Smart Champion recipients for outstanding efforts in 2022. We also implemented our Go Green Teams pilot, which included partnerships with Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, San Jose State University, and Valley Verde to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and track progress. And we also, ESD and Department of Transportation implemented equity-based co-creation efforts as part of the Zero Emissions Neighborhood pilot, as well as the shared e-mobility services work. And with that, I'll pass on to Ramses.
Evening, Council. Can we go back one slide?
Yeah, sorry.
As you all know, transportation continues to account for the largest portion of emissions, around roughly 49%, as Julie said. And in that latest award of seeing San Jose as the 6th best environmentally friendly city in the country, transportation was still at 16th in that same ranking. So we still got a lot of work to do. Kate's going to talk about the electrification work we've been collaboratively working on. I'm going to highlight some of the things that we've been doing in reducing vehicle miles traveled. One is continuing to get those outside resources so that we can actually advance all those active transportation plan, multimodal transportation plans, and all the other things that we bring to you from the transportation planning group, actually making those things more than just paper and really changing them. We've been very successful in the last year. Just this year alone, we've received, as of making these slides, it was $67 million. I believe there's another $5 million added to that since these slides were created and we presented them at TNE. These are advancing things like Story Keys, where we're going to see a complete remake of one of the most important east-west corridors in the city, making it into a multimodal street that will have protected bikeways and much transit acceleration to create people's ability to travel that way. Furthermore, with the Transit First policy adopted, we've been really focusing with VTA on getting money into our transit, our signals system, so that we can continue to create the right conditions for transit to move fast and become a more viable option for more people. I'll keep going here. We've also been very lucky that the region at MTC decided to put in a significant amount of new money into our bike share system. And this is going to expand our system by 21 new stations and see an expansion by 650 new e-bikes. On top of that, one of those grants I said we received since the making of these slides as a further expansion into the east side in particular of our bike share program, making sure that we're not only changing the nature of the transportation system, but we're doing it equitably. And this last year, we've also seen a lot, the wrestling of putting together or putting into operation our new transportation demand management and parking ordinance into new developments, which is also helping us make that long-term goal come about. With that, I'll pass it off to Kate.
Thank you. Through the California Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project, or CALI-VIP, a $14 million rebate program, there have been 136 level 2 and 24 fast chargers installed at multifamily workplaces and public places, including 40 new level 2 and 13 fast chargers over the last reporting period. In June, this program closed to new applicants, and the program will be fully complete by September 2025. In November, Council approved a fast charging hubs pilot program where SJCE will contract with a developer to install, own, and operate up to 3 fast charging hubs in an area of the city lacking charging infrastructure. And over the reporting period, staff spoke with developers to better understand the market, and we're reevaluating the scope, identifying opportunities to scale, and plan to rebid the project to receive more offers, and would return to council with recommended program changes. Community energy staff have also kicked off an EV education pilot geared towards educating low-income households about the stackable incentives available for buying an EV and the lifetime fuel costs. Staff engaged residents in East San Jose, and activities included holding a community dinner, and we posted a blog entitled, "I Just Bought an EV, and Here's What I Learned." The Climate Smart team will return to council on November 28th with a proposal to update the REACH codes for EV charging infrastructure for new multifamily developments, following additional stakeholder development and cost analysis over the last months. In 2023, San Jose Clean Energy customers are receiving 60% renewable energy and 95% carbon-free energy at rates that are 1% to 3% lower than PG&E. And we're seeing customers continue to upgrade to Total Green for 100% renewable energy. San Jose Clean Energy continues also to contract for new renewable and reliability resources that together will provide enough renewable energy to power more than 300,000 homes. In May, we also launched Peak Rewards, which is a demand response program that pays commercial customers to save energy during peak events, which are when demand for electricity is high and prices in the market are also high and a shortfall in supply is expected. The weather this summer and fall has been pretty mild, so we've only called 6 events, but the best performing event had 1 megawatt of peak demand reduction, which is the same as the usage of 500 homes, about 14 metric tons of CO2. So we're working next year to expand this program, and over time will include residential customers and distributed energy resources like smart thermostats, batteries, and EV chargers. And now on to building electrification. San Jose Clean Energy's energy efficiency programs launched last September in 2022 and will run through 2024. Our residential program, the Home Appliance Savings Programs, offers 50 to 70% discounts on washers, dryers, and refrigerators, and free smart thermostats. As of August, customers have ordered 140 smart plugs, 160 smart thermostats, and 42 appliances. We also offer the Energy Efficient Business Program, which offers 80 to 90% discounts on HVAC, refrigeration, and water heating components, and we've served more than 300 businesses and have more than 100 in the pipeline. We've also published new building electrification web pages that are meant to be one-stop shop for everything residents need to know about installing a heat pump water heater, heat pump HVAC, electric cooktop, and electric dryer, and we'll continue to update them with rebates and incentives. And now I'll pass it back to Julie.
And we have more work that's happened on the building electrification front. In the Environmental Services Department, we also led the following items during the reporting period. One was working on the program design for the Building Electrification Accelerator Program, which targets 250 buildings and 50 contractors trained. We expect to launch that in the next reporting period, and that included quite a bit of work beneath that. One of the ones I'd like to highlight is the Community Advisory Board, which is comprised of 15 organizations that are helping to inform both the program design as well as the outreach that will happen in the community, the marketing. We also worked on electrification workforce development, working with labor organizations and local, regional, and statewide organizations to leverage available resources and bring those to San Jose, as well as a contractor list and survey in order to refine the city's contractor communications. And then on the building performance ordinance, which has been in place for several years now, the beyond benchmarking phase, which requires the buildings to meet key performance standards or to take energy and water efficiency improvement steps, went into play this year as part of the ordinance, and so there were web pages and resources that were developed to help train and get customers into compliance. And then looking ahead, you see we have quite a bit still on the horizon. I won't go through all these, but just want to thank you and open for questions.
Great. Thank you for that comprehensive update. Really appreciate it and all the good work the team's doing. Let's go to public comment first.
I'm going to call our in-person speakers first. I have Linda and Ruth. The first person down to the podium can speak first.
Good evening, Mayor Mahan and council members. I'm Linda Hutchins-Knowles, team coordinator of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley, representing 2,000 local mothers and allies mobilizing for a livable climate for all children. We sent a letter to you this morning with 3 asks. In addition, we ask each of you to please meet with us before November 14th so we can talk to you, because 2 minutes is not enough. We greatly appreciate staff's very hard work on the climate smart goals, and we appreciate the progress being made. But we remain very concerned that the latest GHG inventory shows that our city is not on track to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. We are not doing all that is needed. There are 3 more low-hanging fruits that you can help us accomplish. First, direct the DOT to update the outdated 2007 Green Fleet policy, as Ruth will be speaking about in a minute. Second, please ask ESD to report to you on the DER exemption to the gas prohibition ordinance. And at the earliest opportunity, we ask you to sunset this misguided exemption. Gas-powered fuel cells run 24/7, 365. They generate many more greenhouse gas emissions than the mostly clean electricity provided by San Jose Clean Energy. They also undercut San Jose Clean Energy. There is no need for a blanket exemption that literally ties the hands of staff, prohibits them from denying a permit for any type of DER, not just fuel cells. The hardship exemption covers cases where this is needed. I left my wonderful props back there, so I'll have to forego them. Please look at the letter with some other examples. For this last part of my ask, and I don't see my timer on, so I'm hoping I have a minute left. Is there the timer anymore?
Do we have the timer up?
Anyway, I want to really point out the need.
Time. Thank you. And next speaker. Next speaker. Time is up.
All right, I think we had a confusion about the timer. Why don't you finish your sentence, if you could, on that item? I think you're pretty much at time, but if you want to finish the sentence you were just in.
Equity and put the needs of the residents who live in these multifamily housing communities the most important, so they can get the time of use rates from San Jose Clean Energy. They need direct, wired, assigned parking that can still be.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Okay, and just so we're clear on the timer, at times it's been up and not. It is on the podium, is that correct? I just want to make sure it's visible to everyone.
Yes, it is on the podium as well.
So you should be able to see it from the podium. Come on up, Ruth. Hi there.
I'm Ruth Marino with San Jose Community Energy Advocates, a volunteer community group, and we concur with Linda's comments. Thank you to Carrie Romano and her team for their work on this update, and to them and Lori Mitchell for their work resulting in San Jose being named by WalletHub as the 6th greenest city in the country, as was just mentioned, 2nd in California, and #1 in energy sources in the country. With San Jose Clean Energy providing 60% renewable energy at less than PG&E rates, we're especially proud of our #1 ranking in energy sources. As just mentioned, one of the carbon neutrality key strategies is to address the climate crisis is to move to zero-emission vehicles. The city can work toward this goal with its own fleet. Although the Transportation and Public Works departments have already adopted an electrification-first strategy for EVs, they have not updated the Green Fleet policy since 2007. There weren't any electric vehicles back then. As we noted in our letter to you, in 2020, Council directed staff to update the policy as well as to complete a life cycle cost analysis of replacing non-electric vehicles with EVs within the next 5 years. We ask that staff prioritize this direction, and we also believe staff should indicate in their annual status updates why a purchase is not electric. Finally, we note that the 2022 IRA allows municipalities to receive the $7,500 EV tax credit in direct pay, which is important.
Time, thank you. We're going to move online. First speaker I have is Manny.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mani Bakala, and I am a high school student, a lifelong San Jose resident, and a member of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I would like to commend the strides that our city has taken towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions through the incredible Climate Smart program, and thank the council and the city staff for making this happen. It's very heartening, but we have a lot more to do. By far the most groundbreaking, perhaps, and trailblazing step that we have taken is the ordinance banning the installation of natural methane gas infrastructure in new buildings. However, this has been weakened by its last-minute distributed energy resources exemption. If our city has any hope of reaching our expressed goal of carbon neutrality in barely 6 years, which we are not quite on track for, this exemption must not stand. These gas fuel cells allowed by this are incredibly polluting, producing over the course of their 15 to 20-year lifespan many times the CO2 equivalent emissions of San Jose Clean Energy, even with a diesel backup generator if necessary. Please eliminate this exemption as soon as possible, transferring it to a hardship exemption or letting it sunset by the end of next year. I also urge you to adopt the most equitable EV REACH code that gives each new apartment or condo with parking at least one EV-ready receptacle wired directly to the resident's unit or meter. On a national average, apartment renters are liable to spend much more money per EV mile charged as compared to single-family homeowners due to various additional incurred costs. This provision enables multifamily housing residents to access the lowest cost electricity rates for charging that single-family residents enjoy. Beyond climate change, this is also an issue of economic equity. These are two critical steps that we can take right away to secure a livable future in our city, especially for young people like me. Please take them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Jenny.
Hi, my name is Jenny Green, and I'm a San Jose resident and a member of Mothers Out Front. And I want to thank you for your work to achieve the goals of the Climate Smart Plan and say that I concur with Linda from Mothers Out Front who spoke earlier. And I wanted to say a little more about the exemption for DER, Distributed Energy Resources, since not all the members of the council were on the council a few years ago when the gas ban was first passed. This was a last-minute exemption that was added at the behest of one company that wants to sell gas-powered fuel cells, which are these really huge, really expensive fuel cells that only a very large corporation could afford to buy. And the reason they buy it is because they want to disconnect from San Jose's electric grid and just run entirely on gas-powered fuel cells. So if even one company does a gas-powered DER installation, they are erasing the effect of electrifying hundreds or even thousands of individual homes. So all the work that the council is doing to try to get San Jose homeowners to know that they need to electrify their homes is being erased anytime a corporation installs one of these fuel cell installations. So that is one of the reasons that we need to get rid of the DER exemption. And if there is a company that really needs the DER exemption, as Linda said, there is a hardship exemption in the gas ban. Any company that has a real business need to use gas-powered DER can get permission by using the existing hardship exemption. There's no need for an automatic blanket exemption just for DER. Again, it was passed at the behest of last-minute lobbying by one company. So when this comes up before the council for consideration, which it will, I think, towards the end of this year, please vote to get rid of the exemption for DER from the gas ban. Thank you.
Dashiell?
Hello, my name is Dashiell Weeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to start off by thanking San Jose's Climate Smart team. You have been doing an amazing job, and we wholeheartedly support the city's efforts to reduce emissions. We hope that this council continues to support this necessary and important work and look to increase the funding available for Climate Smart San Jose. Under no circumstances should this funding be reduced. It's too critical. I'd like to support the comments of Linda Hutchins Knowles regarding EV charging, as well as her comments and the other comments of San Jose residents who have called to an end for the exemption for gas fuel cells. The current exemption for gas fuel cells is a gaping loophole in San Jose's current natural gas prohibition ordinance. For every megawatt hour of energy produced, gas fuel cells produce over quadruple the carbon emissions when compared to a PG&E baseline. And in order to balance out the additional emissions produced by a single 1 megawatt system of gas fuel cells, San Jose would have to electrify around 1,268 single-family homes. So each fuel cell we allow to be installed will set us back significantly on our building electrification and climate smart goals. So there really is no more need for a blanket exemption. So I really hope you look into curtailing that in the future. Thanks so much for your time.
Wyan?
I'm Wyan Fung, a resident of D6 with Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley. There is a decades-long lag between the time that greenhouse gases are emitted and when the effects are felt. Those catastrophic wildfires, droughts, and floods we experience today are largely due to emissions from decades ago. San Jose has made strides towards reducing emissions but needs to do better. I support all the items under our letter from Mothers Out Front. In particular, please remove the DER exemption to the gas ban ordinance. It is unconscionable to let it continue beyond the 3 years that it's already been in place, given that it ties the hands of the city from rejecting any gas-powered form of DER, not just fuel cells powered with fossil gas. Advanced photovoltaics and battery backup systems can reliably supply backup energy during power outages. Some hope that gas-powered fuel cells could be made cleaner by blending in hydrogen. However, 90% of hydrogen today is produced using fossil fuels, including natural gas, which is mostly methane. Methane is up to 84% times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2. Removing this unnecessary exemption could help get our GHG reduction goals back on track and close the loophole. 2, please censor equity in the EV REACH code update by requiring assigned directly wired charging receptacles for units with parking. Lower income families living in rentals should have access to the lowest EV charging as house dwellers do. Note, unbundled parking paid for separately from the rent is totally compatible with assigned parking. If someone pays for parking, they should get it.
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. With these items, in organizing the future of climate issues and such, it's important to always, as always, mention the concept of tech accountability. And you have traffic projects, traffic calming projects, working. So good luck in these efforts. How tech accountability really lends itself to our sustainable future and the ideas of community harmony. Like with the previous item, with this item, to have a good degree of open tech policies for everything that you'll be working towards in climate change practices, that takes a more holistic view how to develop our sustainable future. I know that tech accountability is just really laughed at, and I wish it wasn't. It does something amazingly good and important. It can. Good luck in how to include it in your thoughts, in your loves, in your dreams of what it really is meant to be working towards, and can help build in the future of these good practices. All boats can rise. Thanks a lot.
Mila? Okay, back to the council.
Okay, thank you. Great, let me just update my screen here. We'll come back to the council, and we'll start with Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. I want to thank all the staff for the work in the presentation. There's a lot of elements to this that we're making progress on, and I'm glad to see the report. I know that today is mostly an update of all of these different pieces, and that we're going to be seeing in the next couple months some more specific actions coming forward. EV, for example, the EV Reach Code and other things we'll bring forward, and I'll obviously be working hard to make sure we do the best we can on the EV Reach Code. On the DER exemption, it keeps getting brought up. Is it still true that we have not yet had a DER installation, or have there been some DER installations in the city since the exemption was put in place?
I don't have those records. That's something that we check in with the planning department on, but we can circle back with them and get back to you.
And I know there was a comment that or at least a discussion that we've had in the past at one of these meetings about the fact that this is going to come back for discussion later this year. Is that still the plan, or are we sort of just letting it sunshine at the time it's supposed to sunshine? I mean, not sunshine, it's sunset at the time next year.
Staff is working with the city attorney's office on some emerging legal issues, and so we'll have more information on that soon. Okay,
thank you. And obviously, transportation is an important part of this, and there's so much to do to get us where we have to go. I just snuck out for half an hour to go to see the San Jose State students who are talking about North San Jose and turning it into the kind of community that people want to live in. And one of the questions that was asked one of the people asked the students was, how did you get to North San Jose when you studied it, right? And one person rode their bike, about 4 or 5 took light rail, about half drove. And that's, in addition to the issue of building it right with a density that encourages walkable public transportation communities there, we also have to figure out how to get there. And so we have to, we have work to do to connect our city better. I think North San Jose, what was amazing to see was a validation of some of the communities we have in North San Jose where we already have huge density. 3 of the 5 largest apartment complexes in the entire Silicon Valley are in North San Jose. And in those areas, people are out walking. They're in parks. They're taking advantage of things that they can get to because it's a large enough community in one place. But they're all kind of separate. There's not a lot of connection between them, and there's not a lot of connection from where we are to there. And so we have to figure that out. I'm not sure what the right answer is, although I'm focused on light rail separation and some other things that'll help us speed things up as well.
Yeah, thanks for the comment, and we're looking forward to, we're just kicking off actually this week with our consultants who will be picking up from the work that you've been working with Professor Koss on at San Jose State. Really excited to dive into that. It's such a different policy environment since the last transportation plan out there. So a lot of work to be done to meet your expectations.
And it's really exciting to see the students forward thinking. Interestingly, they measured land use up there. 16% of all land in North San Jose is parking lots. Because that's how it was built. It was single-story tech companies with huge parking lots, and when you drive around, that's what you see is just large parking lots. It's also really, really far between streets. It's not walkable very easily. So there's a lot of work to do, but I look forward to beginning to do that. So I don't have anything else to say, any other question at this point, because we're going to bring back some of the details of these plans and future actions in the next few months. But I will move acceptance of the report.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. I heard the second from Candelas. I don't see any other hands. I did have just one question, which may be more of an IGR question, and I can take it offline if we don't have the right people in the room. I know that obviously I've been preaching the gospel of focus, 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 but one place where I think we should make sure we are spending enough dollars and staff time outside of our focus areas is going after the unprecedented amount of federal money that is out there that could play such a catalytic role in helping us achieve our climate smart plans. And I want to make sure that, especially as we all soon enough we'll be back in another budget cycle, that staff feels like you all are equipped with the resources and bandwidth you need to position us to go get those dollars, because there'll be a massive multiplier effect in terms of investment here, but as or more importantly, the actual impact on getting to our carbon neutrality goals. So with that, I don't know if you all feel comfortable responding to that.
I'm happy to respond. Lee Wilcox, Assistant City Manager. Would absolutely agree with you, Mayor. Other than the IGR team, everyone at this table and their departments have been very focused on a lot of this work, not just in reference to the American Rescue Plan money, but the pots of money that have come up with regard to transportation, energy, as well as climate change. So you'll see that when it comes forward, when the legislative guiding principles come forward, actually in last meeting in November, I believe, or early December. In addition to the focus areas and kind of guiding principles, a lot of this work is really focused to take advantage of that opportunity that we have within Sacramento, but really DC in the next few years.
Okay, great. Speaking of which, it turns out I'm going to see the Energy Secretary tomorrow, so if there's anything you want me to be sure to mention to her, let me know. But good. Well, I hope that as we get into the next budget cycle, that we just, if it turns out that we need capacity to do all the grant writing, do the meetings in DC, understand all the programs, and put in competitive grants, I personally would like to know that, and I just want to flag that now while there's time for you all to think more about it. But glad to hear that we feel like we are very much going after those opportunities. Okay, that was the only thing I wanted to flag. I don't see any other hands, so why don't we vote?
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Doan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes 11-0.
All right. Great. Thank you all. We're on to item 8.3, which will be heard just before item 8.2, though they are related. We have a staff presentation on 8.3, actions related to emergency interim housing programs. Folks are coming down to the box. Good evening, everyone. And feel free to jump in as soon as you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. I'm joined by our Acting Director, Rosalind Huey, and Division Manager, Kelly Hempel, and Deputy City Manager, Omar Torres. Passons, sorry.
We do have a lot of Omars in this organization, but
I got distracted by our other guest, which is Consuelo Hernandez, the Director of the County Office of Supportive Housing, who is joining us for this item. All right, the majority of our interim housing was constructed during the COVID-19 pandemic response. And they were originally serving older individuals who were vulnerable to COVID-19. But with the pandemic subsiding, it was the right time to pause and take a look at how our interim housing is operating. And the Housing Department, being committed to continuous improvement, welcomed the opportunity to work with Homebase on a study of our interim housing. This study was directed by council to study three things. First is service and operations models that could reduce operational costs. service and operation models that could engage residents in the governance and operations of the own communities in which they live, and service models that move participants on to permanent housing. I will say this direction wasn't easy, and these directives often conflict with each other, but the Housing Department put our thinking caps on and worked with Homebase on the recommendations before you this evening. The Homebase study was informed primarily through interviews with our current participants at our EIH and BHC communities, along with interviews with current nonprofit operators, review of the city's current contracts and budgets with our interim housing operators, research of best practices for transitional housing in other communities, and emerging best practices for workforce development. So based on all of this research and input, the Homebase report includes 45 total recommendations that are in 8 focus areas. Few of the recommendations would actually achieve a cost savings. The 2 primary costs at any EIH are first and foremost the on-site supportive staff who are caring for residents and driving our successful outcomes. And the second highest cost is on-site private security, which is often 24/7 at our interim housing sites. So making modifications to either of these has to be done thoughtfully and in partnerships with our on-the-ground experts, including the nonprofits who operate these sites and the participants who are staying at these sites. So the 2 primary recommendations that may achieve cost efficiencies for the city are, first, an alternative security model, which I'll get into in a slide in just a moment, as well as partnerships with the county and housing authority to braid together resources for a site operations, which Consuelo will get into momentarily. But overall, the Housing Department is implementing 31 of the 45 recommendations in the Homebase report. So the Housing Department is really focused on 7 of the 8 Homebase focus areas. The 8th focus area is recommendations around securing living wage, employment, and housing. And the department is currently implementing that through our SJ Bridge program at our Guadalupe EIH. So we'll continue to evaluate that program, and we look forward to bringing forward ideas in the future on how we might expand that program. So the next few slides are about the other 7 areas. First is designating subpopulations at certain locations. Our nonprofit operators identified the challenge of serving program participants under one program, and although the participants have a range of abilities and disabilities, which can be quite stressful on the staff there and the participants. And so designating sites for certain subpopulations could minimize these challenges felt by our nonprofits and more specifically tailor the supportive services on site to address needs. The Housing Department's recommendations for subpopulations are laid out on page 15 of the staff report. And while the Homebase study covered just our interim housing, our EIHs and our BHCs, the Housing Department will implement these recommendations across our interim housing sites, which includes our home key sites. So overall, we're recommending that we use our bridge housing community sites at Mayberry and Felipe for individuals who are enrolled in rapid rehousing, which is a time-limited rental subsidy with supportive services. This tends to be a population with who is higher functioning and has lower acuity, and you may be able to see some efficiencies in staffing. The majority of our sites will remain for those impacted by encampment abatements. And then finally, we would like to see a site that has a formal partnership with a service provider that can provide tailored services to survivors of gender-based violence and human trafficking. The Housing Department is committed to safety for all of our participants at every interim housing site, the safety of the employees who work at every site, and the safety of the surrounding community. And while Homebase identified security as a potential area for cost savings, they really did caution that it must be done in a balanced way, because we also heard from residents at our interim housing sites that security is one of the things that they most appreciated about living at our interim housing site. So the Housing Department recommends shifting private security to overnights only. And on-site nonprofit staff would assist with security functions during the day. And all of the security measures that currently exist will remain. So examples are fire watch, controlled access and entry points, security cameras and monitoring, and visitor check-ins and check-outs. This model is already being implemented at a couple of our interim housing locations. We would evaluate security and implementing this model per site. There are some sites where we have a commitment and requirements for security, such as at Cerrone, a future interim housing site. And then other sites where it just makes sense for the population to have 24/7 security, such as our family site at Evans Lane, where we see a lot of families who have a history of domestic violence, and having more security makes a lot of sense at that location. I'm going to pass it to Consuelo to talk about the Willow Glen Studios model, which will be a partnership between the city, the county, and the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Reagan. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Consuelo Hernandez, Director of the County of Santa Clara's Office of Supportive Housing. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to highlight this innovative solution that was an opportunity that came before us in 2019. The site was sold and no longer in operation as a residential care facility or assisted living facility. We've been able to convert that into an 80-unit interim housing site. The eligibility criteria for participants is that they're enrolled in a housing program. So pretty much 99% of the folks that enter there have a success rate because they're enrolled in a program. This partnership has allowed us to leverage private funding through a grant from the Sobrato Foundation, Destination Home to pay for the lease of the property. The county does not own it. We've been able to leverage federal funding through the Continuum of Care. And most recently, this last year, we've been testing a model using the community supports, which is related to the Medi-Cal reform that the state of California started to implement this year. That has allowed us to leverage non-county general fund dollars to support the operations of the site. It has also filled a gap in our system. In 2018, when we leased up the first supportive housing building in San Jose, the construction delays led to unexpected cost. Having a site that's dedicated for people who are already enrolled in the program, that are simply waiting for their apartment to be built, or they're waiting with their voucher to be used in the open market. This allows them a safe space to be indoors, be connected to services, and then their transition into permanent housing is that much more successful. We'd like to test this model in partnership with the City of San Jose and bring other funding dollars to at least one of your pipeline properties. And we are recommending one site because of all the nuances. And for instance, we have 2 county staff that are positioned at Willow Glen Studios to help navigate. So we'll have to have more conversations before making a commitment of further sites. I'll turn it back over to Reagan. Thank you.
Thanks, Consuelo. All right, the last area is standardizing our operating procedures. Because 5 of the 6 EIH and BHC sites were developed during the pandemic and speed was the priority, there are no standard operating guidelines or a vision for how the housing department or the city expects its interim housing to operate. As a result, each site operates just a little bit differently. So the housing department embraces and recommends developing a standard vision and what I call minimum operating expectations for all of its interim housing. Developing these guidelines would standardize things like program length of stay. It would set minimum expectations about gathering feedback from people with lived experience of homelessness for continued program improvement. It would establish resident councils at every site. It would have clear grievance policies. It would really clarify roles and responsibilities for community advisory committees because each of those operates quite differently right now. And it would set clear expectations on housing first and low barrier programs, meaning we want our programs to be easily accessible for people experiencing homelessness. So these standard operating guidelines would be the document that really memorializes all of the recommendations in the home-based study. So we certainly have a lot of work to do in the coming year. The first step is extending agreements with our current EIH and BHC operators, which will give the housing department time to develop our standard operating guidelines and expectations for all of our interim housing sites. We'll take those guidelines and expectations and do a procurement process for operators for all of our interim housing sites with new contracts beginning in July with a lot of these new program updates. And we would like to return to council for an update in 12 months after we've started implementation so we can bring you all some real data on not only our performance outcomes to make sure the successful outcomes we do currently have are not impacted. And lastly, I'd like to thank Homebase for their work on this study, as well as the Lived Experience Advisory Board for assisting with our peer-led focus groups, the Housing Department's Homeless Response Team, specifically Ryan Sanders, and last, our nonprofit operators, Home First, Path, Abode, and Life Moves for their input and expertise. Thanks. We're available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Reagan. And just informationally, before we go to public comment, a few colleagues and I put together a memo that includes a number of dates, and you talked about coming back within 12 months. Just wanted to know from the administration's perspective if you were comfortable with all of the dates that were indicated there, which included the 12 months on Rec 1, but then sooner on another item or two.
Yes, we are fine with those dates.
All those, okay. And one of those items I'll just call out, leveraging the state's CalAIM initiative is very aligned with the memo from Councilmember Candelas, obviously. So that was kind of the intention of that call out. Okay, great. Appreciate my colleagues' memos on this item. We'll come back for discussion of all. I believe there were 3 council memos in addition to the staff rec. First, though, we'll go to public comment.
Okay, I have Alex and Gail in person.
Hey, council members, Alex Shore speaking tonight personally, not on behalf of any group. I wanted to pick up something I heard from housing commissioners when I was on the housing commission who have been unhoused. They talked about the need to stabilize and how that does take time. And I really like the strain that city staff is looking at, that the mayor and company's memo talked about giving folks more time in our emergency interim housing. I think that is something we should really look at. And I wonder if more than even a year would be something the council would consider, because as formerly unhoused folks have told me, it takes a long time to restabilize your life, and months may not do the trick. So I think that's something that staff maybe could consider to keep considering looking at, and you all at the council as well. Also, thank you, Councilmember Torres, for your memo. We definitely want to see results from the money we spend on behalf of taxpayers to help our homeless community. And if certain nonprofits are not doing it, we definitely want to make sure that we're giving the money to those that are. So again, would love to see the city allow folks more time to stay in tiny homes, perhaps even to the mayor and company's memo that could dovetail with the idea of folks paying rent if that's part of the agreement needed to keep folks longer in tiny homes. But again, we don't want to ask people to leave tiny homes, have them right back out on the streets, cycling out, in and out, in and out, in and out of homelessness. So I think if tiny homes are a solution that we're committed to, we should consider allowing folks to stay longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. After Gail, I have Sean.
Hi. I don't even know why I'm speaking because I just sit here. I'm sorry. We had a real tragedy come the last couple of days with them abating at a homeless encampment that nobody seems to care about what happened to the folks. You people need to talk to the people that are living in these EIHs. The Arena Hotel is a mess. Security lets people in that don't live there. Security, 24 hours, they sleep on the job. They're out smoking. They're dealing with the residents, talking, socializing. That's nice. But they're not doing their job, just like these nonprofits. And I am sick and tired of Home First getting these millions of dollars of not doing their job. Where was Home First today when the people were being evaded the last week? Where was the city housing? Nowhere. People, you need to talk to people that are living in these places. When you have CAC meetings, talk to the people, not lived experience. They don't live there. Talk to the people that are living. Talk to the people that are going in Cerrone. Talk to the people that are going into Villa del Oro. You need to be boots on the ground, and I'm sorry I don't see that. And I'm tired. It was very emotional yesterday and today what I saw out there, Mayor. You have to stop these abatements. Stop them. I know you're just pushing people around. They need to be stopped. No place for people to go. You need to do a deep dive of these nonprofits before you continually giving them millions and millions and millions for them not doing their job. I'm sorry. I'm out there. I see what's happening. I talk to the. I'm sorry.
Time. Thank you. Next speaker.
I appreciate the job you do. I'm sure you guys have all read the letter that was sent to you by the NAACP, the Wage Theft Coalition, Deb Townley, and Unhoused Response Group. And in it, we detail a list, or maybe an indictment, of time and time again where Home First has not done their job or gone out of their way to do wrong against people of color that are their employees, that are their clients, to definitely racial disparities in the way that they treat clients. When they work, there are employees that are doing drugs, and the way that they mete out justice is however they see fit at some of these tiny homes. Right now, you have 3 employees at the Sunnyvale shelter that will lose their jobs on the 31st because they can't change their childcare schedule that was approved by the previous manager. And Home First is letting them all go, women of color who are working. The difference in their schedule is a half an hour. We're supposed to support working moms. Home First routinely puts people out on the street. You're timed out, bye. And re-traumatizes them and makes them re-homeless. They routinely put people into apartments that they've never seen. They just have them sign a lease and put them in an apartment and that's it. And shouldn't people have the ability to look at the place that they want to move into and say yes or no, rather than you're just left there and that's it? There's no autonomy. And we should stop giving Home First money if they keep working against people.
Time. Thank you. We're going to move online. Catherine.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges. I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of the Affordable Housing Network. And we work with the Unhoused Response Team and Survivors of the Streets. Thank you, Homebase, for the research report. And thank you so much, Councilor Torres, for your memorandum sharing our critique of Home First. This morning, I read Sean's letter along with the other letters from the public. And her letter was a litany of horrors inflicted on unhoused people by Home First. So were the letters from Deborah Townley and other people with direct experience. Just add a few swears, and John Oliver could use it for an episode of Last Week Tonight. And I read the NAACP letter as well. And Home First simply does not live up to the city's racial equity standards. I suspect they'll fight their new employee union too. There is no way this organization received any new contracts when they fall so far from the city standards for contractor performance. We're using them almost as a single source contractor for homeless services, but they treat the people under their care as though they were managed by the people who write hate mail about dismissing our homelessness emergency and blaming it on individuals. Please vote against this contract for $6.3 million. It needs to be put out for competitive bidding, and Home First should be excluded from the bidding process for malfeasance. I would like to see further investigation by the city or by the county grand jury. I'm sure a lot of other things would be uncovered and documented that should put them out of this business they're doing so badly. Thank you very much.
Deborah.
Hi, my name is Deborah Townley. I'm a person with lived experience at Home First. While I'm not representing these organizations, my opinion is informed with my volunteerism with West Valley Community Services Lived Experience Advisory Committee, Survivors of the Streets at Sacred Heart, the Affordable Housing Network, and I'm a founding member of a tenant association in permanent supportive housing where I live. I was also a prioritization committee member for the CES redesign and on the review and rank NOFO panel. I'm frightened. First of all, I wrote a letter about my experience at Home First and submitted it. I won't go over that right now, but it's very detailed about what I experienced there. It's horrific, the conditions that people are in there, and the way that they treat people is not dignified, respectful, or humane. Tragically, because our most vulnerable are often in such a powerless dynamic with providers, they will put up with the treatment that they're getting for a sliver of comfort, a meal, an overhang to avoid the rain, or a bed at night. Please, I beg of you to find another provider to evolve with the new trend of caring for our most vulnerable that includes a supportive, trauma-informed, resilience and strength-based approach to providing environments and staff that foster hope and growth and an abundant.
Kelly.
My name is Kelly Vasquez, and I'm Home First Chief Program Officer. For those of you who are unfamiliar with us, we have services ranging from street-based, emergency shelter or temporary housing, permanent housing, homelessness prevention, and others. We are committed to serving our neighbors experiencing homelessness with dignity and respect, and supporting them in achieving long-term housing stability. It's not just lip service for us. Last year, 865 people we served secured permanent housing. 97% of our permanent supportive and prevention program participants retained their housing. 71% of our City of San Jose funded rapid rehousing program participants graduated into permanent housing. And even beyond these hundreds of stories we could tell about the life-changing effect of our housing outcomes, countless others have received support, like a safe place to sleep during inclement weather through City of San Jose's overnight warming locations that we operate, receipt of a hygiene kit through street-based outreach, and more. Congregate shelters can be challenging environments, and emergency interim housing offers a critically important alternative. Home First was among the very first operators of this model in California, and it's a space where we've innovated, designed, and redesigned to better meet the needs of the people we serve. We offer case management, flex funds to help with housing placement, educational and life skills workshops, even access to clinician support, and about 40% of our program participants exit into permanent housing from these sites. All of this to say, while it isn't easy in the housing market we are all subject to, we are committed to excellence, and we hope that you'll take the time to get to know us better. Thank you.
Brian?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thanks for allowing 2 minutes on these other items. That was really appreciated instead of the 1 minute on everybody. And I hope people take the information that the folks were offering about private nonprofits. They're a wonderful thing, but they're like any other group. They need to be audited. They need to be watched. If there's enough complaints, enough issues, and you're going to be handing out $6 million. I mean, when I was a school teacher, we got audited for like the students bring $20 a month, and we were a penny off. God help us. The wrath would come. So it's just that it's such an inordinate amount of money if there are these situations that are going on. And from what I've read and what I've heard, there is at least a question of that happening, and there should be some accountability. And personal anecdotal witnessing is part of it. I know data is that some people are getting out and some people are staying in the housing longer than they can, or that they don't have access to it, or that there's, I mean, just a half an hour difference, letting 3 people go before you have to change your time because of childcare. That's ridiculous. I mean, if that, and I'm not saying that it's not true or is true, I'm just saying if it turns out to be factual, without any other variables involved, then that's just ridiculous. And that should be approached, it should be dealt with. Thank you.
Going to move to an in-person speaker. I have Serge.
Good afternoon. My name is Serge Lilavois, and I'm an Associate Director at PATH. As a homeless service provider here in the city, we see the impacts of the shelter crisis each and every day. Our outreach team made over 7,000 contacts in the past fiscal year, yet there were not enough safe places for the vast majority of the people we serve to peacefully rest and exist. We applaud the mayor and council for developing this declaration with urgency and nimbleness. It is crucial that we develop a myriad of shelter options that match the diverse needs of our people experiencing homelessness here in the city. Shelter is a necessary short-term solution, but only permanent housing ends homelessness. The high cost of housing and the corresponding lack of deeply affordable units in this city makes moving out of interim housing difficult, if not nearly impossible. That's why we appreciate that this declaration includes a commitment to seeking affordable housing options. PATH is committed to working with the mayor and council on ways to expedite housing solutions of all types. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's actually going to be our next item, but thanks for the comment. Appreciate it.
Back to the council, and just to note, Councilmember Ortiz does have his hand up.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Awesome. Just before we jump in, I just want to say a few thank yous. This home-based report has been much anticipated. And so I want to really start by thanking Con Russo and the San Francisco Foundation. I know back in, I believe it was 2021, then Mayor Liccardo reached out to the San Francisco Foundation asking for their help in analyzing this new model that we were moving forward and helping us to learn and have this feedback loop where we're constantly evaluating what we're doing and finding opportunities to improve, to get better outcomes for the clients, to be more efficient with our use of taxpayer dollars. So really just want to thank San Francisco Foundation for stepping up, bless you, to contract with Homebase to dig into our operating costs and best practices, and hence the report that we've all received. From the Homebase team, just want to thank Nicole Thomas, Carla Carvalho, Meadow Robinson, and Sasha Kane for their work. Also want to thank our providers. We have 3 providers at our 6 EIH sites that include Home First, Path, and Life Moves, who are critical, actually carry out the work every day, and the success that we've seen across our sites, which actually does, well, certainly imperfect, and as we saw in the report, plenty of opportunities for optimization, does tend to outpace outcomes that we see in other places. And I think we can attribute a lot of that to their human-centered services and the personalization of the services they provide. Also want to thank the clients at these sites who participated and were interviewed for the report. So really appreciate that we had people living at that moment on site who were willing to speak with the Homebase team. And then, of course, our team, Reagan, Kelly, and everybody in housing who contributed as well. And then great to have Consuelo here from the county and have that desire to partner as we look at ways to leverage each other's resources and be more efficient as we keep expanding both shelter and permanent housing. So I really appreciated the report, learned a lot. With some colleagues, put forward a memo that I'll probably come back around to. I think we just wanted to both express support for the staff rec, but also emphasize some areas where we'd like to see extra thought given, or in the case of a program like San Jose Bridge, which aligns with one of the recommendations in the report, make sure we're coming back before the next budget cycle with an analysis of the effectiveness of that program and whether or not it could be expanded to meet some of the objectives in the report. Obviously, security costs are one of our biggest line items and are covered there. And I support my colleagues' memos as well, so I'm hoping that as we kind of move into this, we'll have a motion that incorporates all of the memos that were put forward. I thought they all were thoughtful and made sense. So with that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues, and then I may ask a few questions at the end, but I want to give the floor to my colleagues. The first hand I have up is Councilmember Batra, if you want to jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a very comprehensive report from the Homebase, and I'm glad that our housing has picked up most of the recommendations. I have a few questions. First question is, we heard that we need our providers in order for us to be successful, our residents to be able to have services. I want to know how you are trying to monitor them because of the difference you are seeing in terms of the services we expect and we get versus the public comment. The comment which we got from Gail today is not the only comment I have heard. So I want to know how you're trying to monitor these multi-million-dollar projects or the contracts, which are non-competitive contracts. So I want to know, how do you manage the performance of these people? What kind of checks and balances do you have?
Thanks, Council Member. I just want to clarify that these contracts are competitive contracts. We did a procurement process for our interim housing operators. Even during the height of the pandemic, we did a procurement process. So these are public funds, and So they're competitive. They're not just given to nonprofits. In terms of your question around how the housing department monitors performance, we do that in a couple ways. We have contract analysts who monitor the spending monthly for each of our interim housing providers. Our providers are required to submit their invoices on a monthly basis for what they spent the previous month, and then they submit supporting documentation. So we monitor their expenses and make sure that they're the right expenses. So we monitor that on a very frequent basis. The other monitoring that's in place is quarterly performance metrics. So we require quarterly performance reports where they update us on their activities. So things like case management activities, workshops on site. Those are the widgets that we count, but we also ask them to submit. They all have performance outcomes in their contract, and our primary performance outcome in our contract for interim housing is placements into permanent or other temporary housing. And we do ask for updates and reports on that on a quarterly basis. And we do check those metrics against data that's in HMIS as well. So that's some of the financial and performance measures that are in place, but we also have an outside entity, a consultant that works with us on formal contract monitoring, and their priority is for what we call high-risk contracts. So high risk is defined as contracts that are high dollar amounts, and contracts where we may have multiple contracts with one entity is another way to look at what might be defined as a high risk entity. And those contracts are monitored on an annual basis. And then any contract that has federal funding, we're also monitored and audited very regularly by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. So those are just some of the examples of how we monitor a contract's performance and their spending.
So would it look like that you have a pretty tight financial controls on it? But what about the performance or interaction with either their employees or with the residents? Because financial, I think I got it. You got it measured every pay possible, and it's under total control. So it's the other part which is what the comments were about here publicly, and the comments which I heard before.
When we do a competitive procurement, the housing department does look at a few things. We look at their past performance. If they've had previous contracts with the city, we ask specific questions around how their program is addressing racial equity. So we ask for specific things around their hiring practices. We also ask for clear policies around their grievances for program participants.
So let me, sorry for interrupting you. In light of the comments which you have heard, would you need to go and do something to satisfy yourself that the things are going okay?
Our focus is really on the contract performance financially and their outcomes and metrics. And like I said, we do also ensure that they have grievance policies for the participants in their programs. I will be frank by saying some of the allegations, as I understand them, are personnel matters. The housing department does not get involved in personnel matters.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I got a couple of questions regarding the work plan which you have. In the work plan, item number 3, which deals with prevent health-related emergency service and ambulance calls. Okay, and all the bad things about that one are well stated in the memos and the analysis and the home base and all that. The question, do our residents, don't they, most of them have Medi-Cal or Medicare or some kind of Obamacare or some care plans available to them, or most of them are without any kind of medical services available to them?
I don't know that I have stats for you this evening, council member, so I'm just going to speak maybe anecdotally from what I hear when I'm visiting our sites, and I would say it's kind of a mixed bag. I know residents of our EIHs who are actually insured by Kaiser, and I know many who have Medi-Cal insurance, so and some who currently don't have insurance. So, other than saying I don't have the precise statistics for you this evening.
So where I'm leading to is that, is it that we are getting these ambulance calls basically as a way of transportation to the medical facility, and not really because of the lack of medical facilities and all that? And we're talking about here that, hey, there's a memo says that we should develop this private healthcare plans to create something. Isn't the county people, caseworkers, supposed to have connected them with the proper healthcare services, and it's only a matter of transportation, that they don't have a way to get there, and they're using ambulance services as a way to get there?
I believe that the majority of our calls for service, many of them are either welfare checks or medical calls for service. So a welfare check may not be, just to clarify, a medically related response, and that is by far the highest number of calls for service from our interim housing sites.
So will the item number 3, the way it has been directed, that let's Kaiser develop this thing and all that, is that going to solve our problem?
Can you just clarify what item number 3? Is it on a council member memo?
No, it's on the work plan, item number 3.
Let me take a look.
And council members, as staff is taking a look, I'll just, since we're past the 10 minutes, I'm going to let you finish the back and forth on this item, and then we'll come back around to you if you have questions on other topics. Go ahead and finish your line of questioning on this topic.
Yeah, I'll finish that, but I'd like to state my other questions so that they can think about it when my turn comes on it. I won't expect the answer to be given.
I think if you can do it very concisely, and I just want to make sure we hear from everybody, but we'll come back around.
Okay, so the item on the work plan is we think we can do more in terms of preventative care and health education. So, for example, many of the participants at our interim housing sites have diabetes, and maybe if they were living outside, that diabetes may not have been taken care of the way a housed person would. So we've been talking to a private healthcare provider about coming on site to some of our interim housing locations to help with some of that preventative type healthcare and education, and we think that is a way where further down the line we'll see a reduction in medical calls for service.
Okay, all right. So I'm not expecting the answer for the next one. I just want to tell, because the mayor has already warned me about that. They focus on there's an item number 7, which is focused on creating CACs with the residents. Those are going to be only applicable after the EIH has been created. I would like to know that the CAC we want are the ones which get formed before the EIH gets created. And those would have to be from the neighborhood people because the neighborhood is not accepting or not happy with the way things are going. So when I get my second turn, I would be asking you a question on that. Okay, all right? All right?
Okay, great.
All right.
Thanks, Councilmember. I appreciate it. And we will come back around to you, and I have a note here to make sure I go to Councilmember Ortiz in a moment, but I want to go to Councilmember Torres next.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Housing Department for this presentation. So Rosalind and Reagan, I'll forgive you for calling me, for calling Omar Passons Omar Torres. It's okay, he's a cool guy. I had long talking points, but just to make it brief, we all know the issues that are happening with Home First, right? Whether they're internal or external. And so with that, I motion to move, along with the mayor's memo, my memo, and Councilmember Candela's memo this evening.
I'll second. Okay, thank you. So we have a motion including the staff rec and the 3 memos from the council members with a second from Dewan. Thank you, council member.
Yeah, and I do want to let folks know, well, my colleagues know, that I did work with our housing department on this memo, and so it was vetted by housing department, vetted by the city attorney as well, my memo, so.
Okay, appreciate that note. That's helpful context. Okay, great. Councilor Cohen?
Yes, thank you, and obviously it's an important topic that we seem to be talking about every week, but I think it's worthwhile conversation, obviously, and I want to appreciate my fellow council members, Candelas and Torres, for their memos, because as we were thinking through all the issues in this memo, those are some of the things that were on my mind and questions about how to call them out and address them, so I appreciate both of those additions to the motion. I just have a couple of quick questions. The first one, I know that there's talking here about communities for different types of people. One thing that I've been hearing a lot about is that one group that that's really hard to serve, and I understand that it'll be hard to serve at our EAH sites, but the pet owner community seems to be have some needs that we're unable to meet. And I just wanted to know if we have any thoughts about what we might do going forward for that last piece that I think is not able to be served.
We allow pets and their owners at all of our interim housing sites. We have space for pets, outdoor dog runs at all of our interim housing sites.
Okay, well, I don't think that's understood by everybody, but that's good to hear. So I appreciate that feedback. I'll talk more offline about how it is that we
do have limitations on the number of dogs. As a dog lover, I would have many dogs, but the spaces, the units themselves are small, and so we do have limits. It was originally 1 dog, but the housing department pushed for 2 dogs, so that is the limit. But we do welcome dogs and their owners.
Well, good. Thank you. I like hearing answers that I didn't expect.
And cats too. Sorry, cats. For the cat lovers, we allow cats too.
Good. The other question or comment for me is just about the security, and I appreciate this and I always am looking for new ways of doing things and being creative and not always just having to have one methodology. What I'm concerned about is security. Obviously, we hear from people on sites who want security and who are concerned. But in addition to that, we often have made commitments to the residents in the area when we open a site to say, one of the things we promise you is that there will be 24/7 security. And I guess the word security can be defined different ways for different people, but I just want to make sure that we're not going to cause, because one of the most important things for us is to make sure that the communities where these sites are located continue to buy in and accept them, and we don't end up causing a problem that leads to this becoming an unsustainable model in our city or something that causes more trouble. And so there are certain amounts of cost, obviously, that I believe are worth it if these sites will be successful. And so that's one of the reasons why, I made sure in our memo we had the statement that moving forward, we should evaluate on a case-by-case basis what security needs there are and see whether we can phase back. And I appreciate that you said that you want to phase back or look carefully at each of the sites and decide on a case-by-case basis whether to do this. And so I just want to make sure we're thoughtful about this, because I think in this particular issue, one mistake can set us back a long way. So I don't have a question necessarily, unless you want to comment on that.
I would just wholeheartedly agree, and I think that's why we really wanted to highlight this, because we do think it just warrants transparency in a conversation with you all as the policymakers, because you are talking to your communities and hosting interim housing in your districts, and so we really want to be upfront and transparent about the security and any potential changes to the security. But the Housing Department does believe we need to look at it site by site, and we also believe we've been operating these sites now for 3 years and have done so in a very safe manner, and would continue to do that. And we actually, as we've made reports in other items before council, we've reported on calls for service data, which actually decreases or stays the same when we bring an interim housing community into a neighborhood. And so we do have data that says we're operating very safely, and could warrant changes or modifications in security. And again, a lot of the security measures will still remain in place with on-site staff. A lot of times private security is a monitor and make a call when there is an incident, and our on-site nonprofit staff is better trained in de-escalation and trauma-informed care, and are often better at intervening when there's incidences than private security.
Councilmember Cohen, Omar Passons, Deputy City Manager. Just one thing I wanted to mention specifically as to Cerrone, as I've heard that come up a couple times. Somebody really, really clear and explicit. We have already, as a city, started working with the lead security team over at the Cerrone, the VTA yard, on making sure that we take all of the steps that we agreed to in that space. And so that, just want to be really, really clear that nothing about this, as Reagan said, this is about a case-by-case basis. Nothing about this in any way interrupts that train.
Yeah, I understand, and that's what we explicitly said for now. For now, Cerrone will continue to have 24/7 security, because that's a commitment we've made to VTA and their employees. Since you mentioned Cerrone, do we have a timeline of when we're going to be coming back with a contract?
Councilmember, we're working diligently with our colleagues, with our counterparts at the VTA, and so I anticipate, hopefully within the next, I'll have to check and see where they are on finalizing those portions, and I'll circle back with you. How about that?
Thank you.
All right.
That's all the comments.
Thanks, Councilmember. To the point Reagan made, I found it interesting in the report that sites in other places where they've reduced security have seen it get no worse, and in some cases better, because the rest of the staff then becomes trained and more responsible for knowing how to de-escalate, knowing who to call. So I just thought it was interesting that sometimes those changes can actually make a system better off. Kind of surprising. Okay, let's go to Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm a tremendous supporter of emergency interim housing. I think it is critically important. I also want to say that over the last 3 years, I'm sure we've learned a lot, the staff has learned a lot, the community has learned a lot as we try to improve. We need more units. We really, really need to get out there. But as we're moving forward, I don't hear what we're going to do about the concerns. So I want to support the motion, but I need to hear something of what corrective action, what's going to be different, how we're going to have the transparency, accountability, and commitment, specifically of Home First. I haven't heard anything in regard to Life Moves or Path or anybody else, but it deeply concerns me that we have these sort of like
ongoing sort of complaints. And so you've talked about monitoring. Yes, you're monitoring spending, and that you're having these quarterly performance on activities. And I didn't hear a lot about outcomes for the people. So maybe you are monitoring them, I don't know, but I don't feel that the question has been answered, at least not clearly for me, and if it was, I missed it, I'm sorry. But I feel that outcomes for the people have to improve, and these complaints about Home First makes me nervous. We're spending $10 million in a 6-month period, and the big chunk of it, more than half, is going to go to Home First. I don't have that level of comfort that I can say, yes, this is I'm going to feel good that, this is going to be great. So help me. Help me understand that moving forward in this negotiation, things are going to change. I don't want Gail coming back to me telling me it didn't change. It's still the same. And we've spent $10 million. That's not okay. So please tell me what will be different.
So I just want to make very clear that as I said, as I understand many of the complaints or allegations are personnel related matters. And again, the housing department does not get involved in personnel related matters. Where we do get involved are the contract performance and the outcomes for the people. Our outcomes for the people that the housing department cares most about is that someone exits one of our programs and finds stable housing. That's our primary outcome that the housing department wants to see. And those outcomes are measured regularly, as I mentioned, through our contract performance.
Well, as someone who believes that people ought to be treated fairly, right? All people, right? I don't think that we should be promoting or having contractors not do what is necessary for their people. So I understand that housing doesn't, this is not part of it, but I just want to express that concern. And if Home First is listening, please listen. Treat your people well. And this is just my own opinion, but I do believe that it's not okay the way it's all happening, especially if we're investing. And I also want to express a concern that we have contract monitoring where I'm understanding this as the housing department has a contractor who monitors the contractors. Is that correct? Or is that not correct?
Not quite correct. Okay. So we actually monitor internally with city employees. Our contract analysts do contract monitoring. And then because of some staff bandwidth issues, we also contract out with an outside entity to do an additional layer of contract monitoring for what we call high risk.
It's in addition to what you're doing.
It's an additional layer because we recognize, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw quadruple the amount of funding, that we really needed an extra layer of monitoring.
I just thought that it was one on top of the other and not, sort of overseeing it. So that makes me feel better. But I do feel that there's a lot of legitimacy, even in Councilmember Torres's memo on, there are issues with Home First, and I just feel that it's not good when you're dealing with a vulnerable population already, and I don't know how Yes, I understand that the outcomes are the ones that we want from interim to go into permanent supportive housing, you know, or into housing. But it seems to me that it's a lot of money to be spending on an organization that has some questionable ways of doing things. So,
Vice Mayor,
yes.
If I could just offer, having seen our housing department staff with Home First out in the field, having been with Home First out in the field, you know, you're getting a slice, a snapshot, right? And I don't, as Reagan said, we're not getting into the personnel pieces, but one of the ways that I think we as a city, as one team in the city, try to understand what's happening in the field is by actually going into the field and seeing how Home First interacts with people that it interacts with. And so I just want to share for everyone's context that it's not just a snapshot. Our housing department team are consistently over time taking in that information. They're the ones that offered to give the tour. They've given tours to several of your colleagues so they can see firsthand how Home First, the quality of the interaction and the outcome. So I just want to make sure that everybody in the room understands that our team takes the work they do very seriously, the standards that they hold our contractors to very seriously. I'm not dismissing the other memos, but I just want to be clear that it's not that people take this stuff lightly. They take it very, very seriously.
Yeah,
on an ongoing basis.
I know that you do. I know that the team does. I know that the city does. I just worry that when we're not looking, what actually happens, right? Because the thing is that when we're not looking, things should be running smoothly, right? And it sounds like it's not. So to me, I feel that there is a problem there. And I don't want to give this much funding to an organization that has these types of problems. You know, I know it may not be our business to do personnel stuff, but I recognize that, you know, if you don't treat your people well, you know, how is it that, you know, when no one is looking, you're actually doing the right thing? I don't know, but it bothers me. It bothers me tremendously. I know you're going to have an RFP next year. I'm looking forward to new people because I think we need to do something. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go to, I'm going to go to Councilmember Ortiz, and then we have more in person. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. First off, I just want to start out by thanking the Housing Department for their work on incorporating the recommendations from this important report. And there's a lot in the recommendations that I can support. Better serving our highest needs residents by dedicating certain sites to serving them, longer term of stay at an interim site for more effective placement into permanent housing, and increased engagement with both participants and the surrounding community. All that is great. However, I do have some concerns, some shared by my colleagues already in various memos. First, I support the recommendations by our colleagues to make considerations around private security case by case. Many of our residents have raised concerns about issues in their neighborhood when we bring in EIH's permanent supportive housing and safe parking sites. We make a promise to these neighborhoods that by putting the effort and taxpayer dollars into these sites, we will see a reduction of impacts to the greater quality of life that the housing crisis and the homeless epidemic has caused. So it's up to us to make sure that we make good on that promise. And unfortunately, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing and reading in new emails, it looks like we're not hitting that mark. So I hesitate when we start talking about the reduction of security at some of our sites. And if anything, I would like to have more security at some of these sites. Beyond the existing commitment that the city must uphold at the Cerrone site, I know there are various problems impacting our sites, specifically around security, crime, and other things. And I know that security presence will mitigate a lot of these issues, or at least move towards mitigating these issues. But I support a strategic and flexible approach to that. I also have concerns with some of the proposals, both in the original memo and in my colleagues, with regards to charging nominal rents to access rental assistance monies to fund operations. I think there are serious consequences to treating our interim sites more like housing, including adopting a tenant-landlord relationship and all the responsibilities that come with that. I have a question for staff. On page 13 of the memo, it mentioned that changes to programmatic design, like charging rent or accessing other revenue streams, will potentially require units to meet higher livability standards, and references other immediate and downstream implications. Can you speak a little bit more to what those potential implications and trade-offs might be?
I'm just refreshing my memory of page 13, council member, so bear with me.
No worries.
Some of those implications you actually just mentioned in your comments, council member, about when you charge rent, then you create a tenant-landlord relationship, and individuals would have leases, and it becomes a whole other different type of program that you're operating, whereas we categorize our interim housing as non-congregate shelter. So it's a completely different kind of program. And then when you do charge rent, there are all kinds of other housing standards that must be met in terms of often unit size or access to other kinds of amenities. So it's not easy. It's not as easy as just saying, oh, we'll charge rent at Rue Ferrari. For example, like we have to, if we were to go down that avenue at some point in the future, we would have to select the site carefully. So for example, a site that's currently under construction at Monterey and Branham will have kitchenettes inside the units, and that could potentially be a site in the future for charging rent, for example. But again, there's all kinds of other programmatic related implications.
Thank you. I'm glad that you have acknowledged that, and that may be opening up a can of worms. As we progress with exploring these other models, I just want to reiterate that there are serious consequences to treating our interim sites as permanent housing. I want to thank Councilmember Candelas for his recommendations surrounding improving on-site preventative care. I also support the memo from my colleague, Councilmember Torres, in regards to a relationship with Home First. And I'm extremely troubled by the reports of systemic racial discrimination by Home First, including some horrific allegations about the treatment of Black workers at Home First. And in addition, I've heard many concerns from different corners of the community about Home First performance and ability to meet the commitments they agreed as part of their contract. I think I raised concerns, I think it was the last council meeting or the last one, in regards to their outreach citywide to the homeless community. I think it's important that we do not stay married to any of these nonprofit organizations that we are paying to deliver these services. If there are areas to scrutinize these organizations, they're not hitting their marks. There are issues like racial discrepancies occurring in the organization. I think we should entertain the idea of ending these contracts. You know, we're not going to address the homelessness crisis by continuing to funnel millions of dollars into the same select organizations. You know, we got to see what else is out there. I do not support giving Home First any more of our money, our city money. I take, any sort of transgression against people of color very serious. I know that the housing department, in theory, doesn't look into personnel matters, but council members, we have to. Right? We are elected by the public, and if we approve if we were to approve this item, it would say City of San Jose approved $1 million to go to a firm that has allegations against African American workers. Those are things that a city shouldn't do with taxpayer dollars. So I support my council member colleagues' memos. So just to, I guess this question's for council member Torres. So your memo, it said to discontinue or not continue with the contract with Home First?
No, I'm going to yield to Rosalind because I know she helped me with this memo on why on the true purpose of the memo. I want to get it from Rosalind because it's really important that we hear from our housing department on why. And my second go around, I do want to respond on things that Vice Mayor Kamei touched on and Peter Ortiz, but I think in this one we should hear from our housing department.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Torres. Regarding the recommendation in your memo, I want to clarify, it does not state ending a contract with Home First. What it does is this directs staff to continue to monitor Home First contract, including their performance and any potential issues with staffing, and to also ensure that they are meeting their contract performance metrics. So that's what's included in the recommendation.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Rosalind. That being said, I'm not going to vote for the motion. I'm not going to be voting to give an organization like Home First tax dollars. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Did you have a point of information?
Actually, I did.
Yeah.
This is a response to Vice Mayor Kamei as well, because I know she was a little bit firm on not giving a contract to Home First. So originally, my memo was to actually recommend not giving a contract to Home First. But if it were to pass, that means that Home First wouldn't be a service provider for any of our EIHs that they currently operate. And so when I had a conversation with Housing Department, our Housing Department said, hold on, no, we need time for this. And Councilmember Ortiz and Vice Mayor Kamei, the reason why I agreed, because one, we're one team, I think that's important, but the other one is we cannot upend our unsheltered communities' lives already. Yeah. They're in transition already, and so I couldn't, in good conscience, write a memo that said, get rid of the contract of Home First, because there are just too many lives are at stake. And yes, Councilmember Ortiz and Vice Mayor Kamei, I am extremely upset how Home First has treated their black employees, just like everybody else. And also with that, we made sure, again, this memo was vetted by our city attorney, because in one of my recommendations, I did say that we need to, I don't want to say the word because we were told that it could be a potential lawsuit, so I'm not going to say the word. So that's why we made it a little bit vague regarding personnel issues. But as an elected official and an ally of our black community, I am extremely upset on what's going on in Home First. And again, that's why I couldn't in good conscience write a memo saying that we can't give Home First this contract. I think we need time, and I hope that in January we get a service provider who's willing to step up. So, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Councilmember. And I do think it's very prudent to be measured and to not suddenly cease operations when we have hundreds of vulnerable people being served. And I know for myself, I want to learn more. I've read a little bit. There's certainly some follow-up questions and conversations I'd like to have before I will feel like I have a fully informed opinion on exactly what's going on. But certainly concerning allegations, no doubt. Okay, we are Councilor Ortiz, sorry, I didn't know if you had wrapped up.
Oh no, just thanks for that context, Councilmember Torres. Appreciate that, and that helps me with my decision. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I don't think we've heard yet from Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that statement made by Councilmember Torres, specifically, the thoughtfulness behind wanting to do or continue to do the business that we do, specifically providing, interim housing homes for folks who are struggling or in transition to hopefully permanent housing. But as a follow-up to that, what are our options as a city with regards to ensuring contract performances are actually being met if they are not?
We have about 3 ways in all of our contracts where we can terminate a contract. One is just we want to terminate and we don't have to give a reason. Another one is that we can terminate for cause. Another option is we can say we're going to terminate, but give the entity an opportunity to cure or fix whatever the cause is. So those are the 3 as I remember them. And just to say, we have terminated contracts in the past, in my time with the department, which has been 5 years. And we've also chosen not to renew contracts with entities that were not meeting their performance targets. Again, 3 contracts that I can remember just over the last 3 years.
Right, okay, and that's good. And the reason I asked that is I would hope staff in the next 4 or 5 months or whenever you come back, that is part of the consideration when a recommendation is made on which contractor to recommend. Councilmember Batra already asked that, this is we do an RFP for our providers, and it is a competitive process. And so this isn't, we're not just giving out contracts to select folks. And so folks are bidding, folks are being competitive with regards to their contracts. And that's important. And it's important for the community to understand that we're going to be looking to make sure that the contractor in question is following through and making sure that they're delivering on not just the residents, but for the folks who are very vulnerable in this specific situation. To the motion on the floor, I appreciate Councilmember Torres' motion to include my memorandum, and I'm appreciative of staff for the memo yesterday, or the briefing that I had yesterday, and right after the conversation on how we can save the city dollars, specifically related to emergency medical calls. I reached out to Stanford, and Stanford's on board, and they're willing, and they're waiting for a call from staff. And I'm hoping that our team, and Consuelo, you're here for the county. I'm hoping Valley Healthcare Homeless Program, VHHP, is on board as well, and can explore further partnerships, because that intergovernmental coordination, and I appreciate you being here as a partner from the county, is critical to the success of what we do here. And I'll just close with a thank you to Omar, Kelly, Rosalind, and Reagan. Appreciate your report tonight.
Great, thanks, Councilmember. Okay, I have a couple of repeat hands. Councilmember Dewan, I don't think we've heard from you yet, have we? No. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you. Other council member have brought that issue with the Home First. And if we don't do anything about it, we're setting a bad standard. I've talked to a lot of unhoused residents because they are the end user. And last weekend, I spoke to a few out there next to the Rotary Garden. And out of the 10 that I talked to, 8 of them have stated that they're extremely unhappy of the service they're getting from Home First. And that's concerned me just like anyone else. When an entity receiving money from our public, from our taxpayer, and they're not performing, there's a problem. And we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to dive into what is it they're doing wrong, what is it they're doing to fix it, and if they're not, then I agree with my colleagues. We need to look for other vendors that can provide excellent services with the amount of money that we're given to them. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay. Council Member Batra, we're back to you.
Okay, so I want to pursue one item. We talked comprehensively what we are going to be doing inside the EIH. In order for us to be successful, we have to really be thinking about what happens outside the EIH, the neighborhood, how they feel. Do they like it? Do they find that the neighborhood is as good or as bad before? Specific item I want to cover with is that the item number 7 in your work plan, which talks about creating a community of council of residents at each EIH. I want a clarification. Is this you're talking about the council consisting of the people who are residing in there, or this is the people who are residing in the neighborhood?
So the 7th item on the work plan actually discusses 2 different items. The first item is creating a resident council at each site, and this really speaks to the importance of involving our customers in the operations of the site and governing of the site in the communities in which they live. So that is something we plan to move forward with, which is separate from our community advisory committees, or CACs, which is a group of primarily external stakeholders to the EIH, so nearby businesses, nearby housed community members, the council office, oftentimes other city departments like SJPD and Beautify San Jose, as well as the housing department. And really the purpose of that community advisory committee is to have a regular cadence of communication with those stakeholders about what's happening on the site.
Okay, so the CAC is external. What I would like to make sure by recording it with an amendment that CAC is formed immediately after a site is selected, not after a site is built. This CAC should be the one who helps us get the site created. Okay, and that is very important. You had that success with the RV parking because that started out before the RV parking site got created. And it's the same thing, we need to make sure that this CAC, which your number 2 item on 7, gets created immediately after a site is selected. And that CAC allows or actually helps shape the way EIH actually develops.
That's our standard practice currently, council member, before a site opens.
I don't think staff or the report actually suggests changing the practice we have of getting the neighborhood together in a CAC prior to the site opening. My understanding was the suggestion was that we would then, once the site was open, incorporate the perspectives of folks who live at the site, potentially. Is that correct?
Correct.
Earlier, okay.
Correct. And the recommendation here, council members, to really standardize the roles and responsibilities of the CAC across our CACs, because as I mentioned right now, they each function very differently. So for example, some are actually led by the council office, and some are actually led by a community volunteer, and some are led by the housing department. And so we really want to standardize that. We believe there's a best practice.
Yes, so standardizing is fine. what I do want to see is stated that that CSC get formed. When is it formed? So just like you're standardizing this, I want to standardize that CSC will be formed immediately after a site is selected.
Yes, we can include that and memorialize that practice in our operating guidelines and our CAC roles.
I do want to be clear, though, that is our process. I'm not sure we're making a change here other than saying what we already do. I have a little bit of a problem with the word immediate. I think it's a little unclear to me. A site could be approved and be 12 months out. I'm not sure that it's a good use of city staff resources to say 12 months out, you got to go set this up and start holding a monthly meeting.
So,
I'd like to leave staff personally with the current flexibility, as long as the understanding is we're going to standardize around the best practices we have. If you want to offer us
Mayor,
amendment, you're welcome to.
The question is, yes, it will be formed. When will it be formed? There is no standard on that one. If you want to specify that, okay, 6 months before, 3 months before, when we are starting to do the design, something we want to formalize it on, because
I would defer to city staff on, is there in your view at this point a best practice on how much lead time you would like before establishing a CAC? Meaning lead time before the site opens?
Not to be a little wishy-washy here, but it might depend on the site. There are some sites like our home key interim housing sites where the CAC has been formed for probably over a year before the site actually opened. And that's been beneficial. So I really do think it might depend on the site. I would say 6 months before a site is like a minimum, but again, it may depend on the site.
So that's our practice. I don't know if you want to ask the maker of the motion for a friendly amendment, but that is our current practice.
Yeah, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, which specifies that the CSC be formed at least 3 months before the design activities start. Because that way, if you chose a site and for a year you don't do anything with it, that's okay. Then don't need to form anything. But main concern is that the CSC need to be formed before you start completing your design and you have the input.
Just before I turn to the maker of the motion, does staff have any clarifying question or concern? Anything you want to add?
Mr. Mayor, I don't accept, so I don't think we need staff.
All right, the amendment failed. It is not accepted by the maker of the motion. Okay. Councilor Batra, anything else you'd like to add?
So that's fine. You don't accept it. Could you give me an explanation? Why wouldn't you accept it?
Well, in the spirit of this memo,
yeah,
that's why. But we can create CACs without including it in a memo. So
no, but you see, the community does not...
Councilmember Batra, I don't accept.
Okay, so
we're going to... Councilmember Batra, if you have another point or question you want to direct to staff,
no, sir,
feel
I do
free.
want to talk about this item itself.
You're welcome to make a statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to make the statement. The EAI sites are not getting accepted. We have a huge problem with the Via del Oro right now, which we have accepted. The community is all up in arms. You don't want to go and create more EIHs without the community input. And all I'm asking for you is to represent that there should be a formalization of it when the EIH will have a CSE. And I'm not sure why is it so difficult to accept that. Such a simple request.
So I'll just interject one more time, and we are getting close to the 10 minutes. I can't speak for the maker of the motion. That's totally his discretion. I will say, just so you know, for if you want to communicate back to your constituents on that item, I think staff has just confirmed that at least 6 months out, is that what I heard? We are creating a CAC for every site as a best practice. I think I just heard that. So I think we can say with confidence to the community that that is our practice.
Did I hear that that is a published statement somewhere in best practices guide? Is it any document there which I can refer to?
We don't have it in a document right now, council member, but that's been our, I would say, standard practice.
It is now on the record, forevermore on YouTube.
So
yes.
just one important clarifying point. As we continue to get increasingly efficient at the amount of time it takes to go from site approval to doors opening, we may actually find ourselves in a place where that window is less than 6 months. I mean, that has already happened with one of our early sites before I got here. So I just want to be mindful. I think the flexibility for staff to be able to do that, we get into the community well before even the sites are approved by council. So I don't think there's, whether they approve or not in the community is a separate question, but I think staff has been directed previously, and we do get into the community on a very, very early basis. So I just want to be careful not to pigeonhole housing, because the team in Public Works that does the building may actually get it done quicker, and then we'd be in a bit of a problem.
We don't need 6 months, but we need it prior to the EIH becoming operational. I'm not asking you to have it 6 months or even 3 months or 9 months. It is prior to EIH becoming operational, so that you have the community already accepted it. Okay. And is that the formalization of the process? You're saying you have a practice of 6 months. I'm not even asking 6 months.
For every site, council member, we have formalized the CAC prior to opening.
And you will.
At every site.
And you will in future.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Kamei.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Torres for going through his explanation on his memo, and, you know, in terms of, I too don't want to just say, home first, you got to leave, and then, you know, we're sort of in disarray with no one there to watch do their work. So I totally understand that. But I wanted to ask the staff, how soon will we get any information as to what, you know, like, I don't know how this contract would be from January, and it's going to be negotiated. And so I'm just wondering, when do you look at information coming back, or have they been just so stellar in being able to to perform in their current activities, you know, putting aside the employee stuff, that it should be no big deal?
Can you restate your question? I'm trying
to anticipate. When I went back to the June memo, the amount was much smaller that we authorized previously in terms of this period of time, of whether it was 5 months or 6 months in the work that they're doing. So I'm just wondering, from January to June, there's going to be this work that they're going to do, and you're going to have improving outcomes for placement and doing all this activity and, you know, monitoring what they're doing. So what I'm asking is, I don't want to just not vote for this so that they can be out and not, you know, like not performing in this contract, because I understand that in a very practical sense, you know, we need the services, right? So it's not just, you know, you turn the light off and it goes. So what I'm asking is, when will we know that, you know, their performance is stellar, things are going well, and does that happen on a monthly basis? Does that happen on a quarterly basis? And how will you negotiate their performance in that 6-month period?
So the agency reports to us monthly on their spending and financials. They report quarterly on the activities and outcomes for the people who are in their programs.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm not hearing anything about looking at what type of organization it is. I'm still sort of hung up on this thing about the way they treat their employees, right? And I know that while you do not need to take a look at that, I certainly feel still that to me has not been answered. So I will not be supporting this. I feel really bad because I want to, because I don't see a vehicle, a way to be able to keep them accountable in terms of not just these outcomes that we're looking for, but also, you know, treating their people right.
I think I would encourage you, Vice Mayor, to have a conversation directly with Home First to understand what the allegations are, and perhaps even a direct conversation with the NAACP, because as I understand it, they have not or chose not to have a formal investigation into Home First. And so I would just really encourage you to seek information directly. In regards to their contract performance, we could certainly provide the council with an info memo that will provide an update on their contract performance, perhaps halfway through the 6 months, the upcoming 6 months.
Yeah. So at the end of December, there'll be a report. Is that what you're saying?
I think I understood your question as what will happen in this next 6 months from January to June. And so my suggestion was halfway through that 6-month period, I could provide the council with an update.
But right now we're in October. You still have November, December. So I'm assuming they have that contract, right?
If I may, Reagan, I could be wrong, but I recall, I'm blanking now if it was March or May, but we had a fairly comprehensive report on homelessness at the council. I believe you had the outcome data for exits to permanent within the last 6 months. Can you just remind me, were our 3 providers meeting the benchmark for exits to permanent? In fact, my understanding was, at least certainly in aggregate, we were significantly outperforming the benchmark. I know there was variance amongst the 3 providers. Did all 3 clear our performance thresholds?
Yeah,
I believe they did.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. All of our providers exceeded our benchmark outcome for permanent housing.
We have the data. It was reported. I think we need to refresh our memory and go back. When was that report?
The last report we provided the council was in May of 2023. And so some of the metrics from that report I remember. So for example, at Rue Ferrari, Home First has a 58% positive outcome. 58% of people move from Rue Ferrari to a permanent housing destination. They by far exceed the expectations. Another example is Home First was the operator during our winter storms this past winter of our evacuee transition facilities. They took 89 residents of San Jose who were displaced during the flooding along our creeks. They moved 75 of those 89 people to permanent and temporary housing. So they are certainly performing on the outcomes we want to see for the people, the customers of the service. Okay. But again, happy to provide an info memo.
So maybe I can offer. Yeah. So maybe I can offer something, Reagan and Vice Mayor. Perhaps it might be helpful is let the 6 months close if council so chooses to extend these contracts while we go through another RFP process, and maybe if we're getting them on a quarterly basis, perhaps by February, let the December close, let January prepare, use that time to prepare an info memo. By end of January, beginning of February, we can tell you what the amendments and what the agreements say for all of these providers and give you a sense of the performance.
That would work.
Would that work for you, Reagan, from a timing perspective?
Yes.
Okay, so we can commit to that.
Okay, that works, and I appreciate it, and I'm very sensitive to how this has to get balanced, but I do appreciate the information, and so that helps me out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to just reiterate Reagan's point to all of my colleagues. I would request everybody who has questions and concerns reach out to Home First directly and get more information. Allegations are very concerning, but I really believe we would all benefit from getting more facts before we jump to conclusions. On the performance data, we have it, and I think it would be helpful if staff could recirculate the latest report from May, which gives us I always want more data, but it has pretty solid stats and actually some pretty good news about the performance of our sites. So Reagan, I assume you're okay recirculating that in addition to the city manager's recommendation to come back when you have your next quarterly report on performance, so we can all be aware of the performance data when it is provided to us, which is on a quarterly basis. But thus far, the performance data has actually been quite positive when compared with sites in other cities and alternate forms of shelter. So I think that is important for us to be grounded in the data. There was a point that came up in public comment on length of stay in EIH, and I just want to make sure for the public record and for my colleagues, everybody's aware that the Felipe site is the only one with a hard cap on the stay. My understanding is, as a result of today's action, we will be talking to Caltrans about removing that cap. That is, I know that was already staff's intention, but that is our hope, is to remove the one site that has a hard cap on length of stay, and then extending from the 90 days to 12 months. Even in the case of 90 days today, I have visited all of our interim sites. I've spoken with people there. There are plenty of people who have been there for, unfortunately, our average length of stay is 6 to 9 months, which is great. I have met some folks who have been there for 18 months, and that's because we, unless there's very good cause, do not kick somebody out. They get a renewal. So I think it's great to not have to renew every 90 days. I could imagine that creating unnecessary friction and overhead for folks and uncertainty for residents there, but I've heard a lot about this length of stay issue, and I want to assure people that we are not just kicking people out after 90 days or 6 months, with the exception of the contractual obligation we have to Caltrans at Felipe, which we are going to work to remove. So I think that's an important point. I did have one question before we move on to a vote here, which was on the county and housing authorities' preference to work with us on Pacific Motor Inn, which we're very grateful for. I just want to make sure that given the nature of our home key contract, that the city will realize some operating savings. I think in addition to getting the expertise of our county partners, one of the real benefits of partnering on these sites is cost sharing and giving us more leverage so that we can expand the number of placements we have by bringing down our per person operating costs. So do we get roughly the same level of savings by collaborating on Pacific Motor Inn as we might with, say, Branham and Monterey as a site, just given the nature of those contracts?
Can you maybe clarify your question? Because I want to say the answer is yes, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
My understanding is with Home Key, they're funding some of the operations, and the city through our Home Key agreement is obligated to match some of those funds. So do the county funds replace the city's match and therefore there's a savings, or do they replace the Home Key funding that we would get anyway? Every site, to your point, is a little bit different, and I just want to make sure that for that site, if we're going to partner at Pacific Motor Inn, we're going to also realize some operating cost savings on the city side, because that's one of the major advantages for us in partnering. I mean, obviously there's also expertise and other things that our friends at the county can bring to the table, but that's an important goal for us as we work to make these sustainable.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I'll start and then Consuelo can add anything, but the Home Key funds never quite cover the entirety of our operations, and so the city is always contributing a match and contributing to the operations. And so when we're bringing in other partners and kind of braiding different resources and funding sources together, we are looking to see ideally a lower city contribution so we can kind of stretch our dollars further. So for example, instead of our dollars lasting for 2 years, perhaps they might last for 4 years. So, but being able to kind of stretch our resources a bit further.
Yeah, so I appreciate that we're all aligned in that being one of many goals we have here. I guess my question is, as we considered which site to partner on, and it sounds like the preference was for Pacific Motor Inn, did we look at the actual operating cost savings versus other sites, and was that a consideration in the cities? Was that an input to our discussion?
Yeah, we haven't gotten to that level of detail yet, Mayor.
Yes.
That's part of our analysis that is happening right now with the county and the housing authority.
Okay, Consuelo, did you want to jump in?
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. You know, one of the factors that we looked at in the pilot was also the configuration of the building. The proposal at the hotel is a site that we're very familiar with. We operated it during the pandemic. And so there were some considerations there in terms of our experience with the site versus the Monterey and Branham site that is 204 units, where the county has already invested a $4 million challenge grant. So in that case, there would possibly be no cost savings. So our goal and our hope is that we are able to leverage dollars so that you can spread the city resources across the other EIHs. I hope that answers the question.
I think it does. I guess I just want to encourage staff on the city side. I mean, I appreciate the point about the configuration of the building and what the county has experience with, which makes sense. From the city staff side, though, I would hope that when we are having discussions about which sites we're going to collaborate on, one of the major inputs to that is some analysis of how we fund the operations of the site and where can we get the most savings by collaborating. Because that should be a major, it may not be the only consideration, but hopefully it's not just which room configuration or scale is most amenable to our partners, though that's one input that we want to respect, but we also need to do everything we can to improve the sustainability of the model as we try to scale it. So,
and my apologies, Mayor, for oversimplifying matters. Part of the configuration also has to do with our ability to leverage. So when we look at that leveraging ratio and the leveraging opportunity, you know, Reagan spoke earlier about the kitchens that are at Monterey and Branham. That is potentially a long-term way of cost savings. So looking at the immediate need to provide some cost savings at the hotel model might be the best one. But definitely when we finish our discussions, the analysis on cost savings for both the city and the county will be incorporated.
Yeah, okay, good. Good. Yeah, we have a lot of different sites, a lot of different operators, a lot of different operating cost structures. So appreciate that. Okay. I have other questions that I'm going to save for offline because we have really, I think, exhausted this item. We have a motion on the floor. I want to thank my colleagues for their memos and the robust discussion. Let's vote. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I think we had a late. Did you want to chime in? Please,
wondering if
Councilmember.
someone can restate the motion.
The motion, as I understand it, includes the three memos which move the staff recommendations, the memos from council members. So we have the two individual memos, the blue memos from council members Candelas and Torres, and then the group memo, council member Cohen, Foley, and Sergio, I think, Councilmember Jimenez, I think you were also on that one. Yeah, so it's all the memos, including the staff.
I was simply wondering what the evolution
and
was.
there were no modifications or amendments.
Okay, cool.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Torres?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Ortiz?
Aye.
Davis? Dewan?
Yes.
Candelas?
Yes.
Foley? Aye. Batra?
Aye.
Kamei?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I think we have some staff sticking around. Consuelo, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. We are on to item 8.2, which has to do with the shelter crisis declaration and proclamation of a local emergency. We do have a staff presentation. And Reagan, are you kicking us off?
Give us just a second to get everybody.
Oh, sure.
squared
Yeah, we'll let
around.
everybody come on down.
That way Shasta can sit there on the end. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Omar Passons, Deputy City Manager for homelessness for the city. I'm joined today by Sal Kumar from our Public Works Department, Reagan Henninger, Deputy Director of our Housing Department, Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager and Acting Housing Director, and Shasta Green, Senior Deputy City Attorney. We know that there are thousands and thousands of people, unfortunately, in the city of San Jose who are living unsheltered and homeless on our streets. And I think the staff is going to do a presentation today to really help to provide some information about how this effort will help supercharge some of our efforts to do more faster. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Reagan Henninger.
Thanks, Omar. Reagan Henninger, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. I know it's late, so I will make this as brief as possible. No surprise, San Jose is facing an emergency when it comes to homelessness. The Housing Department, as well as my colleagues in other departments, understand that it is an issue of life and death for thousands of people who are living in tents, cars, along our waterways, under our freeways. Today's adoption of a new ordinance and resolution declaring a local emergency allows the city to respond urgently and aggressively to the crisis. I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to talk about the lack of deeply affordable housing as the cause for our homeless crisis. San Jose is experiencing a housing emergency as many residents face the threat of homelessness due to a lack of deeply affordable housing. For decades, Santa Clara County and the larger Bay Area have failed to produce enough housing to meet the need. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition estimates that there are only 30 affordable and available rental units for every 100 extremely low-income households in our community. This constrained supply has resulted in rising rents that has made most housing unaffordable and unattainable. In San Jose, 44% of our households are low income, very low income, and extremely low income. Low-wage workers face housing instability as approximately 53% of San Jose households are what we call rent burdened, which means they pay more than half their income on their housing costs. That leaves little for households to spend on basic needs such as food, health care, child care, transportation. Data shows that communities where households spend more than 30% of their income on rent can see and do see more rapid increases in homelessness. The annual homeless census figures recently released do show a nearly 11% reduction in San Jose's unsheltered homeless population over the prior year. However, this slide also shows that there's still a massive amount of need. Most of the emergency housing in our city, all of it is full and has waiting lists. There's definitely more that we need to do. The majority of those experiencing homelessness are in dangerous conditions, with 43% staying outdoors, 20% seeking refuge in their vehicles, and 13% staying in structures that aren't meant for human habitation. The City Council action today continues the required declarations needed to support our existing EIH and BHC efforts. However, it also allows the city to continue to streamline development of emergency bridge housing as well as homeless shelters, which is much more broadly defined in the ordinance before you today. The ordinance will streamline the development of homeless shelters by adopting minimum health and safety standards for programs such as safe parking or mobile shelter communities, which are things like RV parking, sanctioned encampments, or other types of emergency shelter. So in short, the ordinance and the shelter crisis declaration establish for the city reasonable local standards and give us some more flexibility. So I'm going to touch on both of those things, reasonable standards and flexibility. So today's actions will create reasonable local standards for shelter by first suspending local land use requirements for public projects. So for example, we can have inconsistency with zoning and general plan. It will also streamline the design and construction of public emergency and interim housing. The design and construction will meet minimum public health and safety building standards. It will allow mobile shelter communities or sanctioned encampments, RV parking that is 24/7 with some other flexibilities. And it will allow the city to develop alternative and reasonable standards for fire and life safety standards. So flexibility. Today's action provides some flexibility in site selection. So for example, we can choose sites that may not have running water, but with alternatives like mobile showers in place, we could move forward with those kinds of sites. Another example is for RV supportive parking. It would not require functioning heating systems in an RV in order to participate. It also allows the city manager to adopt administrative guidelines to streamline procurement processes. So I want to set expectations that, it doesn't mean tomorrow that we're just going to stop doing procurements. This is government. This is public dollars. We will have processes, but ideally we can develop some guidelines that might help us streamline and be more efficient with those processes. So addressing this crisis does require deep coordination, planning, and measured progress. And we do plan to provide updates to you quarterly as part of our reducing unsheltered homelessness focus area. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Let's go to public comment first.
Sean? I also have 2 cards for Gail and Serge, but I believe they left.
For what it's worth, I think Serge's comments were actually on this item, for those who recall them.
First, it was super refreshing to hear all of you so willing to part with a woefully underperforming provider like Home First. It does my heart joy, especially some of you who spoke out so loudly that I never saw as allies. So, I mean, I could dance right here. Not that you want to see that, but I could. I'll show you later. So thank you for that. But there's so much of this sounds great, and there's a little bit of a concern for me of a wolf in sheep's clothing, that this is going to be used as a way to get around Boise, that it's like, we built these things, you're going to go into them, and that's it. And that there's going to be some haven for hope shenanigans in here. And it's just my instinct. Maybe it's my strong distrust. And so I just hope that that's not the case. I hope that when we build things, we build them because we believe in helping people and we are doing things in an honest way. And that if we build something and it doesn't work for you, then we'll try, well, does it work over here? And maybe the thing that didn't work for you works for you and we'll move you over here. But that we're not just cramming people into things and warehousing them forever because there is no ELI or VLI or PSH. And so while we extend stays for people, that's great, but I just don't want this to become like a permanent place for people to stay, because there's no ELI and BLI and PSH. And even when you get to PSH, the S is always lacking. So this sounds great, and I hope we can build a lot, but let's just not make it a place that, you know, we did this and we're going to cram people in there and that's it. And it's our way around Boise. And that.
Time. Thank you. Next speaker, Gail. Okay, we'll go online. Caller ending in 0793. Okay, moving on to Deborah.
Hi, I want to say thank you also. I really feel like we're being heard, which is just so healing. I can't even tell you. And it's going to be so healing for so many people. I just want to reiterate, like I do a lot, that we have to talk to people who are in the situations that we're providing for so that we get their input about what they need. And I support what Sean is saying about having that voice in the back of my head going, oh, this may not go the way it sounds like it's going to go, because that is one of the big problems is when I was doing the NOFO panel is what I'm reading in the grants is not what's happening in the situation day to day. So we have to find a way to create accountability or some system of accountability, whether it's surveying tenants, or having focus groups on a continual basis so that we can get that feedback on a continual basis and hold people accountable so this can be really successful. I'm really excited. Thank you.
Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this 2 items. Really interesting learning experience for myself tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much for the words of Alex Shore, public comment time, and for Sean Cartwright, and for the previous public speaker. I actually wanted to speak on what they were talking about, and that, you know, I have reservations how we're moving forward, but good luck in how we can, and that we can do it well. And to me, as a part of what Sean was saying, that, you know, we really have to be mindful of building good services. And to me, it's always been, I've been learning a really important point that we have to develop counseling services from beginning to end for people who enter the housing system, you know, and so when they enter the shelter system, they have to have counseling. You know, we have to learn how to fund that and practice that more. That was one of some of the final words of Jackie, that she really wanted to help better develop that in the future of San Jose housing. It's practicing the fundamental things. If we do that well at this time, that can help in these new ideas of quick shelter things. And so good luck in those efforts. And from the previous public speaker about accountability, the work I do with tech accountability, you know, in digital things in local neighborhoods, broadband installment, that needs to have a broadband, when they offer notifications, it has to be done in a way that it gives time for the person, the resident, to respond. And there's a set of rules and guidelines that the San Jose City government has put in place to make sure of good best practices. We could do the same with housing. You know, San Jose City government can set up a set of guidelines housing has to follow, nonprofits. Good luck in those sort of thinking and efforts, and good luck in the efforts of these 2 items.
Catherine.
Good evening. Yeah, this meeting has gone very differently than I thought it would. Thank you to Arjun Batra and Elizabeth Rosemary Kamei for your excellent questions. And I want to second everything the other speakers have said. And I just want to note that if you are going to do user experience surveys in EIH and similar projects, in PSH, wherever, it needs to be clear to the residents that it's an outside agency and their individual responses will be kept confidential, because that's been an issue with the resident surveys at the properties where I and my friends live. That we have no confidence that management isn't tying it back to us. And I'm very glad to see the direction the city was going with the Home First issue, but I do share Sean's concerns that we can't just provide shelter as a way to get around Boise, that we have to be doing it for the right reasons and be flexible with placing people in whatever fits for them and not penalize them because like, no, I really have to be somewhere in my kid's school district, or no, I really need something wheelchair accessible, and not accepting things that won't work for them. But thank you very much for all the excellent questions during the previous item. Thank you.
Brian?
I fully support what everybody shared. I was really impressed with this meeting. You all deserve a lot of credit. And just a side note, I wish you guys could help the Congress run more smoothly, especially the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Back to the council.
All right, thank you. Just want to kick off by thanking a few folks in particular. I know many people worked on getting us to this shelter crisis declaration, but want to thank Assistant City Manager Lee Wilcox, Deputy City Manager Omar Passons, and Attorney Johnny Fan, who I know worked very closely to bring forward this resolution and draft ordinance. That really the goal of this is to empower us to act with greater urgency to respond to the horrific humanitarian crisis we see on our streets right now. I also want to thank my colleagues, Vice Mayor Kamei, Councilmember Cohn, and Councilmember Torres, who collaborated on our rules memo, which was really geared toward trying to reduce timelines and stand up safe, managed sites for our homeless neighbors faster and more cost effectively. I don't think there's any debate on the council that we need a lot more housing, especially housing affordable at lower incomes, very low income in particular, extremely low income in particular. That being said, I think we need to be very clear that the greatest level of human suffering in our community today is people left in completely unmanaged, unsheltered conditions out in the community. I visit the encampments frequently, talk to people in the encampments. Conditions are deplorable, and there's an unacceptable impact on our environment. We have real risk around our watershed and our Clean Water Act compliance, and not to mention just the broader impact on the entire community. So I think there's a moral or ethical and ecological and just practical need for us to have more tools to accelerate the rate at which we can get the roughly 4,400 neighbors of ours who are currently living in completely unmanaged, unsheltered conditions in tents and vehicles across our city into a more managed environment with basic sanitation, some basic security precautions, and start to meet their basic human needs and get them connected to services faster and provide a little more stability as we get them on the road to what we all hope is eventually permanent housing for every single one of our unhoused neighbors. I do want to make clear, and one of the reasons I felt so strongly about bringing forward this shelter crisis declaration is that I think the city needs the authority to quickly scale up safe and managed places for people to go. That, as was mentioned in the presentation, can include vehicles, including RVs, tents, safe sleeping sites on designated, typically underutilized land with basic services, water, food, sanitation, trash pickup in an orderly way, maybe akin to what we've done with our source sites. And start to connect people to services, areas that ideally would have some basic rules like quiet hours. Of course, I want, for any colleagues who have concerns, I want to make clear just that in any individual site, the council would still need to consider and approve a site. So this is not in any way authorizing staff to go off and set up a bunch of sites without coming back to council. So that is something that we'll do. But really, I think those of us who signed on to the memo, I think part of the reflection was, when the pandemic hit, because of a public health crisis, we stood up 470 transitional beds in less than a year because we treated it like an emergency. We moved quickly, and we had the benefit of many barriers, including state regulations, basically being waived. Now, we can't tell Sacramento what to do, but there are opportunities around land use and procurement for us at a local level to still move with that level of urgency and treat this like the emergency that it is. So a couple questions, and then we'll move on to comments and questions from colleagues. Omar, first one to you. Can you just share a little more about how you believe staff's recommendations will impact our ability to bring new sites online? And can you also clarify, for anyone who's concerned, do you anticipate the adoption of this impacting the timeline in a negative way of any of the projects we've already approved? I know Councilmember Foley, for example, is very eager to see Cherry Ave get up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take this in reverse order, and I will just say that there's nothing about what's before us today that will have a sort of a negative or a headwind effect on any of the, did I get headwind right? On any of the existing sites and work. And in fact, I mentioned I'm joined by Sal Kumar, one of the leads of our execution team. That work is moving forward apace on all 5 of those sites. I think to your first question, will this allow us to accelerate? I think there are 2, useful points. One, I think it's going to ramp up. So we don't talk about this a lot, but in the background, not at council, the effort to look for new sites is already happening. Like, all of this stuff is happening in parallel. There's no time to be waiting around or any of that kind of thing. So what this allows us to do is it sort of opens the top of the funnel, because now you're saying you don't have to comply with you don't need general plan conformance, you don't need zoning conformance. So instead of being able to look at this many sites, all of a sudden we get to stretch that out and look at a bunch more. And so while our execution team is drilling down on getting the 5 sites we've got through the process line, this work that council is bringing forward today will allow us to continue to move forward in the background and try to get sites approved, even though the approval, to your point, Mr. Mayor, which you just made, that we'll still have to come back to council. I think one of the things that we're really looking at is how to do that in a way that gets us here, maybe even before we have all the T's crossed and I's dotted on the dollars and cents, and just get your approval. Say, hey, these are a bunch of sites that we've been to your communities on about. Your staff will all know, because we will have talked to them just like we did with all the other ones, to let them know it's coming, and then come back, get the approval, so that when and if the money is there, we can then just keep going right at pace. So I think that's maybe a little bit of the answer there.
Okay, appreciate that. We'll see if colleagues have follow-up questions. And then Rosalind, I think this question is for you, but feel free to redirect if somebody else can better answer it. I understand, I believe staff is separately evaluating approaches that would allow religious institutions, I know we've talked about, yes, in God's backyard, and private entities to be part of the solution. I know in San Diego a few years ago, they put forward an ordinance that removes some zoning restrictions to streamline interim and permanent housing development. Are we looking at removing those same kind of barriers on private and religious land?
Yes, Mayor, we are, will be looking at removing some of those barriers. We know that we have many private institutions who are very interested in being a part of the solution to end homelessness. And so PBCE will be looking at what changes will be needed. Primarily, we know we're going to have to make changes to the zoning ordinance. Currently, for private sites, a use permit is required. So the department is looking at streamlining that process so that people won't have to go through a public hearing process, and to see if we could design a process to be handled administratively or ministerially. So staff would be reviewing those applications and saving an enormous amount of time. So staff is currently looking at that. Right now we have many staff in the planning department who are focused on the housing element. As soon as that gets resolved, we'll be able to take a look at this analysis and bring forth that to council.
Okay, great, appreciate that. And just very quick follow-ups, and I want to turn to colleagues. I assume, can you just confirm we will look at the model in San Diego County as an example, not exclusively, and then based on your best sense of housing element and other needs, when do you think when would you anticipate staff being able to come back to council with those additional streamlining options?
Yeah. So yes, we will look at the San Diego model and any other models that we might glean some information from throughout the state. And in terms of timing, we anticipate coming to the council sometime in Q2 of next year.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Torres.
Great. Thank you so much to our city staff for working on this, a very important item, by the way. I also want to thank the residents of District 3. District 3 has demonstrated remarkable leadership in addressing homelessness and affordable housing challenges. I and the rest of our district applaud the efforts of Vendome, the Hensley Historic District, Japantown neighborhoods for stepping up to the plate. They have shown us that it is possible to take tangible steps to provide emergency interim housing and affordable housing options for those in need, while also, by the way, working collaboratively with the nonprofits running these EIHs, right, by having a community advisory committee for their tiny homes. And yes, most of the time, it is run by council offices. I recognize that other districts have followed suit and making an equally important contributions by establishing emergency interim housing, bridge housing, and safe parking in their areas. While this is truly commendable, we must remember that it is not enough to concentrate these services in 2 districts or 3. We must spread these resources equitably across our city, ensuring that every district takes its fair share of responsibility. We are, after all, one community, and we should be making sure all districts are addressing homelessness. The ordinance we are considering today does more than just streamline processes. It reflects our city's collective commitment to addressing homelessness effectively and humanely. By adopting these local standards, we can facilitate the creation of safer and more efficient shelters, ensuring they meet unique needs of our community. We can remove administrative and legal barriers, making it possible for safe sleeping communities or managed encampments to operate more organized. We understand that addressing homelessness is a complex issue and there is no one-size-fits-all. We all know that. However, this resolution and ordinance before us takes us one step closer to creating a more compassionate and proactive approach. We have an opportunity to prioritize the welfare of our most vulnerable residents of our community, and in doing so, we make San Jose a better place for all of its residents. Let's take a significant step towards combating the unsheltered crisis and working together to build a more compassionate, resilient, and equitable San Jose. It's time to embrace change, collaborate across districts, and take meaningful steps in ending our shelter crisis. So thank you, and with that, I move to approve item 8.2.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Torres, that's what I was going to say. This is a critically important item, and I truly want to thank everyone who's been working on this. And you know, I recognize that the work is hard. It's very long. It's going to take time. We got here today because of many different circumstances that happened over a long period of time. And so, with that, I wanted to make the motion, but that's okay. I think that this also, I want to echo the words that Sean said. You know, I'm very optimistic, but I hope it's not sort of leading to a path that we can't all sort of find a way to work together and to move forward very quickly. So I do remain optimistic, and I do think that this is the way to go. And so I'm very happy to be supporting this. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Does Councilmember Ortiz have his hand up?
It was up, but he's put it down.
He's put it down. Okay. I did have one more question. Matt Lesh, I'm so sorry. Could I ask you to come down quickly, and I'll ask, I see you're in the middle of something very important. I will begin asking the question as you come down.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, we have actually got Sal Kumar, who is Matt Lester's deputy, if it's a public works or procurement question, if you'd like. So
Apologies. All right, well, we shall see. I'll ask the question. Apologies, Matt. Didn't mean to make you close your laptop. Wanted to know, I know that we're in some ways kicking off a process of giving you all direction to find other opportunities to streamline. This isn't all said and done with this action tonight. And I understand that around procurement, there is more research needed. I also know that in Los Angeles, one of the more tangible benefits of the crisis declaration, or whatever they called it, the emergency declaration that they brought forward, had to do with procurement, which is often the process that those of us who've been around government even a little while have realized can take the longest in terms of the overall roadmap of delivering a service or a site in this case. Do you have hypotheses at this point around what options we might have for reducing timelines around procurement? We've done 6 interim sites, we've got a safe parking site, we have more in flight, we're looking at other sites. At some point, we've got to say, we kind of know what we're doing, we've got existing contracts, we've got existing providers. Can we do it faster?
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Sal Kumar, Deputy Director of Public Works. Good question. So as far as procurement is just one part of the delivery of the project. When you look at the entire process is from project site securing, scope finalizing, design, procurement, and then construction. So it's a lengthy process. We are doing things currently, and we plan to use more with the interim housing processes, such as design build or design bid build project processes to expedite things, depending on the dollar amount, on the complexity of the project. We are also looking at doing pre-qualifying contractors, so they're aware of the project, and when we put the bid out, they can provide a better bidding prices and project itself. So as far as advertising, we typically advertise project from 4 to 6 weeks, but we're looking at ways to streamline that process, either 4 weeks, but in our experience, what we experience is the longer the bidding timeline is, the contractors are able to provide a better product or bid prices, competitive bid prices. During this process, there's a lot of questions and answers, and that allows the contractor to provide a more competitive bidding price to us. And then lastly, one of the things we were looking at is coming before council. One of the things we've already used in budget projects, we're planning to do more with EIH projects, coming before council to delegate authority for Director of Public Works to award projects. Once the bid process is completed, so once the bidding is completed, we can go to Director of Public Works to award the project. That will probably save us at least 2 to 4 weeks of timeline. So,
yeah, that's meaningful. Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like some good early thinking. I appreciate you sharing a little more of your thought process with us. I don't see any other colleagues' hands, so I think we're ready to vote.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Torres.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Ortiz.
Yes.
Davis. Dewan.
Yes.
Candelas.
Yes.
Foley. Aye. Batra.
Aye.
Kamei.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. Thank you again to staff. We're on to open forum, opportunity for members of the public to comment on city business that was not on today's agenda. We will keep people to that standard. Do we have any public comment?
Start with Sean.
With respect to Reagan, whose code I love, I may steal it. I know she told you to, you guys should speak to Home First and hear from them. I would also encourage you to speak to the Home First employees. Talk to the two men who were attacked by a woman. They were victims of somebody who was beating the daylights out of them, and somehow they were fired. Talk to the man who lived outside the Sunnyvale shelter for 2 years as an employee and then got housed. 3 weeks later, they fired him, which puts his housing in jeopardy. Talk to the 3 women who have been told if they don't adjust their schedules that they're going to be fired. And then do what Councilmember Dewan did and go out and talk to the people. When you randomly talk to people and 8 out of 10 say, hey, Home First isn't good, that tells you a lot. But talk to the people. Talk to the employees. Talk to the woman who says, hey, I got fired for allegedly yelling at somebody, but the very next day, somebody who wasn't black pushed somebody physically to the ground and only had to watch a de-escalation video. I don't know. Sounds like something's wrong there. Talk to these employees and find out from them directly, without a middleman like me, but talk to them and find out what's going on. If you talk to Home First, talk to the employees and talk to the people who are living in the shelter and see what's happening. And the people who have gone through the tiny homes and things like that. Do an end user survey and find out from everybody else. I've asked for an end user survey for, I don't know, at this point it feels like a decade, because I'm looking at Sergio, I'm like, I think it was before you. That's how I measure time. We all measure time based on who was here then. But anyway, thank you for tonight. It was very appreciated.
We'll go online. Brian. I'm going to call him Brian again. I didn't.
Yeah, that it was on. It didn't show up. You can leave it at that time. Just a quick question, and I guess if I could just get I don't know. I know you can't answer. I have some tablets, Mac iPads, and Kindle Fires that I no longer use. I've retired, and so they're just sitting out on this table, and I've got to send them back to make them available for somebody. Do you drop them off at a library, or should I call 311 tomorrow or about that? Thanks.
Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting tonight. It was interesting. It was such a good meeting. A quick reminder that the public comment clock at the podium, it seems to be malfunctioning like for the past few months now. Good luck on really correcting that. And it was a good meeting tonight. So I'll talk about things more tomorrow at public at Rules and About Government open forum time. Interesting meeting today. Thank you. I guess at this time, the two things that's on my mind in for San Jose with San Jose issues, tech accountability as always. Good luck how we can talk about that more. It's from that, there was a PISPIS meeting last Thursday where, the concepts came up in police, better police practices to really start considering the concepts of public oversight for the future of policing in San Jose. Good luck how we can really start to work on that idea more. I think it was suggested an outside agency do some sort of oversight for the process. That could be a good temporary solution. I think it would be good if it was with the intention to be building an eventual public oversight process. So good luck on developing that concept and considering it. And, it's a part of a real important feature of public participation that I think is just key to our future. And we have ways and guidelines to do that now that we didn't in the past 20 years of war and 9/11 and COVID, that we can now. And so I'm excited how we can make those things work and happen. And so good luck in your efforts. And just as what I've been saying recently, really good luck that, as war is all around us, try not to make decisions at the local level based on war. I know it's hard to do that in time that eventually takes you over, but good luck on working towards peace. Look for good practices. Always keep it.
Back to the council.
Great. Thank you. We're adjourned. Have a great night, everyone.